And can I just say, you know, even though I'm not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times.
What you're seeing here is momentous.
You think that's alien technology?
Yes, I do.
I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top.
We have new, conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
Tad over the top at times.
Is it possible to exceed the speed of light? The answer is yes.
The biggest discovery in human history.
Promos for our story were a tad over the top.
New evidence that has to be seen to be believed.
7 News Spotlight, Sunday on 7 and 7+.
Not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times. I probably would be more cautious about in terms of how we present it is the sphere story, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
We have new, conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
Frankly, whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that.
We have new, conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
This renowned scientist confirms it all.
Whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that because that's a terrible danger.
We have new, conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
A lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology. We're not going to say that.
Alien technology.
This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that.
New, conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome back. I am here after a bit of absence, which I'll explain later. Tonight, however, we are here to talk about this ongoing Ross Coulthart story. For those unaware, Ross Coulthart was once I guess some would call him a respected, credible journalist from Australia. But Mr. Coulthart got a little too deep down the rabbit hole for reasons that we will cover tonight. And since then has been selling lies. In a recent piece that we detailed here, he promised the world that they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all brought to us all confirmed by this man. Cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. The deception ran very deep. And that clickbait garbage piece was so bad, so terrible, and I think partly due to our coverage here, that News 7, his latest employer, would pull that from the YouTube channel. And Ross Coulthart would pull it from his own Spotlight News 7 YouTube channel. But Ross Coulthart would go further, knowing that he had gone a little too far, over-promising and under-delivering this time. But was this really the first time that Ross Coulthart has over-promised and under-delivered? I don't believe so. And we're going to detail more of his fakery, fraudery, and bull huckstering tonight. Incredible that this man was once somebody people knew in Australia. Because Ross Coulthart was once a 60 Minutes reporter before diving headlong into the world of aliens and UFOs for cash. And we're going to get into the reasons tonight. The reasons, my friend, that this once respected journalist is now huckstering garbage, fake alien stories, fake UFO stories. Just in that promo alone, we saw 2 provable balloons that he's claiming is aliens, or alien spaceships somehow. We get the false promise that they have conclusive proof of alien technology, confirmed by, it depends on who you ask. Michio Kaku is the person that they show in the promos when Ross Coulthart does the voiceover, saying, all confirmed by this man. Michio Kaku in the piece proves nothing. He does what Michio Kaku is good at: theoretical physics and astronomy and astrobiology. Yeah, there could be alien life somewhere out there in the universe. Great, Michio Kaku. That's not conclusive proof of alien technology that Ross Coulthart promised that you were confirming, because Michio Kaku knew nothing about all of this, in my opinion. And he was used as a set piece, just as one Dr. Gary Nolan was used to sell this fairy tale. And now Gary Nolan is running around on other podcasts, pardon me. He won't come here because Gary Nolan is an intellectual weakling and a coward, and he does not want to answer simple questions that we have for him here. Like, does Stanford University know that you're using their labs, personnel, and equipment to help a disgraced Australian journalist, Ross Coulthart, sell fake stories about aliens and UFOs? Does Stanford University know that he's coming there and filming garbage clickbait videos that were so bad they had to get pulled from YouTube because of the use of deceptive editing and deceptive practices to get people to click on a piece that didn't have anything that was promised in the promos? Does Stanford University know that you're making students do work to help UFO grifters sell stories about aliens and UFOs? No, Gary Nolan won't come here, but he will go to UFO circle jerk shows, though, right? He'll go to UFO circle jerk shows. You know, those shows that will just let him. Now it's being reported that Dr. Gary Nolan had 3, count them, folks, 3 alien experiences. Yeah, how and why, I think, .com took things that he said, and hey, it's great. It's things that he said from an interview with UFO circle jerker from the debrief extraordinaire, Chrissy Newton, who also happens to work with or for Ryan Sprague, UFO circle jerker extraordinaire. And just like Ryan Sprague, Chrissy Newton's job is apparently to sit there and nod and just let people tell their fake stories. Don't ask them for evidence. Don't ask them for, any proof. Just let them sell their fairy tales. And I had a recent interaction with this girl and told her she's got to ask him some hard questions. Did she ask them? No. But she did help him explain away his participation in the Ross Coulthart ball shavings thing. But we'll be covering that on a separate broadcast, right? And I just want to say, I am tired of these UFO circle jerkers. Why don't you do your job? Ask some questions. This man, Gary Nolan, is using university equipment, students, personnel, and resources to help Ross Coulthart sell a video, a story that was so bad it had to be taken off of YouTube, lest they might lose their YouTube channel for the use of deceptive practices. And you, UFO circle jerker extraordinaire, did you ask any hard questions? No. You didn't ask about the ethics problems of a university professor using university resources, personnel, labs, and equipment to help idiots sell fake stories about aliens. You didn't ask about any of that. But we'll cover more of this tomorrow. But I've just had it, right? And I told her, and I'm telling everybody, all of you UFO circle jerks are now on the table, right? Before I would ignore it, I would just go, that's just the way it is. People like Chrissy Newton and Ryan Sprague and all these other circle jerkers, calling all beings, Project Unity, right? They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. That's what they're there to do. They're not going to ask any hard questions or you can't expect these people to demand that these people prove what they're pushing, what they're huckstering for the UFO dollars. They're not there to do that. They're there to simply help the UFO celebrity idiots push that bull cart up the hill, right? And they're there to help these UFO celebrities jam fake stories down everybody's throat and into everybody's ears. That's what they're there to do. And congratulations, Chrissy Newton from the Debrief, which is a garbage rag. It's supposed to be science and technology. Yeah, science and technology news. Sure it is, science and technology news. Great. I am at a loss when I think about the state of these UFO circle jerkers and how their whole point of existence is to sit there, nod, and act like that these people are telling the truth or these people have any evidence of their claims. But I'm the bad guy, right? You're the bad guy if you point these things out. You're not supposed to point these things out. And it gets worse. It gets worse because if you say anything to the UFO circle jerkers, then you're nasty. I'm nasty because I want you to do your job and ask real questions. You got Gary Nolan using university resources. We asked very real questions here, like, does the university know that they're paying for you to help UFO grifters sell fake stories? Do they know? Is that against the Stanford Code of Ethics? Looks like it is, because according to Stanford Code of Ethics, you're not supposed to use university equipment, labs, resources, or personnel for personal profit. And here's another question. How much does Gary Nolan get paid for all the help that he's giving UFO grifters like Stephen Greer or this Ross Colthart sell these fake stories? How much is he getting paid? Not one of you has the balls to ask him how much he got paid for the documentary work with Stephen Greer for the analysis work? Not one of you idiots interviewing Gary Nolan can grow a set of balls and ask if he got paid, because then we'd have confirmation that he's in violation of the Stanford ethics codes. No one wants to do the hard work. They want to sit there and take the benefit of these UFO celebrities being on their show, right? I'll take the clicks and views, and all you have to do to make that work is sell your soul. You just have to sit there and play pretend. Oh, sure, there's alien technology out there, sure. So I've had enough of the UFO circle jerk. And from now on, Chrissy Newton, tomorrow I'm going to do a whole show on your circle jerk. Great job, honey. Great job, debrief, you bunch of clowns. But why, I suppose, why should we expect these people to do their job? Why should we expect credibility in a field or a subject matter that is literally a circus full of criminals, disinformation agents, people with fake superpowers, people going to Mars to fight the reptilian aliens, secret space program insiders, government whistleblower, former scientists that weren't really scientists ever, can't prove they're scientists, former military insider. And then you check into his background and find out he never worked for the military. He was never in the military. He lied about his entire background. You know, this is the fundamental part of the problem, is that I'm somehow expecting people to do this the ethical, moral, and correct way. And granted, I get it. If you're going to deal in these strange, esoteric, and murky subjects, you're going to meet some strange characters. Some of them might have credible information, but it is up to the people pushing the stories to vet those people. Nobody vets anything. Just let them get up and tell their fake stories, like Jimmy Church with his fake Dr. Reed or Dr. J, third phase of moon satellite idiot, right? Oh, he's one of our UFO experts. He can't tell the difference between a real doctor and a fake doctor. Awesome. So, you know, I suppose part of the problem is when you step back and realize that this whole thing is full of criminals, grifters, con artists, scammers, and then under that, right, you have the main perpetrators of all this UFO and alien conning and money making going on. And underneath that is an underbelly of clout chasing, wannabe famous bunch of people who worship these UFO celebrities, right? Who make excuses for their fakery, fraudery, and bull. You know how many emails I got yelling at me, telling me what a terrible person I am because we cover something like Linda Moulton Howe using provably 100% fake pictures of aliens to sell stories that aren't true, claiming they're true. And then I'm the bad guy because we can prove she used 100% provably fake pictures. And she made thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars doing that. And I checked, we made $22 for telling people the truth. And Linda Moulton Howe made maybe $10,000 selling that last fake story we caught her selling. But remember, I'm the bad guy. And then you got to add to it, because then people have the balls to say to me, well, your channel's monetized, Stephen. You're making money too. We are making, pennies on the dollar of the grifters to expose the grifters. It is completely different. And besides this, I was very unfortunate in that my father passed away when I was very young, but I'm lucky for all the time that I did have with him. And he taught me that an honest day's work is nothing, to be ashamed of. And he tried to teach me that sometimes that work is not going to be exciting. Sometimes that work is not going to be very profitable. But if it's an honest day's work, then you had a good day today as a man. What are these people, right? Are they so averse to actually working for a living that they just think, well, we'll just sell fake alien stories. We'll just do that, right? And then you have all of these enablers and these grifter facilitators. What do you think? All of these, there's 100 UFO and alien podcasts that do nothing but the circle jerk. By the way, I guess, what is that? What is his name? The most recent person to give Ross Coulthart the UFO circle jerk is Dave Scott, right? Spaced Out Radio. He is literally just letting that guy say anything. No pushback, no making him answer or be accountable for how he just defrauded the public. But remember, I'm the bad guy here. And by the way, Ross Coulthart being on Spaced Out Radio is proof positive that Ross Coulthart is an intellectual weakling and a coward who won't come here and answer real questions, because he can't use the excuse that Dave from Spaced Out Radio has better numbers than us, because I could show you a spreadsheet. No, he doesn't. So Ross Coulthart will go on that show and get the circle jerk, but he won't come here with similar or better numbers, because we're going to ask him hard questions about his ball shavings, right? So we're going to get into this tonight. And I want to thank Charlie Weiser as well, because I wasn't aware. I had heard some rumors about where, ask around a little bit, like, where did this Australian guy come from, right? And people were like, oh, he was on 60 Minutes. And I go, wow, that's a little weird. Because I can't imagine somebody on 60 Minutes suddenly going, I'm just going to start selling fake stories about aliens. I'm going to super hype up and manufacture clickbait garbage pieces that are so bad they have to be taken down so we don't lose our channel. After we get the money, we'll just take it all down, right? Took down all his tweets. But it is interesting. He was a 60 Minutes reporter. And it would appear that he is no longer a 60 Minutes reporter. And we're going to get into why tonight. But before we do, I want to remind everybody that we have a new and powerful broadcast distribution system. Something that we've been working on for quite some time. And right now we want to welcome all of you live viewers, live listeners. We are broadcasting live on my Facebook page. It's Stephen Cambion on Facebook if you want to follow me there. Also on the Truth Seekers page on Facebook, broadcasting. Just search for Truth Seekers on Facebook. We're broadcasting live, of course, on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey. And tonight we welcome new distribution partner and distribution point, DLive. So welcome to all our new friends over on DLive. We have a DLive Truth Seekers channel as well. And I want to mention also that although we are vastly expanding our distribution, the audio podcast is available everywhere you get podcasts. Just search for Truth Seekers. Look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses. And we will also be having the replays the next day. So the very next day after a live broadcast, you can catch Truth Seekers on BitChute and now Brighteon as well. And you can always catch the replay on any of the platforms I mentioned previously: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, and DLive. For DLive, there was some confusion about whether it archives shows. I believe that it does, but you have to go to past broadcasts or 1 second. Let me make sure I'm telling you the proper thing. And that is Truth Seekers on DLive. And you simply, you just go to replays and it will play the previous shows. It'll show you all the previous shows that we have there on DLive. So back to tonight's topic. So Ross Coulthart, interesting that he was once it depends on who you ask. I asked a bunch of people in Australia, and some people told me, yeah, he was once a respected journalist. And some people like, he was always kind of a garbage peddler pretending to be a journalist. But tonight we're going to find out, I think, why he went head first into the UFO and alien stuff. I believe it's because he was forced to. Because poor Ross Coulthart got caught selling a provably fake story. But it's very disturbing what he did. Essentially, he accused a whole bunch of people in England of, let's just say, because they're going to say it in the video a bunch of times, he accused a bunch of people of having problems with children, sexual problems with children. He accused all kinds of government people in England in his 60 Minutes Australia report. And it turns out it's garbage. The whole story fell apart after it was broadcast. Completely and totally fell apart as being mostly provably fake, using incredibly questionable sources. And let's just say information provided to Ross Coulthart by people that no real journalist would use. For example, if you have a person telling you fantastical things that has a history of mental illness, you probably should be very cautious with using that person or depending on that person for making accusations, serious accusations and allegations against high-ranking government officials in England. But we're going to get into it. So essentially what happens is Ross Coulthart got caught terribly pushing a provably fake, scandalous story, claiming that it was going to be the biggest political scandal in the history of England. Does this sound familiar to you? Because it sounds familiar to me. You remember we did a story called Ross Coulthart's Big Bluff, and that was about his alien big bluff, where he promised conclusive proof of alien technology. But it turns out that wasn't his first bluff. He did an even bigger bluff, and all he had to do to sell that scandalous story and get huge ratings is claim a whole bunch of dudes in England were pedos and they were doing terrible sex type things to little kids. And all he had to do was play along with terribly problematic sources. And this story, like his alien big bluff, was a huge bluff. Turns out that most of what he reported is completely factually incorrect and provably false. But we're going to get into that because an organization, it was so bad that Media Watch got on Ross Coulthart's butt and 60 Minutes Australia butt. For those that don't know, Media Watch does great work. They sort of report on the fakers and fraudsters in the journalism world, much like we do report on the fakers and fraudsters in the UFO alien world. They do a great job. And it's a short video, but we're going to put up our fair use banner, and we're going to cite fair use here, and we will find out exactly why Ross Coulthart was fired from CBS Australia. Oh, to be clear, language is important. I said that he got fired. That may be not factually accurate. His contract was not renewed shortly after Media Watch showed everybody how fake this big bluff pedo story he did was. So this is a transformative work, by the way. We are going to cite fair use. We'll be playing a portion of this video from Media Watch. 1 second here, friends. We'll get it. I've got it. All right.
But now, let's take a trip down memory lane to examine this 60 Minutes special investigation from July 2015.
Britain's biggest ever scandal is about to explode.
In late 2014, a man known only as Nick sparked an ill-fated investigation by London's Metropolitan Police into claims of torture, child abuse and murder by high-ranking British politicians.
They and I believe what Nick is saying is to be credible and to be true.
The police investigation later fell apart. No charges were ever brought. And then, earlier this month, came this news.
Nick nicked. A man who falsely claimed he had been raped and tortured as a boy by a VIP pedophile ring is to face trial for child sex offences. Allegations by Nick against bigwigs Sir Ted Heath, Leon Britton, Harvey Proctor and Lord Bramall sparked a £3 million witch hunt by police.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Ross Coulthart uses this source, and he's claiming all kinds of, he was abused by all these high-ranking British officials, and he witnessed murders and all of this stuff. First, the police investigation falls apart. They find nothing like he described could be established or proven as real. And then he himself gets busted for sex offenses with minors. Great. What incredible vetting skills Mr. Ross Coulthart has.
Even more significantly, Nick may also face charges of fraud and perversion of the course of justice.
Prosecutors are considering whether he should be charged for allegedly lying about being abused as a child and then fraudulently claiming compensation for the ordeal.
So, what's that to us?
So this person falsely accused a whole bunch of people of heinous sexual crimes against him as a child. And then he sued everybody and got paid all kinds of money. And then everybody found out that the allegations were all false.
Well, without Nick, Australia might never have been treated to that 60 Minutes special investigation, in which the programme's then new star, 5-time Walkley Award winner Ross Coulthart, made this extravagant promise.
Without question, the biggest political scandal Britain has ever faced will be exposed tonight. It involves a secret network of the highest office holders in the land, past and current members of parliament, cabinet ministers, judges, diplomats, even one of the country's top spies. These men are accused of some of the most sadistic child sexual abuse imaginable on hundreds of victims, some as young as 8.
Nick was not interviewed on 60 Minutes, but...
Yeah, and this is where it gets great. So Ross Coulthart just said all of that based on a totally garbage source that was out for profit. He was out for money and would later be charged with an offense himself against children. Interesting. And this, again, has parallels to Ross Coulthart's big alien bluff. Ross Coulthart learned through this story that he could just say anything, not back it up, and he would get huge ratings for it, and he would just deal with the consequences later. And one might ask themselves, why would you accuse, and by the way, they named people in this report. They named a whole bunch of people in England as being, let's just say, problems with children. I'm trying to avoid saying the P word as much as possible because they say it in this video a bunch of times. Apparently, the YouTube algo does not like that. So this is what we get. We get, as if I needed more confirmation that Ross Coulthart was a garbage peddler. Before he was peddling garbage UFO and alien stories, he was peddling this.
His evidence provided vital support for that remarkable claim. Tonight, we're going to examine that 60 Minutes story, which reported astonishing allegations with very little skepticism or doubt. The 60 Minutes report was built on a number of witnesses whose evidence is now disputed or discredited. In addition, the investigative website Exaro News, on whose work 60 Minutes relied, was severely criticised and then shut down. And Exaro's editor-in-chief, Mark Watts, who made similar claims to Coulthart on Russia Today, lost his job.
This is undoubtedly the biggest political scandal in post-war Britain.
Watts and Exaro claim to have arranged 60 Minutes key interviews, one of whom is known only as Darren, who told 60 Minutes that, like Nick, he'd been abused in an apartment in London's Dolphin Square by VIPs, including one of Britain's best-known politicians.
One of the most powerful.
So the other person that was hyping this 100% fake story gets fired for hyping this story. And, you know, at some point, I think a journalist should be fired for doing something like this. You're going to name names and claim that people were doing horrible, terrible, disgusting, reprehensible things to children without sufficient evidence or proof to back up your claims, and then the claims themselves all fall apart shortly after you broadcast this salacious, scandalous piece that's sure to get huge views, right? And it makes me sad. Is that what we're, you know, is that the goal of a journalist? Well, just do whatever you have to do and get the huge monster views and then deal with the fallout later. The other guy who was hyping this story got fired.
All men in the land, Leon Britton should have been prosecuting pedophiles. Instead, according to Darren and other witnesses, he was one of them.
He likes boys to dress in women's underwear and then to be in a room alone and discover you in women's underwear and punish you for wearing the underwear.
A member of Margaret Thatcher's cabinet.
Yes.
Raping children.
Yes.
So, how credible were Darren's allegations? Well, it turned out they weren't. The police investigation into Dolphin Square, Operation Midland, whose lead officer had called Nick's claims credible and true, collapsed in March 2016 without bringing charges. An official inquiry then found police had made 43 errors and fallen for false claims of abuse.
Yeah, so they literally named someone in this report Ross Coulthart did as being a perpetrator of this. Great. I hope that he sued the balls off of News 7 and Ross Coulthart. I really hope that he did. And there's some mention that his wife got some sort of a settlement, I think, but after he died.
Following year, the Met paid £100,000 compensation to Leon Britton's widow. But Darren's credibility was demolished long before that by this Telegraph report published 2 months after 60 Minutes went to air, and by this BBC Panorama programme a month later, which investigated Darren's past and reported
he was convicted in the 1990s of making bomb hoaxes, and he's also falsely confessed to murder and rape. 2 years ago, he sent an email to a social worker saying, "Leon Britton never abused me or anyone I know. So why name the poor man?"
And these are things that a real or credible, especially investigative journalist, would have been able to find. So what happened here? Did Ross Coulthart not vet the person making these absolutely scandalous claims? I mean, these are very serious allegations. He just let that person on the show and just let him say these things. He didn't look into his background. And if he did, he would have found out that that was an incredibly problematic person to be accepting very, very serious allegations from just on face value with no evidence, proof, or backup of his claims.
More to the point, why rely on Darren's evidence? 60 Minutes would argue it could not have known about his history, but there were alarm bells ringing. In June 2015, for example, in the week that 60 Minutes interviewed him, it was evident from Darren's own tweets on an account set up for him by Exaro that he thought police did not believe him.
No one is actually investigating allegations of torture and abuse at Dolphin Square. Police think I'm lying still, it's clear. I've never actually been told by anyone in the police the words, "I believe you."
And a little bit of digging by 60 Minutes or Exaro might also have revealed that police and social services had apparently branded Darren as mentally ill.
Yeah, so this person is branded as mentally ill. And again, the level of irresponsibility here on the part of Ross Coulthart is absolutely despicable, in my opinion. Like, you're going to let somebody sit there and make these claims and you didn't even look into their background? Because if you did, you would have found out that this person had been labeled as mentally ill.
He falsely declared me as suffering from a delusional, paranoid mental health disorder. I'm still waiting for an apology from the police and from social services for falsely declaring me as mentally ill.
Other tweets by Darren in early 2015 might also have raised the alarm.
I am just so terrified of all police now after witnessing one kill a girl in an abuse ritual as a child.
Yeah, that's something I would call a red flag. If I was going to use this person as a source making these kind of allegations and I saw he tweeted this, I would cut and run from that person, despite all the rest of the things that Ross Coulthart could have done to vet the source. He didn't vet anything. Just, oh, it sounds great. This will get a lot of views. Sit on in here. Come on in. Tell your stories. Sound familiar? A lot like what he's doing now, right?
And there was more. 5 months before 60 Minutes went to air, Darren made the extraordinary claim to Exaro that he had helped a VIP pedophile torture and kill a boy with Down syndrome by tying him to two vehicles and driving them apart. But, setting aside warnings that 60 Minutes might have noticed, Ross Coulthart promised at the end of his report,
"We'll be sure to keep you updated on the progress of the police investigation."
Yet in 2.5 years, they have not done so.
Yeah, and isn't it great? This over-promising and under-delivering. Oh, we'll keep you informed of the ongoing investigation. And then they never did anything because the whole story fell apart right after broadcast, right? The entire story fell apart. This is just like his big alien bluff, you know, where he told everybody we have conclusive proof of alien technology. And now everybody's like, well, where's the proof? Where's the analysis? Excuses. By the way, Gary Nolan gave a whole bunch of excuses on Chrissy Newton's Circle Jerk show when she interviewed him. And we're going to cover that tomorrow night because I love watching these UFO grifters squirm. And boy, did Gary Nolan squirm when he was getting the circle jerk from Chrissy Newton. All right.
Even though Operation Midland collapsed, no charges were laid, compensation was paid to Lady Britain, and in 2017, Darren was charged with making false statements to the police that he'd been shot at, charges which were later dropped. And even though 60 Minutes had promised...
Without question, the biggest political scandal Britain has ever faced will be exposed tonight.
But the concerns did not stop there. The second key witness of 60 Minutes was Richard Kerr, another alleged victim of the VIP pedophile ring.
Today, Richard Kerr is bringing us back to the place where he was taken to meet the men who ruled the country.
Yeah, and here we're going to see Ross Coulthart purposefully manipulating the story to make the story better. Does that sound familiar too? Kind of like lying and claiming Michio Kaku is going to confirm conclusive proof of alien technology, right? He manipulates the stories to make them more salacious, more controversial, more clickbaity. That's the only word I could think of, so that they sell.
So how do his claims stack up today? Well, there's no doubt Kerr was sexually abused as a child, but there are doubts about his story in relation to Dolphin Square, especially as told by 60 Minutes.
Richard was brought here to have sex with politicians and other high-ranking members of the British establishment, including members of the House of Lords.
Are any of them still in the Parliament?
Yeah. Older, very old. Lords.
In reconstructing his story, 60 Minutes placed a young Kerr in the back of a chauffeur-driven Bentley and hired a boy who looked 10 or 11 years old to play his part. But only 3 months earlier, Kerr had told Britain's Channel 4 News in relation to his age...
I could have been 16, 15, 17.
So why did 60 Minutes mislead its audience by portraying him as so much younger? And how credible was Kerr's evidence on Dolphin Square? Last year, Kerr's time at Kincora Boys' Home in Belfast was examined by Northern Ireland's Historical Institutional Abuse Inquiry, which concluded
there is no evidence to support his claim that he was trafficked to London aged 17.
Yeah, so
the inquiry also noted...
So Ross Coulthart, in order to sell the story and make it more shocking, they get an actor that looks like he's 9 or 10 years old to play him, you know, getting driven to the abusers, when he clearly stated he was 16 or 17 when the so-called abuse or alleged abuse took place. This is purposeful manipulation. He's manipulating the story and using, hey, deceptive practices to make the story better. Does this sound familiar? It sounds very familiar to me because we've seen this in his Alien Big Bluff story. We've seen this already from Ross Coulthart. This is how he manipulates the audience.
In relation to several other claims that Kerr had made.
Having carefully examined all the material available to us, we are satisfied that his more recent accounts are not to be relied upon.
Kerr hotly disputes that verdict on his credibility, as does 60 Minutes. But it's worth noting that in an affidavit sworn in relation to the inquiry in February 2015, 4 months before his 60 Minutes interview, Kerr made no mention of Dolphin Square. So, how reasonable was it at the time to treat Richard and Darren's claims as fact rather than allegations that needed to be tested? Back in 2014, when the VIP paedophile ring story first came to light and Operation Midland began, an acclaimed UK legal blogger, Matthew Scott, commented,
Nick's allegations about a pedophile and murder ring in high places, if true, are both astonishing and horrific. Aside perhaps from the mad court of dictators like Mao or Ceausescu, it is impossible to think of any modern precedent for such a thing. It would mean that for year after year, senior politicians and other public figures cast aside morality, threw caution to the winds, and, aided and abetted by others, including a doctor, kept a group of teenage and younger boys as their sexual playthings, confident in the belief that nobody would expose them. For some reason, some of them also chose to murder 2 or 3 of these boys in front of witnesses.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's so unlikely that this is true that you would think as a journalist, you would want to cover your bases. You would want to be sure that you had overwhelming evidence that this is true, because these are absolutely fantastical claims. But not only did Ross Coulthart not have overwhelming evidence that all these allegations were true, he had almost no evidence, the word of a few nutters, right? So it's like a carefully constructed fake story, a lot like he's doing now with his carefully constructed fake alien stories.
The reasons to doubt the existence of such a ring are legion.
They were indeed, yet little or no doubt was expressed by 60 Minutes or Ross Coulthart, who told one British MP, Zach Goldsmith,
if it's true, and the evidence suggests that it is, this is, isn't it, the biggest political scandal in British history?
I think that's right.
But the lurid allegations of murder, rape and torture by a VIP pedophile ring were not true, or at least police found no evidence to support them, and there was no scandal. So, what do 60 Minutes and Ross Coulthart have to say?
Yeah, and of course, remember, it's important that we remember, friends, that in the Alien Big Bluff, he blamed News 7, right? He did not take responsibility for literally lying to audiences to get them to click on his garbage peddled stories, right? He literally lied. And then when called out ever on this situation, he blamed them. He blamed News 7. They're the ones who did the promos, right? And oh yeah, those promos were a little sensational. And I call bull on that, because he had to record a voiceover saying all those lies. It's very simple. When they hand him the copy and he reads it and realizes this is all lies, we don't have conclusive proof of anything, then a real moral and ethical person would have simply refused to read that and be used to lie to people. But he didn't. He read the copy that now he's going to claim somebody else wrote for him. I think that he did all of that. I think he wrote the promo. I think he sat there directing the promo to be that deceptive. And I'm entitled to speculation and informed opinion because look at his history here. This is what he does. He manipulates people, places, events, information sources, careful editing, right? And the lie by omission, right? Like, oh, this person says that high-ranking English officials, right? Even up to including members of Margaret Thatcher's cabinet were involved in this child-related ring, right? We have proof. This guy says it, and you just leave out the part that would seem to indicate that the person you're using for a source is a total nutter, liar, grifter, problematic source, right? Same thing, same MO. And apparently Ross Coulthart has not learned his lesson because he literally gets fired, gets his contract not reviewed. By the way, that happened just a few weeks after this Media Watch report came out about how fake that story was. So whose fault was that story? Was it 60 Minutes Australia, or was all of the responsibility for that completely fake, nonsensical, scandalous story here, was that the fault of Ross Coulthart? They fired him. Didn't renew his contract. It was his fault. He stood there on a camera, right? And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't stand there on a camera on a show that's going to be watched by millions and millions and millions of people if I wasn't damn sure about all those allegations and damn sure that this story I'm telling, this absolutely fantasy land story, is true. He didn't do that. So who can he blame for this one? He blamed News 7 for the alien bluff, right? For those promos being so sensational. He blamed them. Does he blame 60 Minutes Australia for this story being completely and totally fake, made up, deceptive, and manipulated to sell it? Does he blame 60 Minutes Australia? Or does he take responsibility for doing a piss poor job? There are high school newspaper writers that could have done a better job on a story than him. You don't accept absolutely fantastical claims like this and make absolutely reprehensible allegations against members of the public unless you have overwhelming evidence. And he didn't. But we get some excuses. And of course, these excuses from 60 Minutes Australia come out shortly after Media Watch's report and before they let go or refuse to renew the contract of one Ross Coulthart.
Well, they declined to answer 16 detailed questions about their report, but replied with this general statement.
Nine has major concerns that there are both fundamental misrepresentations and false assumptions at the heart of Media Watch's inquiries into this story. Contrary to your false assertions, Nick was not a source or a key witness for our story in any way whatsoever, and no allegation in our story came from him.
Well, we say again, without Nick, there would have been no Operation Midland, and police would never have described the VIP pedophile story as credible and true.
Yeah, and also the other sources that they did use, apparently, that are, obvious that they use these other two sources that are incredibly problematic, deceptive, and manipulated to construct this narrative.
60 Minutes also says it did not just rely on Exaro News, and it tested allegations with police wherever it could.
We made extensive inquiries and believe the story was an important and newsworthy one. We note also that the investigations are by no means over. Many of the allegations raised by these witnesses are still under investigation by the ongoing IICSA, the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse.
That's not a law enforcement agency. That's a nonprofit organization that helps victims of abuse. So the police all dropped their investigations into every allegation they raised in the story.
Now, we're not suggesting for a moment this story should not have been reported, but we are concerned about the manner in which it was done, acting as judge and jury without presenting sufficient challenge to the claims. In our view, this was not 60 Minutes or Ross Coulthart's finest hour, and we believe it's time they updated their audience to tell them that the story has fallen apart.
Yeah, so there we have it. The story fell apart. So now we get to really just questions that I have. Questions that I have for you UFO believer people that like to attack me, right? You people that like to throw shade on me on Twitter because we covered Ross Coulthart purposefully manipulating a story to sell it, right? Those people defended him and said, just like Ross Coulthart, well, it was his job and they pumped up those promos. It was their fault. Great. So we'll give him the one, right? We'll say the Alien Bluff story wasn't his fault. What about this one, which is so much worse of a what kind of a reprehensible human being throws out those kind of allegations about very well-respected men in another country, in England? What kind of a man stands there in front of cameras and says, this will be the biggest scandal to ever hit the world of English politics ever, when he's got garbage for sources? He had garbage people feeding him fake stories. And was his discernment so bad and his research skills so bad that he could not vet the people telling him these things? Or did he rush to sell this scandalous story because he would profit from it, right? Or did he, as Charlie Weiser suggested, work hard his whole life to get the big gig, right? You finally get that big 60 Minutes gig and you need a big story. You need a big story to stay on top. And he overreached and underdelivered. I know I have been tempted to go too far myself, I suppose. We all can, in that rush to get views, right? I want to report a story as true and accurate, but I also want to report stories that are going to get views. So I can see how the temptation is there. The temptation is always there to perhaps this is why I understand. I understand how some of these people can get into this, right? It's like, we got to get numbers or we're dead in the water here, right? I feel that pressure sometimes myself, but then I just think I'm not going to do anything slimy. But apparently some people's line of slimy is way different than others, right? Maybe it is shades of gray. And there are many, many things that I just wouldn't do that many other people are fine with doing. And let's circle back to the UFO circle jerkers, right? Like Project Unity, UFO circle jerker. By the way, there was a whole thread here, right? Oh, deleted tweets. I'm going to share my screen here. And this is a public Twitter thread. Ross Coulthart, he posts something, of course, about aliens or UFOs. I can't read it because Ross Coulthart blocked me because he doesn't like me asking questions when he gets caught selling provably fake stories and being deceptive, manipulating YouTube and the whole world to click on his garbage pieces. So, of course, I'm blocked because he's a pussy. There, I said it. Ross Coulthart, for an Australian man. I know a bunch of Australian men, and they're like strapping, manly men, like Texans over here in the United States, right? They're like real manly men. But Ross Coulthart is the biggest pussy I've ever come across from Australia. Show me on the internet, or show me on this dial, Ross Coulthart, where Stephen Cambion hurt you on Twitter by asking questions. You intellectual weakling, coward, and pussy. So we've got Recon Strange podcast. It says, Ross, please leave ufology. It's in my not so humble, extremely valuable and important opinion. You have no interest here other than selling unvetted stories to those who think your accent equals credibility. You've been a disappointment. Truth. And of course, we get the Project Unity guy, the circle jerker. How many times have you interviewed Ross Coulthart, Project Unity? How many times have you done the circle jerk, helping him sell this garbage? And how do you feel knowing that he was selling garbage before he ever got to the land of UFOs to sell garbage? Right? Do you feel any differently now? What a load of bullocks. Ross has done more than most, and that definitely includes you. Somebody deleted a tweet. I don't know who did that. Then he says, I've known Ross longer than I've known you, and I back up my friends when they're being needlessly attacked. Not only has Ross been incredibly good to me as a friend, he's legitimately interested in the subject and has garnered incredible contacts and helped push this forward. What is he pushing forward? The line to throw money in his pockets, Project Unity? You dummy. You dummy. What is he moving forward? He put out a book, by the way. He put out a book that was filled with anonymous sources, and trust me, bro, a source told me. Now, knowing what I know about how many times he has sold provably fake, 100% provably fake stories, I completely understand how he ended up in the world of UFOs. He thought he came out with a book and got a big shot of money from you stupid people like Project Unity, who believe anything because it's in a book, it must be true. Go through his book. Show me evidence. Show me proof. Or is it more, trust me, dude, a source told me, and anonymous sources? And the problem that Ross Coulthart is going to experience is that even the believers get tired of believing the bull. And at some point, they want you to put up evidence. But based on his just doing the over-promising and under-delivering with, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And did he mean this man, Michio Kaku, like he showed in the promos? No, I think he meant this man, Gary Nolan, you know, the guy that's having 3 alien experiences, and he's playing with the ball shavings for months now, and he can't get an analysis. And by the way, we're going to talk about that analysis in full detail tomorrow. And I've got some great sources that are going to tell us how long would it take to determine if something was metal from Earth or metal from another solar system. And it would take no time at all. So Gary Nolan, with all of his excuses, ridiculous. Recon Strange, your answer here is precisely the issue that most of us have come to hate about the field. Do you think it's okay for you to admit that his friendship to you is driving factor in your decisions in respect to his contributions to ufology? WTF are you thinking? He says that's not the case. The driving factor in my support of him is his capability and passion. What capability, Project Unity, you dummy? His capability to sell fake stories? He's got an incredible capability to sell 100% provably fake stories. And you interview him all the time. You are one of his circle jerkers. Do you give him a reach around to do the circle jerk? Or how does this jerk thing work, right? Because he comes on your show, gets you huge views, and all you have to do is pretend that he's not a slime ball, bottom-feeding, garbage-peddling idiot. That's what you have to do, Project Unity. You have to pretend that this guy is a good person. doing good work. And of course, I have to chime in and say, do you support him lying to everyone? Oh, you do, because you didn't call him on his BS. Instead, you helped him sell 100% fake stories. Great job helping him make money selling 100% fake stuff. Awesome. And by the way, Project Unity interviewed him at the time of the big bluff. And he didn't do the credible thing. He didn't do the moral or ethical thing and say even, hey, Ross, maybe you went too far with these promos promising, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology. All confirmed by this man, unquote. No, he sat there, gave him a reach around, did the dirty deed that he needed to do to get him to come on his show, and he helped him sell that clickbait garbage piece. So Project Unity, you're in on it. You're in on the scam. Congratulations, Project Unity. You helped him scam everybody out of monetized views for a 100% provably fake story. Great job, Project Unity. And of course, ask me about Ross Coulthart's ball shavings. This is one of my favorite memes out of this whole story. I'm going to save that one. I have a folder of memes surrounding some of the stories, right? And then Spooky posts the article and the piece we shared tonight, 60 Minutes investigation from Media Watch, and says awkward. So what's Project Unity going to do now? Are you going to help him sell more fake nonsense? Is that what we're going to do? Project Unity is complicit in a scam. Project Unity helped him promote the scam. Project Unity is part of the problem, just like Chrissy Newton, Ryan Sprague, and others are part of the problem, right? Go do that circle jerk, right? Get those views. All you have to do is sit there like a dummy and pretend that these people are credible. Pretend that these people have real and accurate information. They don't, but if you just pretend that they do, don't do any vetting or research of your own, and let them sell provably fake stories, then you get the views and you make money too. Congratulations to all of you circle jerkers, you Chrissy Newtons, Ryan Sprague, Project Unity, calling all beings. Congratulations. You're doing a great job helping scammers infuse this entire subject with laughable, provably fake information, disinformation, and garbage. Congratulations to all of you. I hope you're all making a lot of money helping make this whole subject worthy of ridicule because of idiots and scammy, slimeball, bottom-feeding, quote, journalists like Ross Coulthart. Congratulations, too, especially to Chrissy Newton. Chrissy is on that Somewhere in the Skies podcast with Ryan Sprague, right? And Ryan doesn't want to talk about the time that he deleted my post about the pedo paranormal program director that he worked with and for. I don't know if Chrissy worked with Ryan at the time on Somewhere in the Skies when they were on KGRA, but no, they had to delete that because they don't want people to know that Ryan Sprague does not want anybody to know that he was one of those show hosts that didn't care about that guy, right? But I'm the bad guy here. Because what? Why? Because I expect you to do your job and don't let people peddle garbage. Don't let people shovel garbage into the UFO community. Don't let people fill this whole thing with fake, false, and disinformation. I'm the bad guy because I would prefer that show hosts do at least a decent job of vetting people, vetting their claims, requesting information, right? Now we've got well, it's great. We've got promo bots in the Twitch chat, I just noticed. So what we get now from this examination of Ross Coulthart's history is we get a real education. Now we know. Now I know why Ross Coulthart came into the world of UFOs. Because he was a disgraced shit peddler. He was totally disgraced by that situation. He lost all credibility in the world of, let's just call it, real or traditional investigative journalism. And he was screwed. They didn't renew his contract. And who's going to give this guy a job as a real or credible investigative journalist after he just got caught pushing that bunch of garbage? Who's going to give him a job after they see that he was willing to throw all those men in England, throw all their reputations in the trash, drag those people all through the mud so that he could make money selling a story? Who's going to give him work? Nobody. But apparently somebody did. And that somebody was News 7 Australia, which is sort of like the more fantastical, clickbaity garbage, I'm told, channel in Australia. And Ross Coulthart came out with a book, which is largely based on this. Trust me, dude. A high-ranking government insider told me. Trust me, dude. An anonymous source I can't name because they're afraid to lose their clearances told me this. It's his book is garbage. He is a garbage peddling, bottom feeding shit peddler. So congratulations. Did all of you UFO circle jerkers who've been interviewing him for years now, did all of you know that he got caught doing that? Because not one of you asked him about that. I would think that a man coming on your show making all kinds of fantastical claims like these Wilson David documents, they're real. The government has crash-retrieved alien technology. I know because people told me. If somebody's coming on your show making claims that fantastical, that the government's covering up recovered alien spacecraft, maybe, just maybe, it would be a good idea to look into that guy's history to see if he's credible. And not one person in the whole land of the UFO circle jerkers showed you what we showed you tonight, that this man is not to be trusted. He's not credible. He is a garbage peddler. And it doesn't matter if he's peddling UFO garbage or pedo garbage stories, right? I'm surprised there wasn't adrenochrome and gay frogs in that story he was pushing. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth about who this man is? Why? I know why. They have not showed you the truth because they're in on the scam. And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. It's a big club, and I ain't in it. So all of these UFO circle jerkers, and literally every single show in the UFO community who interviewed Ross Coulthart didn't show you what we showed you tonight, because that would be a violation of this unwritten agreement between the UFO celebrities peddling the garbage and the facilitators and the enablers that help them advertise it. And that unwritten agreement is, don't ask me about any of the dirt in my background. Don't ask me if I have real proof or evidence. Don't, just let me talk and sell my garbage. And then you'll get views and I'll get a ton more views because I'll do, you know, all these podcasts to promote my garbage. And what about this partner of his? What is it, Bruce Zybel or whatever? Did you know that you were doing a show with a garbage peddling, disgraced man who was willing to throw all those people's reputation in the trash? Why? Because he was too lazy to actually do any actual investigative work, to vet the sources, to see if those people were telling him the truth or probably making up stories. But it's clear now to see why Ross Coulthart jumped headfirst into the UFO community. Because after being completely and totally disgraced as a real investigative journalist, he had nowhere else to go where he could make the same money as he was making before. But then he figured out an out. All you have to do is overpromise, underdeliver, do the Cosmic Con shuffle. Promise people proof of, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man, right? Then you get a Stanford scientist that's willing to use Stanford University equipment, labs, personnel, students to work with him for you, Ross Coulthart, to sell a provably fake story. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Tomorrow, we're going to go into more details about this. But I will just briefly say that now that Ross Coulthart and Gary P. Nolan have been caught red-handed selling a provably fake story. Provably fake. Now that they've been caught and there's no conclusive proof of alien technology, and it's months and months and months and months after that piece aired where they got all those monetized views and then had to take it down because it was such lies. Now that they've been caught selling provably fake story, thanks to our reporting mostly, now that they've been caught red-handed, Gary Nolan is making all kinds of excuses about why he can't just release the results of the ball shavings analysis. He needs many data points. No. If somebody's claiming that's alien technology, Gary Nolan, you're supposed to be an educated college professor. Are you an idiot? Do you know anything about materials analysis? I don't think he does. He's an immunologist. Friends, if someone has a metal sample that they're claiming is alien technology, it's very, very simple to prove whether it's alien or not. You put it in a mass spectrometer, one capable of viewing isotopic ratios of elemental materials. Now, it's a very expensive machine, but I bet you at Stanford University, they've got 20 of those machines. You put the sample in that machine, you get a report, and then it will tell you what elements are in that metal sample, whether it's aluminum, zinc, magnesium, silver, gold, whatever made up copper, whatever made up the material. The mass spectrometer will tell you what the elements in that sample are. And further, a mass spectrometer capable of isotopic ratio analysis will show you the isotopes. And if you get that report and the isotopic ratios match earthly, aluminum, copper, silver, right? You will know instantly that's earthly metals, because aluminum, all elements created outside of our solar system would have a different isotopic ratio, which would be a key and total, game over indicator that that metal came from another star system. Do you know how quickly and easily any qualified scientist could perform that analysis? In a few hours, maximum a few hours. So Gary Nolan is talking about, well, we need 50 data points because it might be alien, and I need 50 different tests to show you whether it's alien or not. No, he's lying. He is lying. You need one test. One test will determine whether metal is of alien origin or came from outside our earthly solar system or not. The test could be performed in an hour or less by somebody that's not an intellectual weakling. They could have done that test before they put the piece out. Do you think maybe there's a reason that nobody gets to see the ball shavings analysis? The reason is then it'll come to the big letdown. All of this promises of proof, of conclusive proof of alien technology will all come crashing down the moment they release a mass spectrometer analysis with isotopic ratios included. The moment that they release that, everyone will know that they were full of shit. That's why they won't release it. And by the way, I will offer to pay a qualified materials analysis lab to do the ball shavings analysis. I'll pay for it out of my own pocket. But if it turns out to be normal earthly metals, Ross Coulthart has to give me my money back, because I'm not the one claiming that's an alien metal ball. He is. And his bullshit sources are. I'll put the money up. And if it turns out to be alien metals, I will apologize. But the fact that it's a 50-pound ball, it's not alien metals. And all of the fakery and fraudery that they use to sell that story, including cutting and pasting stuff from recreations of the ball moving. The ball never moved in the presence of Ross, but he needed to sell that story, so he lied and pretended it did. He is a garbage peddling, hoax promoting huckster. And Gary Nolan is a very educated man. He knows that he can prove in an hour or not whether that metal came from another star system or it's just normal earthly metals. He wants many, many data points so he can still try to finagle and somehow argue it may be alien. That's my personal opinion and speculation, right? And the porn bots have arrived, I guess. All right, so we're going to take some comments and questions from the live chat, and I apologize, get a little heated tonight. This is like, feels like old times, right? Here's what we're going to do. I am going to also, we have to check in with the super chats. We haven't done that tonight. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to remind you how it is that you can help the show. We're a viewer-supported show, and unlike the UFO circle jerk crowd that gets paid to lie to you, we get paid to tell you the truth, and we're proud of that. And but we are a viewer-supported show, and that means that viewers who value a show host and a journalist that will tell you the truth versus one that would lie to you, you know, and I got to say this, you know, if you're looking for fairy tale land, this is not the show for you. Go listen to Linda Moulton Hale or Jimmy Church or Project Unity or Calling All Beings or some of these other bullshit hucksters. You know, if you just want to hear stories, alien stories, you know, I could read you from some science fiction books I got, but I'm not going to claim that they're true stories like all of these people who are defrauding you. They are selling you lies. And I am sad for people who want so badly to believe that these things are all true that they will set aside their discernment. They will set aside all logic and reason, right? In order to believe that a garbage peddler like Ross Coulthart is telling you the truth. This man has been caught multiple times now lying through his teeth to sell a story. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So we're going to remind you how you can help or support the show. And when we return, we're going to read all the super chats. We read every single super chat. We'll read every PayPal donation, Cash App, whatever. Anybody throwing a couple of bucks in our hat, we thank and support you. Read your super chat. If you send it through PayPal, please be sure to add a note and anything you want us to shout out on the show, and we will do. We're a viewer-supported show, and we appreciate all the kindness, generosity, and support of all of you. Here's how you can help us continue the journey. And so we're back, and we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. John P. Adventures is here and says, don't apologize. Thank yourself. Patty Wilhelm is here. Welcome, Patty. Good to see you. Who says, forget Linda Moulton Howe. Watch Star Trek. It's closer to the truth. I agree. Mr. Ian is here, mentioning that the porn bots are here. Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. Doe Ray says any university lab with ICP-MS will run the test for a few $100 max. I don't know the specific machine, but I know that any mass spectrometer that can do isotopic ratios will tell you whether a metal sample is earthly or not. Interesting that Gary Nolan, who apparently is in charge of multi-million-dollar budget and millions of dollars, and he's in charge of multi-million-dollar laboratories, doesn't know that. He knows that. It's part of the con, right? Azens is here and says, hey, Steve Cambion, good to see you. Hope all is well. Sad. Colthart was not only negligent, but we need to question his intelligence. He interviewed and worked closely with this guy and couldn't tell. Yeah. Matt81 says he works for media, new networks. Of course, he's peddling BS. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I don't trust anybody that works for mainstream media sources. I don't. And I'm just checking in with all the live streams. I see a few people over there on the different streams. I try to check in sometime during the live broadcast, especially to the ones, for those unaware, most of the locations we stream to aggregate the comments. So if you leave a comment, it will go into my chat and I will still see it. However, Odyssey and Rumble, I don't see. So I like to check in with them. We see 3 or 5 people were over on Twitch. Welcome our Twitch viewers. We check in with Rumble and Odyssey as well. A couple people over on Odyssey. And some people have asked about the Rumble channel. I had said that our Rumble channel would soon have every Truth Seeker show. However, it would appear that will happen, but I don't know when it's going to finish. It's only back to June of 2022, and there's hundreds of shows for it still to import. Every time I check in with it, it seems like there is a few more of the shows imported. So just have patience. If you're looking for a total archive of the show, the best place would be YouTube. The second best place would be Odyssey. Rumble will get there eventually. I think they're slowly importing all 750 of our Truth Seekers shows. And yeah, so it'll be there eventually. Any comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Matt81 says, I downloaded Discord. I have no clue how it works. I'm not into tech and media. YouTube is the only thing I use. Discord is very simple. It's like a modern chat room. Modern chat room. And Doe Ray is here. Welcome, Doe Ray. Says, I attended an X conference in DC back in the late 2000s, and Jaime Maussan almost got in a fist fight on stage when another researcher called him out. No joke. Oh, I would love to see video of that. I need to see video of that. Spooky says, Spooky needs $10 million and a plot of land. Well, can't help you, but I know somebody that's got some land. If you ever need a place to live, you'll never be homeless, right? You might be out in the middle of nowhere, but you'll never be homeless, Spooky. And I think it would be awesome if Spooky, once I get that new studio going, comes and lives there for summer or something. If that's at all possible, that would be fun. Yeah, I'll get you an airplane ticket. Better bring warm clothes unless it's summer. Yeah. Luis Caetano is here and just joined our Discord as well. I just noticed, Luis, that one of your videos on Bob Lazar came across my feed, but I haven't watched it yet, but I'm going to. I'm glad to see that you are still doing work on that. Matt81 says, Steve, I'm curious, what UFO case do you think are legitimate? I know you have an interest in ufology like myself. What cases do you think are realistic? Well, I think that if I had to choose one case that I think has the most evidence, it would be Roswell. There's just so much material on Roswell. So many people saw strange things, including bodies. I just can't imagine that all those people are lying. I can't imagine that all of that can't be. There's got to be some basis in facts. Why are people on their deathbeds telling their children they saw little alien bodies at Roswell in 1947 and more? I always mention that book, Children of Roswell, and it's by Tom Carey and Don Schmidt. I think it's a great book. And I'm sure there's other cases. I do like the Black Triangle flap, and I like the Phoenix Lights. I'd love to know what the Phoenix Lights was. Pascagoula. I used to really think that Betty and Barney Hill might have been a real event, as well as Travis Walton, but Travis Walton not so much recently, right? And I'm sure there's many, many more cases. Unfortunately, in this thing, what we get is we get tantalizing maybe proof. We get tantalizing could be evidence, right? But we don't generally get really good evidence. And that's a problem, right? That's a problem for me. I wish that there was more meat on the bones on a whole lot of these stories, but it doesn't seem like there is. It seems like they routinely give us tantalizing maybe evidence. Tantalizing could be proof, right? And I heard UFO Jesus is now talking about the smoking gun evidence, and he's talking about, let's see, Virginia, and how Virginia, somebody was on his show saying that, it just might be James Fox that's going to bring us this smoking gun evidence. People are posting videos of somebody talking about they saw that alien footage. Where's it at? Where's it at? Let's see it, right? Let's see it. Let's analyze it. Or was that just hype and garbage to sell a fake story in a documentary? I know what I believe. It would appear that there is no film, there is no video, there is no smoking gun evidence. But that hasn't stopped James Fox from using all of that hype and nonsense to help him sell his stories, right? It's unfortunate. All right, any more questions or comments for me? John P. Adventure says you should do some close-ups when you're getting more involved in exposing these hoaxers. I just gave you an idea. Cheers. We're going to call that the angry cam. Like every time I get pissed off, we'll come in real tight and I can yell and scream at people. Since quitting drinking, I haven't really yelled and screamed on the show, and I'm proud of that. I'm much more in control of my emotions than I used to be while daily drinking, right? Space Exposure says there was never any alien footage associated with Virginia case in the beginning. No. Stories of that just happened to come out right when some guy was selling a documentary. Isn't that convenient? Yeah. Some may call that too convenient. I know I would call that too convenient, right? Newest storyteller, Alan Levine, claims he was part of APRO and an experiencer. Never stops. Yeah, I guess there is a never-ending hunger for the stories, though, right? It would appear that there is a never-ending hunger for the stories. And you're right, it never ends. That and the recycling of old stories. This Virginia case is from 1996. Nobody proved it was true then, and nobody can prove it's a real story now. But we're all just supposed to buy the DVD, right? Buy the documentary. I think I can't remember what I paid for it, but whatever I paid for it, somebody needs to pay me back. James Fox owes me some money. He definitely owes. And I want my money back. Yeah. So what can I say? Leah Prime is here. Welcome, Leah Prime. You can check out Invisible Night School, right? Footy Gangster says, you can yell at me if you want. I don't mind. Just saying. Just what I need. People to abuse, right? Brandy Phillips is here and says, show me the money. Yeah. Well, yeah, there is a photo that's an albino monkey that somebody is claiming was the Virginia alien photo or something. Just ridiculous. You know, picture of a white monkey. It's obviously a monkey. Either somebody photoshopped it to be more white. Remember, the alien was supposed to be brown too. Now it's white and looks just like a monkey. Yeah, I don't understand. Erica Lukes is on the Invisible Night School. That's nice. I tried to get her on my show. She's not answering her phone. Now I'm going to bust her balls. You're going on their show? I try to call you to come on my show. Yeah. So tomorrow night, we're going to be covering this Gary Nolan, Chrissy Newton circle jerk. Debrief Media. I'm going to have to dig into Debrief too and see more who is behind that, because it looks like a garbage peddling it's like a bunch of people who wanted to peddle fake garbage stories about UFOs got together and started the Debrief. Congratulations. Stephen would love to see you get David Paulides on my list. Paulides? I don't know how you say his name. But I have some of his stuff, and he's been on my list for quite some time, right? A lot of UFO grifters are willing to scream, show me the money, but never. I love black people. Oh, that's terrible, Luis Cantano. But, you know, it's terrible because it's likely right? You're right. Missing 411 guy. Yeah, I'm aware. And that's a story that I really do like. I have the book, and I've seen several different people do. I don't know, one was probably just a YouTube video, but people do stories on this missing 411, right? I think that's one story that is very strange and mysterious, and we've never covered it here. So I would love to interview him and talk to him and find out more. Some people seem to think that that story is not all that it is cracked up to be, and it's just a lot of careful manipulation of data sets to make it look more strange or mysterious. But this guy is a former police officer, I believe, an investigator, and he spent an awful lot of time digging into that, right? And I would love to interview him. Actually, I'm going to put it on my list right now, just so you guys know. I do value the input and opinion of the people in the live chat. Let me see here. I'm going to put that at the top of my list of people to send messages to for interview requests. If anybody else has any suggestions, please put it in all capital letters, and we would appreciate suggestions. I'm open to interview anybody interesting, right? Lewis is going to be on Strange Recon this week, but please watch Tins instead. It's at the same time. The Invisible Night School. The Todd Morden case with the policeman is interesting. The guy found dead on a coal pile. The triangle cases in the UK in the early 1990s and 2000s were interesting. I seen a giant V-shaped craft back in 2014. Well, that is very interesting, and actually, I'm interested in hearing and finding out more about that. I don't think I'm familiar with this Todd Morden case. It sounds vaguely familiar, though. Okay, so now is a good time for me to remind you that besides throwing money at us, one of the other ways that you can help is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really, really does help. If you're on whatever video platform you're on, please do subscribe to our channel. That means whether you're on Rumble or Odyssey or BitChute, please subscribe, or YouTube, subscribe to our channel so that you'll know when a new show is available and when you too can come here and take part in the live broadcasts. I just noticed Grant Cameron, who some people say had a major meltdown just the other day. He's on Fade to Bull with Jimmy Needs Church. Great. And yeah, I am aware. I got a bunch of messages from people saying, oh, look, he changed his format and he dropped commercials. Yeah, because 50% of his show was commercials and people weren't tuning in anymore. He finally figured out that people don't want to listen to people hawking coffee for 50 minutes out of a 2-hour show, right? Great. 1 second here. I'm just checking in with the other live streams. It looks like everything is open and all of the streams are working. Tonight is the first time that we have streamed live to 8 different locations. We're on 2 Facebook locations, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, DLive for the first time tonight. Welcome DLive, people, and Odyssey, all at the same time. Everything appears to be working. And also a good time for me to remind you, if you're listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. So go on over to YouTube and put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. You'll see me, the strange guy with sunglasses, pop up. Go to the channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping on YouTube. We want you to come here and be a part of the live broadcast, which eventually becomes the audio podcast. If you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you, but you're missing the live experience. And we want you to come here and be a part of the whole live event every time we do a live broadcast. Go on over to YouTube, Truth Seekers in the search bar. Go there. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and come here and be a part of our live chats. You are most welcome here. Also, if you're listening on one of the alt video platforms that we're now broadcasting to, including DLive, Odyssey, Rumble, or Twitch, please, you guys also come on over to YouTube. Again, Truth Seekers in the search bar. Look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go there, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We love and appreciate all you people on the alt platforms. It's great to see people at every location. It's awesome. I go to Facebook, there's viewers there. We go to YouTube, of course, there's viewers there, but we go to Twitch and Twitter, there's viewers there. Rumble, Odyssey, and DLive, viewers everywhere. And we're just so happy that all of you are tuning in wherever you choose to tune into. You are most welcome. Sandy Smith is here and says, David Pallades does missing people in national forests, but he did an investigation of Bigfoot's research, the Hoopa Project. Yeah, I've heard that. And many people have suggested that an explanation for why people are vanishing in national forests is because Bigfoot is kidnapping them. Yeah. B. Baker says, David Pallades is interesting. I like the missing 411 stuff. I like what I've seen of it, but I have not. Oh, Gaza, I remember. Matt was an ex-policeman. Yeah, we interviewed him. He was on the show twice. And he still tweets at me. He was tweeting at me constantly, but now just occasionally, which is much better. Don't tweet at me constantly, please. I don't have time for any of that stuff, right? Well, I don't have time for all of it anyway, right? All right, so any more questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Didn't police recently fess up to Bigfoot being the likely explanation? I don't think any police officers actually came out and said that was Bigfoot, right? And somebody asked earlier about my absence. I have some things going on, and I had work to do at the cabin and other things going on. And so we did a light week last week, just 2 shows. And going forward, we're going to do 3 or 4 shows a week. No more. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Mostly are financial. I have to do other things in order to, survive the universe. And therefore, I may not have quite as much time anymore. And also, there is stuff that I really have to finish at this cabin during this winter. I have to have that whole cabin done. And there's a bunch of stuff that my wife wants fixed or repaired or upgraded, and it's got to all be done before spring. Because when springtime rolls around, I don't want to be still having unfinished projects at one cabin while I work on building a new one. I want the first one to be everything done. And I mean everything. There's a lot of little stupid things that I have to do, like trim down the seams of the living room ceiling. There's a few outlets that stopped working that I wired. That's probably why they stopped working. I have to put a ceiling fan in the living room. I have a little bit of walls and a ceiling to finish in the bathroom. There's a few little things to finish up in the sunroom. I guess my point is that I'm a little overwhelmed. So last week I just went, I'm just taking it easy this week on the shows so that I can focus more on that. I have to go get, I thought I got everything, and then I realized I forgot a bunch of stuff. So I have to get some materials this week. I want to have everything I need to finish that entire cabin just piled up somewhere and just go at it. I have often done that, pile up a bunch of boards that go on the ceiling almost purposefully so that that's in the way. And then how do we get rid of this pile of crap here? We finish the job. So, we'll be doing Monday through Wednesday for sure every week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sometimes I will also do a Thursday show, and who knows if things are going well at the cabin and I accomplish something while I'm there, and at night, if I don't have much to do, I will do a broadcast from the cabin, right? Reload with kind and generous $5, and also a kind and generous member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Reload says, hit super chat button. How to debunk Area 51 in 3 sentences. That's a tough one. I would say lots of stories and disinformation, unproven stories and disinformation. That would be sentence 1. 0 credible or verifiable evidence of alien technology or biological beings at the base. That would be sentence 2. And number 3, a plot device used by UFO grifters and con artists to sell fake stories since it began. I don't know if that qualifies Reload, but that's my best attempt there. And I was assuming that you mean debunking the stories, all the stories of aliens, right? Mr. Ian says, the cabin in the woods live on Truth Seekers. Yeah, I try. I know people like it when I do that, but it seems kind of boring to me. I did a few shows from there. I got to go move into the living room and set up the cameras in there and get the living room set up. and I have camera mounts and a couple of things to hang up in there, and I have a big problem with the firewood this year, which I haven't talked about. But I filled the woodshed, but all the firewood is full size, and I thought it wouldn't be too much of a pain. This wood burner I have is not a huge wood burner, so you could put like one full-size piece of firewood in there, and then you got to put smaller pieces in, or maybe you could fit two if you're lucky. But then they sort of go out, and it doesn't burn well, so I got to cut most of the firewood in half. And I thought that was going to be easy, but it's a lot harder to cut a piece of firewood in half when it's this big and, you know, this wide. So I made a lot of sawdust this past weekend cutting firewood in half. I'm looking for a new wood burner. Not a new one. I've never bought a new anything. Oh boy. And just in time for the broadcast, we're going to share this. People are having a good time with our sort of roast, right, of Ross Coulthart and his fantastical claims that all turn out to be garbage. When your conclusive proof becomes a punchline. Yeah, it is a punchline. Their conclusive proof is a punchline now. Ross Coulthart is a clown. He is a joke. This man is a joke now. And that's unfortunate if he used to be a credible journalist before he started with the garbage peddling. So what can I say, friends? We're going to do also something new here, is that we're trying to keep the shows to 2 hours. And there's a reason for that, and that is because Daily Motion has a 2-hour time limit. And we're trying to expand to other video platforms. We're going to be, every day after the show, we're broadcasting live every night now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, DLive, and Odyssey. But every night after the show, I have to upload to BitChute, Brighteon, and now Daily Motion if we could keep the show in 2 hours. So we're going to try our best to do that. So I got to bounce on out of here, friends. We'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll be covering Gary Nolan's Circle Jerk by Chrissy Newton of The Debrief. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good.
And can I just say, you know, even though I'm not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times.
What you're seeing here is momentous.
You think that's alien technology?
Yes, I do. I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top.
We have new, conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
Tad over the top at times.
Is it possible to exceed the speed of light? The answer is yes.
The biggest discovery in human history.
Promos for our story were a tad over the top.
New evidence that has to be seen to be believed.
7 News Spotlight, Sunday on 7 and 7+.
Not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times.
I got scrapings off Jim's balls. 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 I got scrapings off Jim's balls.
I probably would be more cautious about in terms of how we present it is the sphere story, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
Frankly, whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
Whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that because that's a terrible danger.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
A lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology. We're not going to say that.
Alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that.
New, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. So things have gotten ridiculous out there in UFO land. Not that they weren't ridiculous before, but this circus has become an even bigger circus lately because now trained journalists, he's a journalist, people who were educated in the art of journalism, people who are professional journalists are now able to essentially lie to you to get you to click on their work. You know, I wish that I had a more eloquent or diplomatic way to say this, but I don't, so here goes. Ross Coulthart is full of it. There, I said it. Now, many of you are aware of my theories of what you have to do if you're perpetrating a cosmic con. And many of these UFO grifters and UFO profiteers all go by the same rules. And one of the rules of the cosmic con is you have to overpromise and underdeliver. After all, available real evidence is so scant, so tiny, so minuscule that you can't hype that up. It's not enough. You got to overpromise what you're bringing people, and then you will inevitably, and they all do this. Once they overpromise, they all inevitably underdeliver. Now, unlike a lot of rambling UFO show hosts, and by the way, I'm very pissed off right now because I watched this Ross Coulthart go on 2 separate podcasts, post this ridiculous nonsense, deceptively edited, false promise piece of nothing burger. He goes on 2 separate podcasts, and both of the clowns, there was a host on one of them, and on the other one, there was a panel of 3 people interviewing him. And that means we have 4 people that just sat there and didn't say anything when his promo, Ross Coulthart's promo for this piece, says, quote, "We have new conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology, and this scientist confirms it all." Cut to Michio Kaku, which, you know, this is the level of garbage that people think is just acceptable to put out. This level of garbage. And there's a reason that people do it. Because when you overpromise like this, I mean, talk about overpromising. Ross Coulthart in his promo is promising everyone, quote, "conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology, and this scientist confirms it all." And then we see a cut to Michio Kaku. But there's a huge problem with this. Michio Kaku didn't say any of that. He didn't confirm anything. There's no confirmation of any alien technology. And as we have seen from him trying to walk it back as early as today, the piece airs yesterday. Today, he's already making the rounds, trying to walk it all back, and he's blaming News 7 for this promo. Did anybody notice who's narrating the promo? I don't know how it works when you have bosses to answer to, but in my world, if I narrate over a promo to something, I am endorsing that narration. I am endorsing that statement that I wrote and then recorded and then placed over my video promo. So for him to now blame News 7 for they sensationalized it. He admits himself. Sensational. There's a difference. This is not sensationalism. This is pure deception. This is purely lying to the audience to get them to click on the video and watch it. And by the way, this is against YouTube's terms of service. According to YouTube's terms of service around deceptive practices, you could lose your entire YouTube channel for promoting something in this manner so deceptively. It's not a mistake. This is not, we got it wrong. This is not, the editor didn't follow my instructions. This is intentionally deceptively edited, cut right to Michio Kaku, right as this clown says, we have conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology, and this scientist confirms it all. Cut to Michio Kaku. In the actual video, Michio Kaku does his normal gig. What does he normally do? He speculates. Could we go faster than the speed of light? Yes, I believe that some laws of physics and exotic physics may make that possible. Wormhole technology, all these manner, it's all theoretical. That's not conclusive proof of or evidence of alien technology. Michio Kaku does not confirm anything. It's very deceptive the way that this was cut. And by the way, I always thought it was better to beg permission than ask, or excuse me, to beg forgiveness than ask permission sometimes. And I was in a rush today. So instead of using the normal promo, I stole it. I did. Stephen Greenstreet did the edit of that promo, adding Gonzo, which I think is very appropriate for this situation. This is the goddamn Muppets. This is a circus. The Muppets belong in this circus of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say about the rest of this. But unlike a lot of rambling show hosts who like to, essentially see what I'm doing and do the same show without the evidence, without the research, without any, actual work put into the show, we've done a little bit of work today. And I have some things to show you, because there's another part of the Cosmic Con rule system. All of them do this as well. I mentioned all of them overpromise and then underdeliver. There's another point to being a cosmic con that I have noticed a thread in common with all of these UFO hucksters, profiteers, liars, and fraudsters. And that is that they all try their best to conflate multiple stories or UFO mythologies in order that their system works. It's done purposefully. And in this circumstance, we do have the conflation of many stories. We have this steel sphere. By the way, when speaking about research, Ross Coulthart claimed this couldn't be like a ball bearing. Ross, did you do even the least little bit of research into whether that could be a ball bearing? Because today I contacted one of the largest ball bearing manufacturers in the United States. And they confirmed for me that they make a ball bearing about the same weight and size as this so-called maybe, let's call it maybe, alien sphere. And besides that, I once, this is totally strange, but years ago, I had a roommate before I was married, and he worked at a place called Messenger Bearings. You could look it up, Messenger Bearings in Philadelphia. And they made huge ball bearings. So for someone to suggest that this so-called alien sphere could not be a ball bearing, they don't know anything about ball bearings. They didn't do any research. They didn't call anybody. They didn't check. It's just this lie by omission that we keep talking about. It's a lie by omission. Let's just leave out the fact that we could have called a ball bearing manufacturer who would tell us, yeah, there's ball bearings that weight and size for large industrial uses. In fact, there are ball bearings the size of small houses. But don't let facts or evidence get in the way of a good fake alien story that you can sell. Now, back to the conflation of multiple stories. So he brings in this so-called, witness. And this is a huge problem because that witness, the guy with the alien ball, it turns out that he is a victim, apparently, of alien abduction himself. He's a huge believer in aliens. So maybe, just maybe, that guy has some confirmation bias, and this ball may be nothing but a guy who really believes in aliens and believes that he was abducted by aliens as well might say this is alien technology. And we get another part of the deception in his recent podcast appearances. This Ross says, yeah, I wouldn't have put those the ball moving, the recreations in the trailer. That was a little too much. So even in the trailer, they're showing you this ball move, and Ross himself, in a separate media appearance, is confirming that's a recreation. They don't have footage of the ball moving. Then, in another later podcast, Ross says, we did get footage of the ball moving. Well, where is it? Let's see it. We want to see the footage of the ball really moving from this so-called guy that has the alien ball. And back to the conflation of stories, though. There was a well-known story, the Betz sphere. It has been largely completely debunked for many, many years. The story goes back to the 70s. Oh, yeah, we found this ball, and it may be alien, and it moves on its own. Turns out in that situation, they had an old house with a stone floor that was completely uneven, and it took very little force to get that ball to start moving around on an uneven floor. Wasn't alien. Was later analyzed, normal earthly metals. So Ross bringing in this new person with a so-called Betz sphere or alien sphere is purposeful. It's to make it harder for people to look into this, look a little deeper, and see that Ross's entire story is likely bullshit. So, once you peel back these layers of deception, you see that this whole thing has been a carefully constructed illusion, deception, designed to make stupid people believe that this is all true. We've got alien technology. This scientist, famous scientist, Michio Kaku, you've seen him on TV. He confirms it's all true. He confirms it all? No, he doesn't. He doesn't confirm anything, but back to the conflation. So we've got the Betz sphere. We've got multiple stories of people with metal spheres around that same size that are supposed to be alien technology. But it gets even better, because there are some ridiculous, easily provable fake stories about alien spheres that are also getting conflated and pushed into this story and to Ross's release. Whether he's aware of it or not, somebody started distributing a materials analysis and claiming that it was from Ross, confirming that this could not have been made on Earth. This is how disinformation and misinformation propagates, because one person comes out with one BS story and another person with another BS story tries to glob on to the bigger fish. That's exactly what happened here, because we have, let's just say, less than credible paranormal researcher from England. This guy is something else. His name is Patrick Jackson, and he has a book about quantum paranormal. Yeah. And I interacted with this person today, and it's interesting because first this person, so here's what happens. This materials analysis gets out on Twitter. People start sharing it and saying, this is Gary Nolan's analysis. It's not. We have confirmed that with Gary Nolan today. This is not his analysis. He knows nothing about this. This turns out to be a completely and totally different story of a different so-called, quote, alien sphere, unquote. And in the conclusions to this materials analysis, and we'll get into who made this and where this fake alien sphere came from, it says the material of the sphere was made by an organization possessing a very high degree of technological sophistication, especially in the field of nanotechnology, and is probably beyond the manufacturing capabilities of earthly technology. Wow, sounds impressive. This couldn't have been made on Earth, right? Except, yes, it was. Even in this case, because, friends, all you have to do is put a sample into a mass spectrometer, and it will tell you, a good mass spectrometer, I'm told, will tell you the makeup, the elemental makeup of that material, and a little further study, the isotopic ratios of that material. So that would be the first test you do. And then you would say, okay, the isotopic ratios match Earth metals, not alien. But that's not what these people did with this analysis. No, they go on talking about all kinds of things that I don't believe that you can find out from a simple metal sample test. All right, so in this case, it's this person, Patrick Jackson, who is trying real hard to sell his book right now. You see how this works? Quantum Paranormal, a 21st analysis of the paranormal phenomenon. And who did the actual bio, or excuse me, who did the actual analysis that people are passing around saying it was Ross? It was Ross, or excuse me, saying it was Gary Nolan's analysis? Well, none other than Stephen Colbern, who you might remember from the film Patient 17. And wait to hear where they got this alien sphere from. As if Stephen Colbern being involved here. And by the way, in full disclosure, I interviewed him a long time ago and at first thought he was credible. I no longer believe that for a multitude of reasons that are beyond the scope of tonight's broadcast. It would take me an hour to explain why I don't believe Steve Colbern is credible when it comes to materials analysis. The quick version is almost anything people give him, he finds something unusual about it. And I kind of think that if you're really looking for something unusual, the more you dig into a piece of material, maybe you'll find something unusual. But in all the samples that he's analyzed, and remember, him and Roger Lear are pulling implants out of people, claiming they're alien for a decade, never proved it. Why couldn't they prove it if it was really alien materials? It's simple, friends, because the first test, a mass spectrometer test with isotopic ratios, will show you this is material. It might be unusual material, but it was from our solar system. The isotopic ratios will show you that. Stephen Colbern has never produced any piece of material that had isotopic ratios from outside of our solar system. In other words, everything he's ever analyzed, earthly metals. So there's multiple reasons to think that this alien sphere story that's getting lumped into the Ross BS story is also BS. And that's another rule of the Cosmic Con. What you do is you build your BS story on top of an existing BS story that people may have heard about. And again, the conflation of multiple stories makes it more difficult for people to go through the story and figure out what the truth is. And I don't believe that this materials analysis saying that it was out of this world material, or let's see, let me get it exactly right, saying this material is probably beyond the manufacturing capabilities of earthly technology. I don't think it's a coincidence that this got passed around and people are saying this is related to Ross Coulthart's story. I think this is part of the junk holding up this conspiracy theory that Ross is putting out here, that he has conclusive proof of alien technology. All confirmed by this scientist, Michio Kaku. No, Michio Kaku doesn't know anything about this story or this materials analysis. And by the way, I reached out to Gary Nolan, and he doesn't know anything about this. Further, in interacting with Gary Nolan today on Twitter, by the way, I want to thank him, and I want to clear up a misconception here. I'm not blaming Gary Nolan at all for the sensationalism and the false statements that Ross made in his promos for this piece. It's not his fault. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I thank him for actually answering my questions today on Twitter. The first question I asked, is this your materials analysis? No, it's not, he replied back. When will your materials analysis be done? Is it done? Can we see it? No, it's not done. And in fact, Dr. Gary Nolan told me on Twitter, and everyone else, it's public on his Twitter, that he has not even begun the materials analysis on the Ross Coulthart, quote, alien sphere, unquote. Where Ross got some scrapings off the balls, right? He took some ball scrapings. You got to love a fake alien story that includes ball scrapings, all right? This is where we're at. There's ball scrapings. They're scraping balls in this story. So we get back to, however, more conclusive, overwhelming evidence that the other story that is being conflated with this one is completely and totally fake. And I could say that with an incredible high degree of certainty, and I'm going to show you why right now, friends, because of where that other alien ball. And why do I have to talk about alien balls? This is my job now. I have to talk about alien balls on my show. But here we are. We're talking about alien balls. All right. Where is it at? All right, here we go. All right. So this is from the actual materials analysis that Stephen Colbern did. And by the way, I'm going to share it on our Google Drive for all of our audience and all of our listeners so anybody can go through it, because somebody told me, hey, you're not a material scientist. You shouldn't argue with the science. Okay. I've reached out to real material scientists, and by that I mean people that are actually educated in material science and work in material science, not Stephen Colbern. That's all I'm going to say on that. We've reached out to several and asked them to look at this analysis and offer their opinion. So far, we have not heard back. So the important part is the background information. Where did this alien ball come from? Well, this alien ball, according to this analysis from Stephen Colbern and this Patrick Q. Jackson or whatever, it says right here, in 1994, a spherical UFO, apparently of this type, crashed in Mexico and was captured nearly intact by Jaime Maussan. Witnesses stated the object produced an explosion on impact and was strong enough to kill a cow. Wow. One section of the outer shell was missing. It appeared to have been blown outward by the explosion. The edges of the damaged area had been exposed to extreme heat and melted. A small piece of the actual shell device was broken off. Yeah. So they get Stephen Colbert gets a sample of this thing, which, by the way, I believe that back in 1994, this was a proven hoax. It was space debris coming down through the atmosphere. Nothing extraordinary, nothing alien, nothing out of the ordinary, space debris. But that didn't stop Stephen Colbert from deciding that this was material not made on Earth. And that's where you got to laugh, because when the truth comes out and it's space debris made by human hands, how does a man who's supposed to be a scientist determine that this is material that couldn't have been made on Earth? Your guess is as good as mine. But I think the most important part of this fake story getting globbed onto Ross's fake story is that this story came from Mr. Jaime Maussan, who you may remember from such great UFO hoaxes as the fake alien that turned out to be a marmoset monkey mummified. Yeah, that was Jaime Maussan who brought us that fake alien. Let's see, the Roswell slides. You remember that hoax where Jaime Maussan made hundreds of thousands of dollars with a pay-per-view event of pictures that were supposed to come from the Roswell crash, and it was an alien, but it turned out to be a mummified skeleton of a child in a museum. Yeah, that Jaime Maussan. And let's see, you remember the Nazca mummies where they claimed these are alien mummies, and then it turned out that some slime ball, scuzzball connected to Jaime Maussan took a bunch of body parts, human body parts, mind you, and animal body parts, and glued them all together, cut fingers off, and all kinds of shit to create the illusion of an alien skeleton. Yeah, that Jaime Maussan. That's the person who is bringing us this story that I believe, to the best of my knowledge, was debunked as just space debris coming down. This story is complete and total garbage. But like I said, this is what you got to do. In order to make it more difficult for people to find the truth, make sure you conflate your story with other known stories of a similar nature. It makes it much harder for people to go through all this and get to the actual truth here. So what else am I supposed to say here except this is what we have. We have a conflation of multiple stories. And let's be very, very clear here. Also, I reached out to Michio Kaku for comment. I want to know, how does he feel having taken part in this project to see how deceptively they edited the promo as clickbait to get people to click on it? How does Michio Kaku feel about News 7 and Ross Coulthart saying, quote, "We have new conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology, and this scientist confirms it all." Cut to Michio Kaku. It's very clear that they're trying to say they have proof of alien technology, and this famous American scientist, Michio Kaku, is going to confirm it all. But that's not what we get. When you actually listen to this, it is a garbage pile of retold old stories. Oh, and here's another great. We're going to get into some of the garbage that is in this so-called work of Ross's. You know, this is absolutely ridiculous that this is allowed to happen. This is clearly deceptive marketing, lying to audience members, potential audience members, to get them to click on the video. And then you find out that nothing promised in the actual trailer or promo for the piece is actually in it. You get mostly a bunch of garbage. So, and we have seen this Ross Coulthart, you know, essentially admit, yeah, they really sensationalized this. He's laughing about it on one podcast about how terribly they sensationalized it. And again, that's his face. That's his voice. That's his name. He's a man. He's got a set of his own balls. He doesn't need an alien ball to stand up to his boss and say, I'm not putting my name on this because this is clearly lying to the audience. I'm not putting my voice to this because this is clearly deceptive and we're over-promising things that we're not delivering in this so-called news piece. This is news, by the way, friends. This is news. This is what counts as news. Fake news, but this is news, apparently. So I have some additional pieces that I wanted to share with you. And this is where we get into the over-promising and the under-delivering. Here's Mick West chiming in on this controversy. He says, isn't an ion path official MEB scope an appropriate tool for examining the elemental composition of surface shavings from a metal sphere? It seems like it's designed for visualizing biomarkers in tissue. Why not Stanford's nanosims? So apparently they're not even using the correct scientific tool to try to determine if this thing is of scientific origin. Yeah. And here's another point that Mick made that I agree with 100%. The sample collection technique also seems a little sketchy. Jabbing it with a screwdriver is going to add particles from the screwdriver and whatever else the screwdriver has been in contact with. That's totally a contaminant. This is totally contaminating whatever sample you're sending to Dr. Gary Nolan. And Gary Nolan chiming in here saying, well, I appreciate the question. The reason why Jacques insists cases be studied in private. I am not going to do science by tweet. Last tweet on the matter for a long time. No disrespect meant. Yeah. And of course, Gary Nolan is aware of this Patrick Jackson and his metal sphere. So, you know, what is the deal here? And I've got more to share with you about this controversial decision of Ross's to completely lie to audience members, telling them that they have conclusive proof of alien technology and that this scientist confirms all of it. Cut to Michio Kaku. I love that. It's not exactly subtly deceptive when you say we have conclusive proof of alien technology. This scientist confirms it all. And then we see the cut right to Michio Kaku, super famous scientist. Man, this is a masterful work of clickbaiting, of deceptive editing, of absolute do whatever you got to do to get stupid people to click on this story so that we can all make more money. It's clearly deceptive what they did. All right. And I want to thank Simon Fly as well for his ball shavings video. I stole that from Twitter as well earlier today. And we want to thank Spooky, who did an excellent funny edit of a piece from The Big Lebowski. Who benefits from this? Who benefits from the lies, right? But hey, Ross is going to simply tell you that it's News 7's fault. They sensationalized this thing, right? They just sensationalized it. And, you know, I'm going to, one thing I will say about Dr. Nolan is that he did answer me on Twitter, and thank him for that. But there's a question that he didn't answer that I really wish that he would have, because this is an important question. Gary Nolan says, I ask him, how long is it going to take to finish your analysis? Because remember, in the piece, we were told a month. That's another part of the Cosmic Con. You got to kick the can down the road. I don't know if any of you remember, but according to David Wilcock, right about now, David Wilcock's supposed to be showing everybody his hover car prototype that he created with anti-gravity technology that he stole from those Navy patents, right? Oh, we don't have the prototype done yet. Kick the can. You got to kick the can down the road. When you overpromise and underdeliver, you have to kick the can down the road. So Ross Coulthart overpromised and underdelivered, stating they have conclusive proof of alien technology, and this scientist confirms it all. And then actually, he shows Michio Kaku right at that cut, but he also shows Gary Nolan in the promo. So is he saying both scientists confirm that we have alien technology? Because neither of those things is true. But Gary P. Nolan says, I don't want to promise. And he's talking about, I asked, how long is it going to take before you finish your analysis? He says, I don't want to promise as I have a day job. And that's understandable. He says, but less than 3 months-ish. But think it through. It's basically going to be isotope elemental ratios, unlikely to be any kind of gotcha moment. Even Dr. Nolan here is admitting that this is likely nothing special. But yet in the promo, we hear conclusive proof of alien technology. And you see, that's another part of the cosmic con and how this works. After you overpromise and underdeliver, or you are part of a project that really overpromised and really underdelivered, you got to kick the can. That's part one. Kick the can down the road. We know we said we'd have that conclusive proof of that alien technology within a month. Actually, we should have had it in the news piece, not make people wait a month because we said we already had it. But then we say it's going to be a month and then we'll have it, basically. Oh, but then we get to Gary Nolan and he's already walking things back and tempering expectations. Like, you know, I give him credit for that. That's what a real scientist does. You can't sensationalize this stuff. If that's really alien technology, that would be the biggest story in human history, right? But here's Dr. Nolan, to his credit, helping Ross walk back this over-promising and under-delivering and saying it's unlikely to be any kind of gotcha moment. And here's the question that I did want him to ask. I agree, but don't you feel making statements in that trailer like, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man, Kata Michio Kaku, is deceptive at best? There is no conclusions here. It's really deceptive. It is so bad it is against YouTube's terms of service. You can't do this. You can't straight lie in a promo for a piece that you're telling people to go watch on YouTube. They could lose their whole YouTube channel over this. It's amazing. And again, people are blaming me in the thread, right? You know, I don't know. Yeah. And then we get somebody saying, oh, well, Ross addresses this point in this timestamp. No, he doesn't address this point. He blames News 7 for why this happened, right? It's his voice. He wrote the narration. He did the voiceover. It's his voice. It's his video. It's his face. It's his work. It's his fault. Oh, that's another point of the Cosmic Con shuffle. If you're really caught dead to rights lying through your teeth, you got to do one of two things. You got to blame everybody else or bring in the men in black. He chose option A. He just blamed everybody for everybody else when he gets caught over sensationalizing, overhyping, overpromising, and under-delivering. He overpromised. I'm sorry, but he overpromised tremendously, right? And Gary Nolan says, I never said anything like that. As you know, I'm far more measured. Go talk to Aussie News. I said, I agree. It's not your fault. Just wondering what you thought about their deceptive way to promote this piece to get more views. I reached out to Michio Kaku and Ross for comment. And by the way, neither Michio Kaku or Ross Colthart will reply to me. And I also, on Facebook, you can actually message News 7, and I messaged them. We're gonna share that next. Sometimes people think, you know, when I say I do all this research, you know, I have to show it. So fine, I'll show it here. Let me see if I can get into it though. How do I open a Messenger? I hate Messenger. All right. All right, I'm going to share this just so people are aware that I did reach out to these people for comment. And wouldn't you know, nobody at News 7 or Ross want to talk about this over-promising, under-delivering, I believe, deceptive garbage pile that they just perpetrated in order to get views. Yeah, so this is News 7. I asked, can I get some comment about the deceptive practices you used for this latest Ross Coulthart piece? In the trailer, Ross says, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man, Michio Kaku. Michio confirmed nothing like that in the piece. This is clearly deceptive and against YouTube terms of service. You could lose your whole YouTube channel for employing those kind of deceptive practices to get views. And by the way, that's according to YouTube's terms of service. That's not my, you know, rule or whatever. And I don't have anything to say about whether they should or should not. I'm not going to comment on whether they should or should not lose their channel. It's enough to say that this is against YouTube's deceptive practices. section of the terms of service. You can't just straight lie through your teeth to get people to click on things. I mentioned I am covering this tonight. I'm on a deadline. I'd like some statement from your organization. And all I got back was a bunch of form stuff. And they have no comment. Michio Kaku, no comment. Ross Coulthart, no comment. So Pix, I never called him a con or a hack. Never did I do that. See, this is, again, where misinformation. I just thanked him for answering my questions. I didn't call him a con. I didn't call him a hack. But I do think it's interesting that this is the second time that Dr. Nolan has been involved in a money-making story where he's the guy doing the analysis and people are claiming this is alien stuff. Remember the first time? Yeah, Dr. Stephen Greer used Gary Nolan and they pulled the same thing. They put the documentary out a month after the documentary. Talk about over-promising and under-delivering. Stephen Greer's promising everybody that this 6-inch tall humanoid mummy, that's an alien, and Gary Nolan's going to analyze it and prove. We're going to prove this is an alien. Gee, wouldn't you know, a month after that documentary aired, and Dr. Stephen Greer walked away with millions of dollars. I don't know what Dr. Nolan got paid in that situation. But a month or so later, Gary Nolan comes out with an analysis that shows just human, deformed human, weird human, but human. Nothing alien about that. Now, we have a second situation where somebody is claiming, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology. And Gary Nolan is the guy doing the analysis. But they couldn't wait to show the proof, let him do his analysis, and then promise the proof of the alien technology. No, they overpromised and underdelivered. They promised the alien technology before the analysis even started. Gary Nolan did not even start his analysis yet. And Ross Coulthart's already promising people conclusive evidence of alien technology. You see how this works? We've just seen two examples. And by the way, after the proof that this is just regular, not alien technology or not alien tissue, in the case of that Stephen Greer, I'm calling it a con. To me, that's a con. It's aliens. It's aliens. It's aliens. It's for sure. It must be aliens. It must be aliens. We're going to get it analyzed by this famous scientist. Thanks for your money for my documentary. A month later, oh shit, it's not aliens, right? This is what happens constantly. And if you've been here long enough, you see these cycles repeat. It's like some people say, hey, that deceptive thing that these other guys did worked great. Let's do that because that worked great for generating UFO dollars. Who cares if we get found out later when the truth comes out that it's just regular earthly metals? Who cares? We will have already all made our money. And by the way, in full disclosure, I am certain that Michio Kaku and Gary Nolan, I haven't asked him, but those guys don't work for free. News 7 paid them to participate in this. Michio Kaku and Ross were certainly paid. Ross was certainly paid for this. I'm pretty sure they paid the guy with the alien sphere so that they could scrape his ball, right? Everybody gets paid, and then we overpromise. This is conclusive proof of alien technology. And then we all get our money, and then we run. That's the next part of the Cosmic Con, friends. Once you get found out and the truth comes out about your Cosmic Con, you got to shuffle away. It's called the Cosmic Con Shuffle for a reason. And you got to go away for a little while and hope that everybody forgets that you overpromised and underdelivered. You overpromised saying conclusive proof of alien technology. And what did you deliver? A big nothing burger. Eat that nothing burger up. Get that nothing burger down your throat. Here's another nothing burger. Overpromised, underdelivered, nothing burger. That's what we have here. And, you know, I see people defending this Ross Coulthart. He's free to come on my show and we can have a debate about maybe he never, you know what? He went to college. Did you take an ethics class, Ross Coulthart? Do you have any ethics? Didn't you? You know, and by the way, if you're unsure of an ethical decision as far as a journalist, I'm sure that Ross Coulthart has journalist friends that he could reach out to and say, hey, do you think it's too much to overpromise and say definitive proof, conclusive proof of alien technology before the doctor we hired to do the analysis even begins the analysis? Is that ethical to say we have conclusive proof of alien technology before the analysis even starts? I'm pretty sure every journalist on earth would tell you, no, you can't do that. But somehow a well-educated, we're all supposed to believe that a well-educated man with many, many journalist friends and contacts that he could talk to about this situation, just this is all an accident, right? And then the walking back of everything, right? He started walking this back because of Stephen Greenstreet making fun of him. That's my take on it. For those unaware, when this trailer hit, Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post made a funny video that included Gonzo, right? So Ross, if not caught and called out, I don't believe he would have walked any of this back. It's only because of the heat that he has now experienced. And by the way, we're turning it up there, Ross. We're turning the heat up. You're not getting away with this just saying, oh, well, they edited it. Yeah, it's sensational. It's not sensational. We can look up the definition of sensational, and then we can look up the definition of a lie. What you did is lie. That's not sensationalizing something. That's lying. In your trailer, you promised that you have conclusive proof of alien technology. That's not sensational. That's a lie. All right, we're going to see if we can't find that original. 1 second. I'm going to share that. He does deserve credit for it. And by the way, I hope he's okay with me using it because it was funny. I mean, it's just funny. We're going to watch this trailer one more time. But first, I am going to put up my fair use banner. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public about the latest big nothing burger in UFO land, brought to us by Ross Coulthart, who, by the way, this guy's been bitching and complaining lately that he's not making enough money on his UFO books and on that failed show with his buddy, what is it, Bryce? That show was a big flop for those guys supposed to be big shots, right? Yeah. He's complaining he's not making enough money in UFOs, and he has to work other stories to supplement his income. God, too bad. Gee, I wonder why you're not making enough money with UFOs. Maybe because of this shit? Maybe because you overpromise and underdeliver? What are some of the other stories you pushed? Oh, I know. The fake Admiral Wilson documents. Awesome. And this guy, any story, he doesn't care how fake it is. And here's another thing. This guy, Ross, is the king of someone told me. He quotes all this stuff, all this information that he has, and all these important high-ranking U.S. government officials that he's talking to, but he doesn't name any of them. Are they all his imaginary friends? He's the king of, just trust me, dude. That's the kind of research he does. I'm not going to give you sources, but somebody told me. That's what he does constantly. And now we see, not only does he do that constantly, he's got tons of imaginary friends, anonymous sources that nobody's allowed to talk to, right? He's also deceptively editing things, narrating over things deceptively, putting pieces of the video together to make it look like Mickey Okaku endorses or confirms that they have proof of alien technology. It's all one big deceptive onion. But once you peel back these layers, you see how ridiculous this is. It's a construct. This was all constructed. It's a construct designed to make you click on his garbage fake, I'm not going to call it fake, on his garbage reporting. All right. So this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the videos that we're sharing. This is simply the trailer. Oh, 1 second. Let me do that again. Make sure I have the audio. Much better with the actual audio. So this, my friends, is what caused this Ross to actually start walking things back. Because Stephen Greenstreet, to his credit, called him out on this nonsense.
What you're seeing here is momentous.
You think that's alien technology?
Yes, I do.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
Is it possible to exceed the speed of light? The answer is yes.
The biggest discovery in human history.
New evidence that has to be seen to be believed.
7 News Spotlight. 7 and 7 Plus.
Yeah, you do have to see this shit to believe it. You have to see this to believe that somebody would stoop this low, that somebody would just think it's totally okay to just lie through our teeth. And by the way, this so-called news report was also filled with balloons, 2 of them. 2 totally debunked UFO videos were used in Ross's reporting here, you know, where he's telling you that they have conclusive proof of alien technology. He's showing you balloons. That's great. In one case, it's a big, huge party balloon during a festival. That's proven that that's what that one image and video he showed was. In another case, it's parallax, and even the pilot who took the video said it was a balloon. Those are 2 completely, totally debunked fake pieces of so-called evidence that Ross is using here. Does he not have fact checkers? Does he not have a research department at News 7? Because I could look up those things and find out instantly that they're fake. But we're supposed to believe that he didn't know, right? Here comes everybody to his defense. He didn't know that those UFO videos that he used were fake. Oh, by the way, also included in his work was the now debunked Jeremy Corbell pyramid spaceship video. So we've got him using 3 proven fake UFO videos to prove to us that he has conclusive proof of UFO technology. He needs 3 fake, count them, 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 completely and totally debunk fake UFO videos while he's telling everyone he has conclusive proof of alien technology. But this is where we're at. And this is where we find ourselves. And by the way, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. And all of this evidence that we've talked about tonight is on my Twitter. I've shared it all today earlier. It's been quite a tweet storm today and replying to people. And, you know, all the evidence is there. And by the way, one thing I do want to address is this inter-show drama. I don't really want to be a part of inter-show drama, but people keep pointing out to me that a certain lazy slob keeps taking my shows and literally taking notes and then doing his own show with my work. But he won't show my research and he won't show my work because then people will know where he's getting everything from. And I think that shit's funny because imitation really is the sincerest form of flattery. You can't be me. You got to pretend, right? And Jesus, man. I think that it was a mistake to go to a later time slot too, because it seems like this person, you know, and it's a mistake for me apparently to post my shows early because I post my show at noon and then later on that evening, he's doing the same exact story, the same exact subject, except he has no evidence, no proof, no research, no work to show you. None. Now, there was one part of the story that I did leave out that I want to include here because I think it's funny. This Patrick, who is selling this other fake alien sphere story, he first told me that the person that did the analysis report, that guy's name was Stephen Corbin. And it's interesting that if you look up Stephen Corbin, Corbin, materials scientist, you find a very, very credible engineer and materials scientist at the University of Waterloo. His name is Stephen Corbin. He's a mechanical and mechatronics engineer, and he's a doctor, a real scientist. So, you know, again, with the conflation, this Patrick gives me the wrong name, How does he not know who does the material analysis? Now I get it. It's close. Colburn. It's close, but no. I think that was intentional as well. I think that was intentional. He didn't want to know. He didn't want people to know that it was the patient 17 guy that did the analysis that he's trying to sell. And this guy's trying to sell a book based on a story that originally comes from Jaime Maussan. Pardon me, if I don't buy your book's probably bullshit. And you're free to come here and we can discuss it. I have an open door policy, especially if I'm shit talking anybody, and I guess I am. Sorry, I think your book is bull. Based on two things, Stephen Colburn is involved, and the story originally came from Jaime Maussan. Now, I don't understand where else we're supposed to go from here. But it's important to note too, as well, that I have some important phone call to make later tonight. Very, very important phone call. So we're going to try to make this a quick one for once. We're just over the 1 hour mark, but I do have some more time to offer you. So we'll take comments, questions from the live chat, and let me go and read these super chats. So let me see if I can get all the way back. Sometimes it doesn't let me scroll all the way back, and I need a scroll wheel on steroids in order to do this. I did see unidentified S4 with a kind and generous $5 super sticker purchase. I can't get far enough back. Let me see. 1 second. And I want to remind our audience that there's a few ways to support our show here, and that is detailed in the description of the video. The first and best way, of course, is to throw some money at us. Throw a couple bucks in our hat and help us to continue the work that we do here, where we don't lie to people. This Ross Colthart is making orders of magnitude of money more than me for lying to you. And I'm not complaining, but we're making a tiny, tiny fraction, a tiny percentile of what the grifters make lying to you, we make for telling you the truth. But I consider it important enough work that we continue in our journey. We take our YouTube pennies and we take whatever couple bucks people are kind enough to throw in our hat, and we roll on with our lives here. 1 second here. I'm trying to get to the super chats. 1 second. All right. Geez, do we really got this many? My goodness. Oh no, that's from before. All right. Sorry, my eyes aren't very good. All right, we've got 4 here. Unidentified S4 with a kind and generous $4.99 super sticker. Thank him for his kindness, his generosity, and his support. We have UFO. Oh wait, I didn't share the screen, so we'll share the screen here. We have UFO. John Doe who's often the super chat MVP, says definitely a con. Promo was a con. Show was a con. Kind and generous $1.99, and then with another kind and generous $1.99 says people love them some nothing burgers, low calorie, spooky, reminding me don't forget the crazy wife of the ball man. Yes, I apologize. I almost forgot that. So thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We got another one, I think. A more recent one, yeah. Oh, no, that's Spooky. Okay, so thank you, Spooky. Yeah, I'm going to get on over there. There's something else you need to know about the ball man that Ross Coulthart used, and that is that both he and his wife are apparently alien abduction victims. They are victims of alien abduction. 1 second. I'm trying to find it. There's some troubling things from the wife of this person. Oh yeah, here. So not only does the guy who owns the ball in Ross's piece is he a victim of alien abduction, so is his wife. But besides that, she's a pretty prolific racist apparently, according to her social media posts. And I'm just going to share this. Hey, it is what it is. This is the wife of the guy who owns the so-called alien sphere that Ross is investigating and promising his alien technology before the analysis is done. And she says, maybe no fathers to guide them, or they are just lazy. And I feel like the world owes them something. Either way, these days, I am very cautious about anyone black. They truly do hate white people. I used to have great respect for them. Apparently, the best people have already passed. Yeah, and friends, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I just want to give you, a little bit of that information. And, I'm sorry if I don't believe the stories coming from a racist person that also claims to be abducted by aliens. I mean, what are we on hee-haw here? You just take anybody's word. Ross Colthart didn't know that the wife of that guy is like a prolific online racist, always making racist social media posts. I mean, maybe that's not relevant, but I think it is. I wouldn't. If I was going to interview somebody and I found out their wife was posting stuff like that on social media, I would cut and run. That's what I would do, because you don't need that connected to your name. Maybe Ross is just okay with the wife of that guy making comments and statements like this. I don't know. Yes, and UFO John Doe, $4.99. The only new piece of information in this work is apparently, and thank you, UFO John Doe, apparently Gary Nolan is now saying that there's some whistleblowers that are going to come out and blow the whistle on those aliens and the top secret stuff that the government has. And here's what I'd say. Wait and see. But is this another case of overpromising and under-delivering? Who are the whistleblowers? Are we talking about people like Bob Lazar? He's going to make the rounds and claim he's going to blow the whistle to Congress? These guys are always very crafty in the things that they say. But I have a feeling that this is another overpromising and under-delivering. When? When are these whistleblowers who are going to blow the whistle? And by the way, I hope it happens. I hope there are some people that have actual 100% real evidence of alien interaction with Earth, and they're going to blow the whistle. I would love that. It would make my life if that happened. Do I think it's going to happen? No, because Dr. Nolan has been involved in several things that didn't pan out now. The so-called Amakama humanoid from Stephen Greer. He was a part of that. And he's also a part of this story, which I'm going to predict right now. That sphere is going to come back normal earthly metals. So this is going to be two stories that Nolan has helped to, push down the hype train that don't pan out. Now we're just supposed to believe that a guy who's been involved with these two huge hype fests, who's telling us that alien, people are going to blow the whistle on that alien technology that worked for the government. Okay, sure. I hope it happens. I hope to God it happens. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Thank you, UFO John Doe. Any further comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. We'll take some questions and comments before we wrap things up here. I don't know. Sweet Caroline is here. Welcome, Sweet Caroline. Yeah. Okay. So that's what they're talking about. It's very relevant. Yeah. I think it goes to credibility. Not to say, for all we know, aliens abduct racist people. We don't know, but I just think, if you're going to run with a witness to a story and you're going to investigate a story, maybe it's a good idea to know that the wife is constantly dogging black people and other minorities on her social media. I think that's kind of important. It goes to credibility. Spooky asking what's coming up this week, and that is Spooky trying to make me work. We have a few shows for you this week. We're going to debut a new guest host, and we also have sort of a monologue that I have been preparing about the UFO echo chambers. You may know there's this echo chamber system, and if you're a skeptic and you go into the believer echo chamber, you get deleted, you get muted, you get blocked, you get attacked. And if you're a believer going into the skeptic groups, same thing. And I don't think that's right. I would like for us all to meet somewhere in the middle and burst all of these bubbles, these echo chambers that people stay insulated in. It's interesting to note that I believe largely due to our coverage, Linda Moulton Howe has changed her chat settings for her YouTube channel, and you can only chat if you've been a subscriber of hers for like 15 years. Talk about insulating yourself from criticism. It's a big club, and I ain't in it. I ain't even allowed to go to Linda Moulton Howe's chat anymore and ask a question. But when I did, I would get muted. They wouldn't let me ask questions, so I guess no loss, right? Sweet Caroline says, hello, my sugar Steven. You're going to get me in trouble with my wife. She's going to want to know, who's that girl? Oh, hide it. Hurry up. No, I don't think she watches, so we're safe. We're fine. Thank you. Good to see you, Sweet Caroline, who is a channel member. I remind you, you can join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month, or you can join our channel here. Just click the join button on YouTube and you become a YouTube channel member. You get all the Patreon benefits and a bunch of extra goodies. And by the way, I saw some other show hosts, talking about transparency and how much he makes. And that guy's got a slave labor force working for his show. So I don't understand how he's upset that people say he only cares about money, because apparently that guy expects everybody to work for him for free for 5 years, and then he may pay them. Yeah, imagine people being like, wow, that guy only cares about money when you're doing stuff like that. But, I don't know. He's got some kind of challenge. Everybody's supposed to be transparent. I make about Taco Bell wages here, I guess. I haven't worked it out in a while, but I think I make about Taco Bell wages here. And I don't think that anybody would begrudge me the Taco Bell wages. And over and above that, I have a wife who's an accountant. So I have spreadsheets, and I can show you exactly what I spend every dollar here on. It all goes back to the show, the vast majority of it. Everything that we need here, software. We just got some, like Music Rights Society that we joined that lets us use a whole bunch of royalty-free music so we don't get copyright claims. We pay for that. We pay for the Google Drive where we share all of our evidence and information, and the monthly show journals and the Patreon benefits. We pay for the StreamYard software here. We pay for Spreaker. We actually have to pay them. Well, actually, I think we come out ahead. We have to pay Spreaker to distribute the audio podcast. All these expenses all come out. And then, of course, there's taxes and everything else. So, yeah, I don't even think I'm making Taco Bell wages. But there's my transparency. And by the way, even though I'm making Taco Bell wages, I refuse to let someone work for me for free. So, somebody sent me a nasty message about this because I was critical of the guy with all the slaves working for free. They said, well, Spooky helps you, and I pay Spooky. And it's not what Spooky's worth. I pay Spooky what we're able to pay Spooky. And by the way, Spooky has, I would call it audit rights. Spooky can look at every dollar that we're taking in here and decide if I'm not paying enough. But we made an agreement, and I wish that we could pay Spooky more, but we're paying Spooky. I don't believe in making people work for free. I think that's a despicable thing to do, especially multiple people. Like, look, I'm trying to build a show, and all you people are going to work for me for free for the next 5 years. And then once we start making enough money, I may pay you. That's a slimy thing to do. How about you just get up off your ass and you do the show yourself until you can afford to pay someone to help you? And in full disclosure, I tried my very best. I did everything here for a while. And then Spooky came to help, and then Spooky left for a while, and I did everything myself for a while. And the first time I paid, and then Spooky comes back, had a little more time, I pay her. So there's no lack of transparency here, and certainly no hypocrisy, B. Baker, literally 2 years after YouTube started. That's how long you have to be subscribed to Linda Moulton Howe to chat in her chat room. Yeah, she's trying to limit criticism, though. This is the, Sweet Caroline doesn't want anyone getting murdered in their sleep. You must know my wife. She's very vengeful. Oh, but she's fair, though, Sweet Caroline. Like, she's only vengeful when she has a right to be. And in full disclosure, I am a stupid man, so I have said stupid things many times that gave her a reason to want to murder me in my sleep, or done stupid things. I think she's more about actions than words. Pix is here. I haven't seen Pix in a while. We missed your candid criticism of how shitty my show is there, Pix. Good to see you in the live chat. Did you watch Ariel? I'm thinking no, not yet. No, I'm getting it, and I'm going to have to pay for it. I got to figure out how you can watch it, where you can buy it. And then I'm going to pay for it for both me and Spooky. We're both going to watch it, and we're not going to talk about it. We're going to go live, and then we're going to talk about what we both think. You know, and we'll take you along with us for that. But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Craig Williams says, I was earning Long John Silver's wages, $3.35 an hour, but the grease cleaning for my closing shift was a deal breaker. Yeah, I'm sure that I had a job growing up that was $3.35. That's what I remember. I remember minimum wage being $3.35 and then $7.50. I don't remember anywhere in between, but I think I made $3.35 as a kid for a long time, or a teenager, or maybe even into my early 20s. And then I got a higher paying job that was well above the $3.35. So the $7.50 didn't matter to me, but I remember it was $3.35, then it was $7.50. I think it's still $7.50 is federal minimum wage. So that's why I'm saying I make Taco Bell wages or minimum wage. And I don't even think we make that if I take off all the show expenses and then I take off the taxes for what's left. And also remember, YouTube takes 30%, Patreon takes a cut. Everybody's getting a piece, you know. So any more comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Yes, he has, Michael. You are correct. But by then, everybody already made their money. By the time that the problem that I have with that whole situation, Michael Wade, is that it was like literally 1 month after the documentary came out that we get the analysis. It's just human. So what Stephen Greer and Nolan are telling us is that they couldn't wait 1 month. It probably wasn't Nolan's decision. It was probably Greer's decision. Hurry up and put out the documentary before this analysis comes back and shows us that it's just a normal, deformed, well, not normal, a deformed human fetus. They could have waited. Stephen Greer could have waited that 1 month or whatever it was, a couple of months max, to get the analysis, but then he wouldn't have made millions of dollars hyping up this fake dead alien baby. So you see how this works? You overpromise and underdeliver, and then by the time the truth comes out, you've already got your money. You're not giving any of the money back, right? Walter Bosley says, I'm paying people on my film now, but 10 years ago, film was all voluntary. Well, I didn't see you offer me a job, and I could use some work, you know, Mr. Bosley. I was an actor in some films, you know, just saying. Yeah. Oh, also, a personal note, but I want to reach out for some help and assistance. I am not a gamer. In fact, I'm so behind in games that my newest console was an Xbox 360, which my 6-year-old son Xavier found one day in a box after we moved here. You know, I don't know, last year or something, he found the Xbox 360 and all the games and confiscated it. So that's his now. But my son Xavier is crazy about video games, and he really wants a PlayStation 5 for Christmas, and his wife is very worried, are we going to be able to get one? So if anybody knows a foolproof way for us to get one, and I mean at normal price, we really can't afford to pay $1,000 for one gift for one child. We have 2 children to worry about for Christmas. If anybody knows, please email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. If anybody has one that they want to sell at normal price, please let me know. Yeah. So that's just something that I'm going to have to worry about as a dad now. Is my son going to be upset that he doesn't get, that's the one thing he really wants, you know? So we got to figure it out, because I haven't tried to buy one in a while, but we just looked and it's a whole mess. You got to sign up, and maybe you get picked by Sony to be one of the people that can get one when they become available and can ship it. And it's this whole thing. Like, I don't understand this. Why can't I just buy it? But anyway, if anybody can help, I would appreciate it, right? So listen, I got a very important phone call that I really need to take tonight, and will certainly affect the future of the show. It's a pretty important phone call. So I want to wrap things up here and bounce on out of here. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank our kind and generous benefactors. By the way, I do have to remind myself, I mentioned we read every single super chat. We also read every PayPal pledge. Instructions to do that in the description of the video. Yeah, we're good on the PayPal. We've read them all, so no new ones. And Cash App as well, no new ones. But we do want to thank Sidvich, who I'm told bought 10 people channel memberships here. I don't know if he's only paying for the first month or what he did or how he did that, but thanks, Sidvich. We really appreciate the generosity and support. We also this week have some more interesting things to talk about with in regards to Lou Elizondo. And David Bucky, thank you. That's what I have heard, right? And Sweet Caroline says, looking for a PS5 at a reasonable price for the last 3 years. It's ridiculous. PS4 is just as good. Yeah, he's going to not like the PS. He wants the PS5. He's very particular. He's kind of like his mother. So I already thought to try to pan off a PlayStation 4 on him. I don't think that's going to work. Yeah. So listen, what else can I say, friends? This is all I got for you for tonight. I'm looking very forward, though, because we are going to be moving back to my good studio in a few more weeks. I got a few more weeks of, letting the heat settle before I can go back there. And I'm so anxious to do that because we have like 6 or I think maybe 7 cameras now all working and all these computers in there. It looks great. Can't wait to move back. This temporary thing worked out. You got to do what you got to do. We roll with the punches here. But I'm looking forward to getting back to my studio and taking you with me to a much bigger, better setup, and I apologize for the lack of production lately. It's just harder in here because this is such a temporary space. But we adapt and overcome. That's what we do here. So that's all I got for you tonight, friends. If I will do an update, if we actually hear back from Ross Coulthart or Michio Kaku, or I think that's how you say his name, Michio Kaku. By the way, I'm a big fan of that guy. I grew up watching him talk about physics and making it understandable for regular people. I think he's a genius. And Gary Nolan, well, he came on my radar with the Stephen Greer scam, but to his credit, he basically said Stephen Greer's full of it. It's just a normal human fetus. He told the truth. And then Stephen Greer turned on him and started claiming the CIA got to him. Yeah. And now we get to this latest, over-promising, under-delivering. Now, my prediction is that Ross Coulthart will do the same thing that all the Cosmic Cons do. You got to do the Cosmic Con shuffle. When you get caught lying through your teeth, and you get caught over-promising and under-delivering, and there's no way to squirm out of what you just did and how slimy what you just did is, you got to do the Cosmic Con shuffle. And you shuffle off for a little while, until everybody forgets about how full of it you were and how you lied through your teeth and how you were deceptive and overpromised and underdelivered. You promised everyone, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, unquote, and you gave everybody a big nothing burger. When the truth comes out, and it's going to, this Gary Nolan's going to post the analysis of that thing, and mark my words, friend, it might have some unusual properties. I'll give them that, but it's not going to be proof of alien technology. It's going to come back as normal earthly metals. Might be some strange alloys, might be some weird properties, but earthly metals. So we're soon going to learn for sure. I guess we're going to have to wait 3 months for Gary Nolan to finish the analysis before we get definitive proof that Ross Coulthart lied when he said he already had conclusive proof of alien technology, unquote. And Ross Coulthart is going to have to shuffle off and hope everybody forgets about his overpromising and under-delivering and delivering everybody a big nothing burger. Huge hype, nothing burger, nothing burger. And by the way, this overpromising, under-delivering is always a bad idea. I've seen people do it in music. My band's so great. My band's so awesome. They do a concert and their girlfriends don't even show up. I've seen it we've all seen it. We've seen, haven't you ever, seen a trailer to a movie that was super overly hyped and the best 2 minutes of the movie was in the trailer and the rest of the movie was terrible? You should never overpromise and underdeliver because it just disappoints people. You're a disappointment, Ross Coulthart. You, sir, are a disappointment. You disappointed everyone, including your mother, right? Does your mother know that you lied through your teeth in that promo? Come on, bro. You disappointed everyone. I've seen this also in magic. Guys that promote themselves as like master magician of the ages. And then you go to their show and they're literally doing children's tricks I learned when I was 10 years old and trying to pass it off as they're some master magician. Overpromising and underdelivering will work once. Everybody gives you a chance, but if you do it again, everybody knows this guy's all hype. He's full of shit. And that's what I think is going to be happening here to this Ross Coulthart. People are going to know now that he's full of it. And by the way, congratulations, Ross, because you got a laughing lion. I reserve laughing lions usually for third phase of moon bullshitters. But today, you got a laughing lion because your overpromising and underdelivering was so blatant, so deceptive, so slimy, so disgusting, so low down, dirty of a thing to do. We give you the award of the laughing lion. You deserve an award for how deceptively that trailer, that promo was put together so that you could get more people to click on your so-called work and make more money. I, for one, nothing surprises me anymore. The fact that people are just now straight lying through their teeth, promising, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, unquote. Then we find out he doesn't have shit. He didn't have shit. He had 3 fake UFO videos, proven, hoaxed, fake UFO videos that are not UFOs. They're identified. They're not aliens. 2 were balloons. 1 was drones. All 3 videos proven to be fake. And that's his evidence. Then we get a recycled, conflated story with 2 other stories about fake alien spheres. The first 2 stories, the one from Patrick and the one, this Patrick person, quantum paranormal nonsense, that's pretty sure that that's a fake story since it came from Jaime Maussan, the king of fake UFO and alien stories. And the Betz sphere originally, it's debunked. Look it up. But now we got a new guy with another metal ball. And by the way, did anybody else catch that the ball measured exactly, or excuse me, weighed in at exactly 50 pounds? Because all aliens use exact pound measurements of Earth, right? Of humans. And not just humans, but American humans. Sure. Could have been a ball bearing at exactly 50 pounds. Couldn't have been a ball bearing at exacting inch measurements. By the way, I loved him using a tape measure to try to measure that. That's not the way you do it. That's not science. That's not what that's... Anyway, look, I've rambled enough, friends. Got an important phone call to make. We'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank Spooky for the excellent edit earlier and the excellent artwork and thumbnail. Check in the description of the video and subscribe to Spooky's show. And Intel Ladies as well is in the description of the video. And we also do want to acknowledge and thank Stephen Greenstreet, who I stole that gonzo. Yeah, we stole that. Fair use! Fair use! Yeah. All right, friends, that's all I got for you. Until next time, friends, I'm Stephen Cambion, reminding you that you will never find truth.
We're not going to say that.
New conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Mr. Grush is quite clear that he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Non-human origin.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Call it spacecraft if you will.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Then what are you saying?
Oh, hey, little space monkey.
Non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, these are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will. These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will. No kidding, non-human exotic origin. 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 We have spacecraft from another species. We do. How many? By a number. We have spacecraft from another species. We do. How many? By a number. We have spacecraft from another species. We do. How many? By a number. We have spacecraft from another species. We do. How many? By a number. When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? When you say crash retrieval, when you say crash, when you say crash, when you say crash, when you say crash, when you say, when you say.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back once again, covering this whole saga of the Ross Coulthart fake story that was already debunked, and now somebody else is running with it. But I'm glad that they ran with it, because this more than anything proves that the people that are peddling these false UFO stories and narratives, also known as just completely and totally fake stories, reveal themselves. Because this latest Ross Coulthart story, we called it Patchgate. We already covered it. We already busted that story was completely and totally fake, and here's why, and here's all the evidence. And the story comes originally from a proven liar and a proven scammer. Why would you trust anything they say, especially like a third-hand story it's ridiculous. You have a guy that you can prove, there's on the record information that proves he's lied multiple times. He's scammed the public with a fake patch claiming to be the engineer on a top secret project in Area 51 in the text body of the eBay listing where he was trying to scam people. That's the guy that you're going to now they're calling him a whistleblower. And let's talk about that for a minute. Listen, real whistleblowers have consequences, and they also have massive evidence that their stories are true. Can you believe that there are stupid people arguing with me right now on Twitter saying, well, of course he has no evidence. He's a whistleblower. That's what people are telling me. Dave Grush has no evidence. He's blowing the whistle, and then the government has to investigate what he's blowing the whistle on, and then we'll get the evidence. This is absolutely ridiculous. And now the Grift Squad, including dailymail.co.uk, a garbage rag, by the way. Ask anybody that lives in the United Kingdom. That's not a real newspaper. It's a garbage rag. It's akin to the World Weekly News. So, of course, they're going to take the story that Ross Coulthart already got caught selling that was completely and totally fake, and they're going to run with it. But now we have the stunning revelations and proof that the person they got the story from is a literal proven liar and eBay scammer who was scamming people on eBay. It's in black and white. All the evidence is out there, and we're going to bring it to you. But before we get to that, maybe we ought to start a new gate story, Moon Pie Gate. Did you know moon pies? I never liked them. They got a lot of, as I recall, moon pies have a lot of marshmallow in them. It's a delicious dessert. Some people think they call them moon pies. Anyway, the company, the baking company that makes moon pies is now hiring UFO idiots like Sean Cahill. That's right. I called him a UFO idiot. Sean Cahill is an idiot who, by the way, makes the worst electronic music on planet Earth. I wish I had some to share with you. He actually, did electronic music that was UFO themed. Oh, I do have it. Here, and he's so stupid that he just helped a company that's going to steal everybody's content in perpetuity forever, according to the terms and conditions that these idiot so-called UFO influencers are signing up. I guess you get some money or something, and then you help them sell moon pies to UFO dummies, right? Sean Cahill signed right up because he's a joke. Sean Cahill is a goddamn joke. And, a joke that makes the worst electronic music in history. Here's a sample of it.
Trans medium travel. My God. The 5 observables. My God. The 5 observables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sorry, that's enough of that. I can't stand, maybe it's the musician in me, but I can't listen to terrible music. And Sean Cahill made the worst UFO themed electronic music in the history of electronic music. It's like he got a collection, like a Fruity Loops collection, and just decided he was an electronic musician. This is just a quick story before we get to the meat of tonight. I've got a great deal of information to share with you. We welcome one and all from all the live chats, whether you're chatting on the Rumble chat, the Twitch chat, nopill.net tonight, YouTube chat, the Facebook Live or Twitter feeds. Welcome one and all. I see we have great attendance already. So interestingly, Moon Pie decided that a great way to sell their desserts is to get UFO influencers and proven UFO liars like Sean Cahill, who makes the worst electronic music in history, to help them sell their moon pies. It's great. It's great. And I hope it was worth the money, Sean Cahill. Did you read the terms and conditions when you agreed to let them use? Now they can use all of your terrible electronic music in perpetuity for the rest of your natural life, I guess. I don't know. We're going to read the terms and conditions and show everybody. just how foolish you are for backing something that, by the way, that's just so intrusive for a company to say, we can take anything from you, including your avatar, your videos, your social media posts, anything we want from you forever. And what is Sean Cahill getting out of this? Is he getting some free marshmallow moon pies? Is that what he gets? I don't get this, but it is what it is. And the video is hysterical. We're going to cite fair use as well. But this is their public YouTube, their public Twitter post.
2023, experts testified under oath that not only are aliens real, they're here on Earth.
There is something very real visiting our planet.
I believe that aliens are absolutely real, that they're here
Oh,
on
there's
Earth,
Sean
possibly
Dummy.
even walking
Look at
among
him.
us.
He's so dumb.
Moon pie will be the first brand to capitalize on this intergalactic demographic.
And I love all these people, right, want the subject of UFOs to be taken seriously. But the minute that they get a paycheck, they don't care. Like, you want me to help you do what? Sell moon pies with UFOs? How much do I get? Sign me up, says Sean Cahill and others. It's amazing. Oh, why isn't Congress? Why isn't the United States Congress and the Senate taking the subject of UFOs seriously? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because the idiots that are also pushing for so-called UFO disclosure are helping to sell moon pies with aliens.
Tapping into new customer bases builds brand loyalty, and aliens, being more scientifically advanced, likely live much longer than humans, which means the potential profit from backing this audience is exponential.
You got to give it to Moon Pie, though. It is a pretty good idea for a commercial, right? And also, since aliens have increased lifespans and maybe better genetics, they can withstand more junk food. Like I would never eat any of this, the things they make.
But like any demographic, we have to understand where they hang out, what they like.
Sean Cahill's going to help them find the aliens.
So we can
maybe they're in Lou Elizondo's backyard.
My name is Daniel
right?
Oberhaus, and I'm the author of Extraterrestrial Languages.
My name's Hollywood. I'm a UAP researcher. UAP is unidentified anomalous phenomena.
My name's Sean Christopher Cahill. I'm a UAP disclosure activist.
He's a UAP disclosure advocate or activist. And how does he do that advocacy? By filming fake UFOs in his buddy's backyard. That was the fake Pentagon UFO program director. And then pretending that it wasn't an airplane and pretending that there was no airports within miles of the location he filmed it. And forgetting to tell everybody that he filmed that fake UFO in the backyard of his buddy, who was the director of a fake Pentagon UFO program that never existed. You gotta love it, man. Nothing said. You're advocating great, Sean Cahill, by lying to everybody, right? And by the way, we busted you. We found the airports right near that location, you liar. How do you live with yourself? Like, do you look in the mirror and go, I did a great job lying to people, pretending that airplane was an alien spaceship in Lou Elizondo's backyard? Clowns. I'm sending Sean Cahill clown shoes and a case of moon pies.
So in your experience with extraterrestrials, are they curious? Are they inquisitive? Do they like sweets?
What was that last part?
In the spirit of market research, we asked every question we could possibly want answered.
Yeah, so moon pies are like two cookies covered in bad chocolate. It's like confectioner's chocolate. It's not like good like Hershey chocolate or Cadbury chocolate. It's not good chocolate. It's like the cheapest, grossest chocolate you can imagine. And then they fill it with marshmallows in between the cookies. And the chocolate coat this thing.
This new demographic, like where do they...
It's like chocolate so bad you wouldn't eat it yourself, but you might let your kids eat it if they like it. That's what I recall.
Live.
UAP sightings have become a global phenomenon.
Some species may like a more dry, arid climate like a desert.
Water seems to be a clear place where they like to show themselves.
The area in and around BC, those areas seem to be hot spots for you.
Look at this, the UFO disclosure advocate. He's really helping the disclosure effort by helping junk food companies sell garbage food to stupid people, right? What kind of a person eats those? I don't know. Maybe if you're drunk, I just don't know adult grown men who would eat those. So why would you take a check to help them sell this garbage food and degrade people's opinion of the seriousness of the subject that you claim that you're advocating for.
UAP.
What about the pyramids?
Pyramids and those sacred sites may have had something to do with the phenomenon in our past.
What?
No, there's no evidence of that whatsoever. There's no evidence that the pyramids had anything to do with aliens and UFOs. Real good job, though, putting out fake facts, right? Or oh no, it's speculation. Well, the aliens might have had something to do with it.
Gets their attention.
Flashing lights.
Microsecond pulses of light.
The beings tend to interface or react with tones.
I do believe that they are.
Yeah, that's from Close Encounters, the movie. There's no evidence that aliens or UFOs interact with tones other than the movie Close Encounters. So, you know, again, like, we want this subject to be taken seriously. Great. What's your source of that information? Well, there's this movie by Steven Spielberg where they use tones to attract the aliens and communicate with them. So it must be true. It was in a movie.
Interested in music.
If we can get a catchy jingle.
Oh, aliens are interested in music. Not your music, Sean Cahill. We played some of your music. Your music is goddamn terrible, Sean Cahill. And yo, by the way, being an electronic musician myself does qualify me, to say that his music is terrible. Like, I have had so many people send me terrible electronic music. Most of the time, I try to give people advice. My only advice for him is to quit. Quit trying to be an electronic musician, because nobody would dance to that. I had to get fake gothic dancers and put them to your shit music.
For aliens, that would be an amazing first start.
And finally, would they appreciate a good deal?
I don't think that we're going to find that many differences between them and us.
So we could slip them
On all the vastness of the universe, we're not going to find that many differences between us and aliens.
a coupon and they'd be real happy.
I think we could.
But the most important thing the experts taught us.
Yeah, Sean Cahill's smiling right there because he doesn't care how ridiculous this ad is. He's getting a check.
Was how to use the alien language.
This is a extraterrestrial language. From this very basic foundation, you can start to get into more complicated subjects.
After months of market research and collaboration with extraterrestrial experts.
Oh, Sean Cahill's an extraterrestrial expert. What makes him an extraterrestrial expert? Well, he filmed a fake UFO in the backyard of the fake Pentagon program director. You remember that guy, the guy that lied to the New York Times and claimed he ran a Pentagon officially funded UFO program and he didn't? Yeah, that's what makes him. You got to love these extraterrestrial experts. And by the way, I always say this, there's just as much evidence that unicorns are real as is evidence that aliens are real. Therefore, being a extraterrestrial expert is just as credible as being a unicorn expert, right? It's just as laughable, but don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way. As long as you're getting a check, Sean Cahill, good for you. You're getting a check from people who are making fun of you, who are degrading you as a wackadoo loon in order to sell their product with a quick commercial. Great job, Sean.
It's time to bravely go where no brand has gone before and launch a global ad campaign created exclusively for the aliens living here on Earth.
Oh boy. Boy, I bet you that was pricey. It's pricey to get those billboards up in Times Square. Oh, and they're sending billboard trucks around Washington, D.C. Great. And one around, they put a sign up in Roswell. Very credible. This is so credible, Sean Cahill. You're really advocating for disclosure here, helping a garbage junk food company sell their product to stupid people like you. Sean Cahill looks like he would eat moon pies, though.
For Moon Pie to do a campaign like this, I think is really going to be a milestone in the history of extraterrestrial communication.
Oh my God. I wonder how much that guy's check was. This is so ridiculous. Nice drone display, though. I bet you that was pricey. Amazing. Please buy moon pies. Great job, Sean Cahill. I hope you got a big check for this, because this company is encouraging people to sign up to be a UFO influencer for them, much like Sean Cahill. And but it gets better. So there's a user, BPTeasies, Teasies, BWP on Twitter. And they spotted this, which is great. And I just want to say, Sean Cahill, you should apologize to everybody for being a part of an intrusive situation where the company that you are working for is literally going to steal people's content for forever, in perpetuity, if they sign up for this dumb shit, right? Great. By clicking the above link and participating in uploading your image to the website where permitted by law, you grant the Chattanooga Bakery Incorporated, its agents, affiliates, officers, directors, employees, retailers, agents, assignees, advertising agencies, representatives, and those acting pursuant to the authority of the Chattanooga Bakery Incorporated, the right to print, publish, broadcast, and use worldwide in all media without limitation at any time your full name, portrait, avatar, picture, voice, likeness, and/or biographical information for advertising, trade, or promotional purposes without further payment or additional consideration, and without review, approval, or notification. You agree that any submission does not infringe on any third-party proprietary rights, intellectual property rights, industrial property rights. So all the liability is on the uploader, and they can use anything they want from you if you upload an image to this. This is a unlimited financial opportunity. Yes. Yeah, and short story debunks. 1 second. Let me make sure I have the right screen there. Yeah. The intelligence agencies, military, and now junk food companies are all pushing UFO religion. They're recruiting influencers to do alien-themed promos to capitalize on DOD worshiping true believers who hang on Lou Elizondo's every word. That's great. That's great. Staging an alien language drone light show at what looks like the Pyramid of the Sun. Yeah. So these are your UFO advocates. They're helping a company basically steal content from people to use for advertising purposes. Great job, Sean Cahill. Great job. Great job. I hope you got a good check, though, buddy, because I know you're not making any money anywhere else, right? Loser. All right. What are you going to do? Moon pies now, right? Oh, there's nothing says serious, UFO or UAP disclosure advocate than helping a company steal content from people to use for advertising purposes forever. Awesome job, Sean Cahill. All right, now we'll get into the meat of tonight, which is this stupid Area 51 story. And for those unaware, we covered this when it was fake the first time people were selling this story. And by the way, we're also going to have a Grush grift update for you. But before we do, we're going to do the daily reminder. And what can I say? People are still love to argue about this, but it is what it is. We are now at, where are we at? 190 days, making huge claims and zero evidence shown so far. And people want to argue with me. There's a big debate now about whether he said that he had firsthand knowledge or said that he didn't have firsthand knowledge. I think that is up for debate. But I did show this. Remember when his story first came out, they claimed that Grush, they being the people selling the story, News Nation and Ross Coulthart, additionally was asked on a podcast. And Ross Colthart admitted that Grush had no firsthand actual experience or knowledge, and he was using information that people had given him. And this is from a News Nation story, and it says, while Grush is a high-ranking U.S. intelligence officer, a letter he provided from the Department of Defense indicates his claims are based on information he was given, not firsthand knowledge. But now, of course, the story's changing. Now he's got firsthand knowledge, and he's going to be sharing that someday. In an op-ed piece. Ooh, bombs dropping, Big things are coming. I don't think so. 190 days, still not a single shred of any evidence whatsoever from this person making huge, fantastic claims. But we do get an awful lot of excuses for why he can't provide he gave the evidence to this person or that person. The evidence is classified. No, it's not. If you understand anything about the Dopser process, you will realize that the UFO Grift Squad has perfectly constructed this grift so that they have excuses, and they're going to push this story. Grush's 15 minutes of fame is fading rapidly as people are tiring. I even know true believers that are messaging me going, "You're right, Stephen. It's been 6 months and he still hasn't shown any evidence. He's full of shit." And I can't say I disagree with them. A real whistleblower, show me another time in history that a real whistleblower has made claims and then said, wait, you got to wait 6 months to a year before I actually show you any of my evidence. That's a ridiculous statement. That's never happened. And also, show me another news organization that would push a very sensational story for 6 months straight that has zero evidence, just somebody telling a story. Show me another news agency, another news organization, a media organization that in the past has pushed a story that has no evidence and covered it every day for 6 months. You can't. That alone is proof that he has no evidence and that no other media organization would do this. In other words, to me, it's proof that the story is fake. And, people can say whatever they're going to say. I do believe that he believes that what he's saying is true. He's been very influenced by the Grift Squad into thinking that he's going to be some kind of hero saying this stuff. But so far, all that he's proven is that he can repeat stories from other UFO wackadoos like, Hal Putoff, who was involved in the TTSA techno scam, from people like Eric Davis, who has talked about him, from people like Gary Nolan, who's been involved in completely and totally fake UFO stories before. That's all we know so far, is that he repeats stories from other UFO wackadoos who have never proven anything. That's a fact, Jack. And if you don't like it, there's nothing I can do to help you. But we're going to get into the Ross Coulthart fake Area 51 story. And listen, I'm calling it fake because any competent journalist or researcher, when realizing that the only source for this story, there's no corroborating sources, the only source for this story is a guy who's been caught lying multiple times, and a guy who essentially was scamming people on eBay, claiming to be the engineer that worked on a secret program at Area 51 when he wasn't, claiming that the patch had something to do with alien crash retrievals at Area 51 when it didn't. It had nothing to do with those things. It was from a radar research group at Area 51. Had nothing to do with aliens, nothing to do with reverse engineering, nothing to do with crash retrievals. And he got caught scamming people on eBay, lying and by the way, he can lose his eBay account at least for lying in an eBay listing, right in the text body. We're going to show those to you. This guy lied through his teeth, claiming to be the engineer that owned the patch that was for sale on eBay. That wasn't the case. Later, he had to say it was his uncle's patch, not his. So was he lying then? Is he lying now? Which one is it? We're going to cite fair use. Metallic egg-shaped UFO the size of an SUV was kept at a highly classified Air Force base in the 1980s. And here's where I love it. This guy is now a whistleblower. Remember, whistleblowers have consequences, right? What? He's a whistleblower now? No, he's a proven liar and a scammer. He's already been caught lying multiple times, and he was scamming people on eBay for a fake patch that had nothing to do with what he claimed it had to do. The man's name is Eric Tabor, who's a defense aerospace contractor for 13 years. By the way, him being a defense aerospace contractor for 13 years is completely and totally irrelevant to the story because he's not telling a first-hand story. He's telling a third-hand story. And he told Daily Mail of an egg-shaped metallic UFO kept at Area 51 in the 1980s. Remember, we're talking about a proven liar and a scammer who's telling a third-hand story here. he revealed the story his late great uncle Sam Urquhart, an Area 51 contractor, told him about a UFO at the mysterious desert base. By the way, his uncle didn't see the craft. His uncle heard a story about the craft and saw a picture of it. That's what the claim is. So what we've got is a third or fourth hand story from a known liar and a scammer. Great. And he testified in May for Arrow, who are collecting accounts of alleged government possession of non-human craft. He also lied previously, claiming that when he testified to Arrow, he named names. Somebody got the Arrow notes. He did not name names. How many times is this guy going to get caught lying? What credible journalist would use a proven liar and a proven scammer as a source for a story of this type? What real media outlet or newspaper or news, organization would actually use this guy who's been caught lying and scamming people on eBay, centered around UFO stuff and alien stuff? That's what his scam involved. Who would use this guy for a credible source? Nobody. But that didn't stop Ross Coulthart, who, by the way, Ross Coulthart, people call him an award-winning journalist. You're right. Chalk this one up. Ross Coulthart, who sold this, I think it's a completely fake story, who sold this story previously, took money to speak at a UFO event, retelling this story, claiming it was true and giving completely and totally false, inaccurate information as he was being paid to tell people true stories. In my opinion, that's a form of fraud. Ross Coulthart is an award-winning journalist, and most recently he won Australia's Bent Spoon Award for fakest stories. So congratulations to all you people sending me nasty messages telling me that Ross Coulthart is an award-winning journalist. Yeah, and one of the awards he won is for being the fakest shit peddler, garbage peddler in all of Australia, for selling shit, fake garbage stories. He just won an award. Congratulations, you people tell me he's an award-winning journalist. He's a garbage peddler. Ross Coulthart has been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally, provably fake stories. Who's the principal person that started the whole Grush grift? Ross Coulthart, the guy who's been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories in recent years. Media Watch called his stories deceptive and misleading and lacking research and evidentiary support. Right? Media Watch slammed him several times for selling fake stories. Yeah, he's an award-winning journalist. But let's get to this recent retelling. Like, now they got to explain away the fact that this guy got caught lying, selling a fake patch that had nothing to do with aliens and crash retrievals, right? And help use a literal proven liar and UFO alien scammer as a source for a true story that they can sell and make money on. You got to love the UFO world. It is so shady and grifty, but let's get into it.
My name is Eric Tabor. I work for I did work for a U.S. aerospace company on different projects. I have a security clearance for the past 13 years. Everything that I've worked on and seen is not anywhere close to the same level of technology as the Tic Tac, for example.
By the way, the fact that he's an aerospace contractor or had clearances is completely and totally irrelevant to the story that he is selling, especially considering he's a proven liar and scammer. But it helps sell the story. Oh, this guy has top secret clearance. Put that in the story. Just forget to tell everybody that he's been caught lying multiple times and scamming people on eBay. Forget to tell everybody he's a proven liar and scammer, but put in there that he worked for aerospace industry, because this is a story about UFOs and it will lend credibility. Do you see the layers of deception that these Grift Squad members use to sell these false narratives, fake stories, and more? It becomes crystal clear the longer you're aware of the methodology that they use, which is to use layers and layers of deception. And we've talked about this countless times. The lie by omission. Tell everybody he's an aerospace contractor, or was. Just forget to tell everybody he's also been caught lying a whole bunch of times and that he was scamming people on YouTube. That's how scamming people on eBay. That's how this whole story got started. He was selling a patch, claiming it had something to do with aliens and reverse engineering, and it had nothing to do with that.
Or other things that have been cited that are quite exotic and can move in ways that defy physics. Some of the things.
Oh, there's the thing, defy physics. And again, I will repeat what Eric Weinstein say. Any idiot that says these things defy the laws of physics, well, they got to show me a real verified, not a wackadoo, real physicist who agrees with that statement. Show me a real, on the record, verified physicist who agrees that UFOs defy the laws of physics. I'll wait. You won't find any, except for maybe wackadoos like Hal Puthoff, who's not a physicist. I think he's an electrical engineer, and his underling, Eric Davis, who's been caught selling completely and totally fake alien and UFO stories before or promoting them. You won't find a real physicist who says these things defy the laws of physics. But every asshole trying to sell a UFO story repeats that false talking point. It's a false talking point. It's fake. Show me a physicist that agrees with that. You can't, you won't.
Things I've worked on I cannot and will never talk about. As a patriotic American, I would never divulge classified information.
And you have some direct experience of this with your family. Tell me a little bit more about that.
I moved to the West Coast.
By the way, he's going to use a tried and true method of the UFO scammer and grift squad members, and that is use a dead source. You know that old saying, dead men tell no tales? They also refute no tales. There's no way that we can check or corroborate his story because the person, again, this is a hearsay story from a secondhand source who heard some other, he heard stuff, and then he told this guy. Third or fourth hand account is garbage, but it is what it is. But he's using the tried and true method of using a dead source. This dead guy told me this shit, so nobody can check in with the dead guy and find out that this proven lying scammer is full of shit. You can't check with a dead guy. Lots of UFO scammers use dead people for their sources. David Wilcock does it. A lot of people do it. It is a method of deception to prevent scrutiny. You can't scrutinize the claims he's making about a guy who's dead. Who knows if the guy said this or not? He's dead. You can't corroborate. You can't call the dead guy. Excuse me, dead guy, did you tell this guy who was scamming people for your patches on eBay this story about aliens at Area 51? You know, you can't check. Isn't that convenient that so many of the alien grift squad members use dead people, involve dead people in their sources? It's so you can't check. It's so you can't scrutinize. It's so you can't ask the dead guy that he claims told him this stuff any questions to corroborate his story. It's very convenient that they all use dead people.
In 2012, no family west of the Mississippi. My grandmother was nice enough to let me know that I had a great uncle named Sam Urquhart. He told me that he worked at Area 51 from 1997 until 2014. Stayed working there as EG&G evolved through a merger with Raytheon, I believe, into the company known as JT3, and then retired in 2014 as JT3 transitioned into JT4.
And all this is irrelevant to the story. It's just extra fluff to add credibility.
He said, when I first got there in 1997, I had a personal conversation with a senior EG&G engineer whose group...
By the way, this man once claimed that he named the names of the people in his story to Arrow. People got the paperwork. He didn't name any names. He lied and said he named names to Arrow. That's another of the prover maneuvers. I guess he thought nobody would ever get that paperwork and the notes from what he told Arrow and prove that no, he didn't name any names. These are all nameless, faceless, anonymous people that no one can check with. No one can corroborate his story. Isn't that convenient? He said he gave the names to Arrow, but he lied. He didn't.
Was tasked with trying to reverse engineer, figure out an object that was brought there by some CIA people in the 1980s. And
now remember, this is an anonymous source telling his dead uncle this story, who then tells him. So we're up to third-hand account here.
Was supposedly found just resting in a remote desert location, fully intact. And the senior EG&G engineer described to my great uncle that it was egg-shaped, about the size of a SUV.
AI-generated impression.
Smooth and seamless.
I guess it'd be too much to ask to have a real picture, you know, like real proof. No, just use an AI generated image. That's good enough.
Metallic looking.
And let the liar scammer tell his story while we show you an AI generated image, because we don't have a real picture, right?
Silverish gray in color. No control surfaces, no flaps, no inlet, no exhaust. It showed.
These are all UFO mythology talking points. The same talking points that Bob Lazar used in 1989. Oh, no rivets, no known control. You couldn't see control surfaces. These are all talking points that UFO scammers have been using for decades. Nobody's ever proven any of those talking points. But hey, so is this guy just a UFO fan and he heard Bob Lazar say this shit? Sounds good. Jam it in my story with my dead uncle and the anonymous EG&G person who told him this stuff.
Put up on X-ray as a solid object. They tried to penetrate the hull, try to open it. They couldn't. They said that they were able to take some very small samples of the material. I'm not an expert in chemistry, but I guess the isotope ratio or the mixture of elements, they concluded it was not made on Earth. It's my personal belief.
Where's the proof of that? He has no proof. Remember, this is all just a story. And the isotopic ratio thing is another talking point. But I have said multiple times on this show, on my broadcast, yes, if you did have an object of extraterrestrial origin that came from another star system other than Earth or the Sol system here, or our Earth-Sun system, it would have different isotopic ratios. But without evidence or proof or lab reports to confirm his story, this is just a story.
I believe that technical data information should remain classified, and these objects shouldn't be paraded around for everyone to see. Although I know humanity wants to see this and know this information. The problem is... That's good. Get some good shots of him standing around in the desert, looking like a UFO might crash there. Yeah. These other countries have these objects as well. I conducted a 45-minute phone interview directly with Arrow, told them everything that I'm sharing right now. Yeah, but he didn't name any names of any of these people he claims his uncle talked to. So his information is completely worthless from a follow-up perspective. How do they check into this? How do they confirm if the story is real or imagined? They can't, because he won't name names. Maybe because he doesn't know their names. Maybe because these people don't exist. Shortly after the interview, they forwarded me a memorandum of record to sign and date initial. And that... Yes, and it was that memorandum of record that somebody got that proves that he never named any of the names. So we have a proven liar and a scammer that was scamming people on eBay, claiming that he named names to Arrow. He didn't name the names. It's going to be compiled with all the other data they're collecting into a historical record that's going to go to Congress sometime next year. My dealings with Arrow, they were very professional. They were very interested in what I had to say. They never said, don't talk about this. They never were threatening. They never were demeaning.
What would you say the value is of this information? On one hand,
yeah, how much can you sell this fake information for on eBay?
You are giving a story that's second or third hand. This is retold by your great uncle who's now passed away. On the other hand, this could give us a very interesting lead to potential alien craft that's hidden.
Well, it could give us leads if he indeed named names like he once claimed he was going to do. But he won't name names, so you can't follow up any of this story. You can't check into anything he's talking about. It is a completely bulletproof grift. You can't prove that the story's fake, but he can't prove that the story is real. So it doesn't pass the test of falsifiability. Therefore, this story has zero value, except to garbage peddlers who are going to clickbait the hell out of this story.
In Area 51.
I think the public wants answers, and they want answers from Arrow now, but there's a lot of people contacting them.
Look at how much he's blinking. His nerves, I think he knows that he's telling some porkies here. Nobody blinks that much except from nerves.
Like I have. And they're trying to get not just some data, but as much as they can. Compile it and give it to Congress for them to disseminate. It's not going to be compiled and just given to a news organization. So people, I think, need a little more.
That's an excuse for why there's no evidence. Well, the government has the evidence. It's a cover-up. We need patience, right?
And
Skepticism is good. Yes, I don't accept wild stories about aliens and UFOs from a proven liar and a scammer. It's good to be skeptical of these people, especially when they're proven liars and proven scammers.
Holding people's feet to the fire, but at the same time, you got to let investigations take some time. Disclosure has to be done carefully. It has to be done carefully. We don't want our enemies to know everything.
Do you have a message for any other potential whistleblowers or people with information?
Yeah, and by the way, they're calling this man a whistleblower now. So that will show you just how degraded that term whistleblower is in the UFO world. It's meaningless. If you can call a proven liar and a scammer who is scamming people on eBay for fake patches that have to do with alien crash retrievals when they don't, a whistleblower, then I'm a goddamn whistleblower.
About potential crash retrievals or UFOs, what should they do?
Never want to play your full hand. But I do believe wholeheartedly that humanity deserves to know the truth.
Oh, that great talking point.
These non-human.
No one has the right to keep this information from us. I actually believe that one, but you know, how many interviews have we seen end it with this exact talking point? It's like they give these grifters a script.
100% I believe we have.
All right, so there's the false story, but what you will notice is that they don't include in the video the truth that this guy got caught lying multiple times already, that this guy got caught scamming people for fake patches on eBay. Well, they were real patches, but they weren't what he claimed that they were supposed to be, which is a patch from an alien crash retrieval program at Area 51. Turns out the people over at Metabunk, shout out to Metabunk and McWest and the gang over there, quickly got an Area 51 historian to identify the patch. Even this person telling this false story has to admit that the patch came from where they said it did, a radar research group. All right, we'll take a moment here and take a few comments. Scallywag00 says, same old recycled talking points, right? Potatoes Pancake says, is this Bashar? Yes. All right. The deep state will never incriminate themselves. Yeah, that's another talking point. They want the enemy to know our military secrets. That's the whole point. Yes. I prefer, Simon Fly is here. Yeah, I'm not broadcasting on pill.net, just in case you were wondering. And says, I prefer my disclosure catastrophic, right? Judge a book by its cover, people. Yeah. His body language gives it away, says Ardent Paranormal. It's a tell that someone is lying when they blink a lot. I completely and totally agree. We're going to take a moment to thank you, kind and generous benefactors, before we moved on to a little more of this story. John Chow just saw the Rogan Grush show. Grush all but admits that his sources are the usual suspects, and he has the same info a viewer of Ancient Aliens has. Yeah, absolutely. UFO Shane. Oh, and thank you for the kind and generous $5 super chat. We appreciate you, John Chow. Thanks for appreciating us. UFO Shane, thanks for being a member. And the $5 super chat says, oh my God, Holly is a super good friend of mine. Yeah, tell her I want to interview and I'll be nice. You can promise her I'll be nice. I'm in some Facebook group she started. I'd like to interview her and see what she's all about. Also, moon pies suck. They were the worst thing ever. I hated them as a kid and I hate them now. Well, I agree with you. I never liked moon pies. I would eat anything else offered to me instead of the moon pie, right? I don't believe that my mother ever bought them, but I think like some neighbor's mom tried to give me a moon pie and I tried it and I was like, ew, marshmallow, trash, chocolate. It was like trash chocolate, a bad cookie, and marshmallow, and like shit, cheapest chocolate they could possibly find covering this marshmallow fluff nonsense. No. But thank you, UFO Shane, for being a kind and generous benefactor and a member. Praise the cash. And El Pachuto says, another great show. Your diligent work is appreciated. Keep up the great work. Cheers. Kind and generous, $20. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we want to thank all of you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Somebody is pinging me. You'll pardon me. I forgot to put my do not disturb on my phone. I do that quite often. Let me just check in. Occasionally, there's something going on that I need to be aware of. I'm not sure if this is one of those times. Yeah. Okay, somebody's sending me additional information. Well, that's always welcome. So now, you know, look, I already covered how fake this story is and the whole Patchgate situation and how this person got caught lying and scamming on eBay. But Charlie Weiser, shout out to Charlie Weiser. It's at Like It Matters 3 on Twitter. Please go over there and follow her. Great follow on Twitter. If you want the truth behind some of the deception, there's other people you could get it from besides me. And one of the greatest researchers out there for dispelling UFO fakery, fraudery, and bullshit is Charlie Weiser. So Charlie Weiser did this excellent Twitter thread, one of the best that I've seen Charlie Weiser do. And I am going to add to the description of the video our previous coverage of this completely and totally fake story. And many of the data points that Charlie Weiser mentions, this is in our previous report, but I didn't want to play you a 2-hour video of me yelling and screaming about Ross Coulthart being a scumbag garbage peddler. So we're going to go with the quick version. This is Charlie Weiser's thread. Eric Tabor lied about the patch when he put it on eBay, and he lied to Colthart about sneaking a photo of it while Grunkle was sleeping. She goes on to say, Tabor now admits the patch is for a radar analysis group, which Colthart never reported on, so presumably was not told. Colthart promoted the patch as being from a UFO reverse engineering program, which is also how Tabor advertised it on eBay. And you can see the original eBay listings. EG&G Engineering, UFO, military super rare patch. He wanted, is that $90,000 he was trying to get for it, or 900? Looks like he was trying to get $1 million for this patch. That wasn't what he claimed it to be. That's a scam. That is a scam. EG&G Engineering Group inside Area 51 in the year 2000. I was part of the group. This Eric Tabor listed this saying he was part of the group. Complete and total lie. But there's multiple listings. And some of them, he says, that it was his uncle's patch. And others, he says he was the engineer that was part of that alien engineering, back engineering program, right? Yeah. Before those and more eBay listings were uncovered, Tabor told Colthart he snuck a photo of the patch while Grunkle slept, and he gave Colthart that photo. Nope. He took multiple photos in 2 locations, in and out of the sleeve, for eBay. So people found the original listings where he was trying to scam people for this patch that wasn't what he said it was. This is the guy we're going to listen to? A proven liar? A proven scammer who can't keep his story straight? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's move on. In 2 of the various eBay listings Tabor made, he claimed to be the engineer and the owner of the patch. He never advertised it as coming from a radar analysis group. Bleeding debunkers discovered that it was, so now he admits it to the Daily Mail. Tabor is a third-hand witness. His uncle never saw the egg-shaped craft. Only a photo of it that he decided was the same craft a senior engineer once told him about. A photo of this craft was stuck on a frickin' wall, because that's how top-secret photos are handled. Exactly. If this object was, they wanted to hush this up and cover it up, you're not taking pictures of it and putting a big picture of it on the wall. Either his uncle is pulling Tabor's leg or the engineer was pulling the uncle's leg. The egg-shaped craft photo was most likely a radar calibration sphere. Remember, his uncle worked not in an alien crash retrieval program, not in a back engineering for aliens program, but in a radar research group. And here, Charlie Weiser correctly points out that the egg-shaped photo was most likely a radar calibration sphere. You know, a widget used in radar analysis. As depicted, the egg-shaped thing is right in the patch. And do you know what that's depicting? It's depicting this, a radar calibration sphere from White Sands Missile Range Museum. That's where this one came from. It's right on the goddamn patch. Interesting. Charlie Weiser goes on to say, this story is absolutely stupid on the face of it. Tabor exaggerated and fabricated details for Ross Coulthart, who fell for it and won't admit it. Tabor has to walk it back because the patch was debunked. He's an unreliable witness. I'd call him a liar and a scammer. Charlie Weiser is being kind and calling him an unreliable witness. Coulthart on podcasts rarely fails to blast the bleeding debunkers using funny voices. He is so far down the rabbit hole, he doesn't recognize that debunkers are doing the good investigative work that he has forgotten how to do after becoming a true believer. And here's Ross crying.
You can just hear them now, the bleating debunkers.
You can just hear them now, the bleeding debunkers. Tabor needs to answer the question about whether or not he knew this patch and Uncle's work was from a radar analysis group. He didn't tell Coulthart that, but he didn't say that in the eBay ads. So he was trying to get a better price, or his uncle lied to him. If his uncle lied to him, his uncle's story about the egg-shaped craft becomes worthless. If Tabor lied and knew the true meaning of the patch all along, he is a worthless witness. But we all know that the debunking will be forgotten and the egg-shaped UFO story will survive. For your information, Charlie goes on to say, this is radar analysis. It catalogs aircraft radar signatures using a sphere to calibrate. It is not reverse engineering, even if it uses retrieved foreign craft. Nothing is reverse engineered. It's called exploitation. Here's the meaning of the patch from the Area 51 experts via Metabunk that debunked Tabor's story, forcing him to now admit it is from a radar analysis group. Here's Ross Coulthart at the State Library of Victoria a few months ago with the patch on the screen while he relays Tabor's fake story about its meaning and origin. It's important to realize and understand that originally, when Ross Coulthart sold this fake story, the patch was the proof that the story was true. The patch completely and totally falls apart. Ross Coulthart did not do any research on the patch. He just ran with the story. And by the way, the experts on Metabunk found an Area 51 historical expert who identified the patch in minutes. It took minutes to find out that their so-called evidence of this entire story was complete and total horseshit. Coulthart's characterization of the behavior of those skeptics as the usual spite, malice, and bitchiness from UFO Twitter. Let's hear Ross Coulthart acknowledge the work by Metabunk and aviation historian Peter Merlin, who ID'd the patch in a few minutes and demolished Tabor's exaggerated nonsense. Here's Coulthart just now promoting the Daily Mail Online article, failing to comment on how he was fooled by what turned out to be Tabor's distorted facts and outright fabrications. In August, Tabor tweeted, account verified by Coulthart, now deleted, that he wouldn't release the Aero memorandum of his interview because it had names on it. The Daily Mail reproduced the memo. It has no names on it. Yeah, I have a signed and dated official Aero memorandum of record. Unfortunately, it has names on it, and I want to keep it private for now. I know Lou Elizondo and Hal Puthoff. I also knew Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell. Why is that relevant? I really don't know. But isn't it great? So this story comes from a friend of Lou Elizondo, the fake Pentagon UFO program director, and a friend of Hal Puthoff, who ran the TTSA techno investment scam with Lou Elizondo and others, where they lied to investors and promised everybody they were building a spaceship. What happened to all that money? This guy's in with those guys? That doesn't add to your credibility. But hey, he said that there was names on the report, so he wouldn't be releasing it. I checked through this. You have to excuse me because I'm visually impaired, but I blew it. I have a blowed up. That's not a word. I blew up a version of this. He named no names in this memorandum that was flashed on the screen during the selling of this latest version of this, I believe, completely and totally fake story from a known liar and scammer who, by the way, is friends with other known liars and scammers. Great. This is just great. For background on this ridiculous UFO story with credulous and or lying witnesses talking about a radar cross-section analysis group, read my blog post from August. What happened to Tabor's assertion that he snuck into his uncle's study while he was sleeping and photographed the patch and the photo of Area 51 colleagues? Why did he drop that part of the story? Oh yeah, because it was never true. He lied to Colthart to add mysteries, right? Tabor shared pictures with the dailymail.com that Urquhart showed him, including a group photo with his Area 51 engineer colleagues in a brake trailer at the base and an insignia patch designed for their radar analysis group. So the story changed. This lying scammer's first story was that patch came from an alien crash retrieval program in Area 51. Now, because a real Area 51 historian in the form of Peter Merlin through Metabunk revealed that patch was from a radar analysis group, he has to admit that came from a radar analysis group, not from where he originally said. Matt Talmer chimes in and says, I heard it from a dead guy who said he worked at Area 51, who's got a friend who said they heard about UFO's story. So, yeah, the whole story completely and totally falls apart. Ross Coulthart sold it the first time, and these grifting scammers, I swear they work together. Like, hey, Ross Coulthart made money selling this completely and totally fake story. Ross Coulthart took public speaking fees to tell this completely and totally fake story. Hey, was it the library of what? I don't know, some library in Australia paid him to come and do a public speech about UFOs, and he told this completely and totally fake story. And I'm pretty sure he got a check for that appearance. So did Ross Coulthart defraud the people who paid him to tell true UFO stories when he stood there on a stage in front of hundreds of people and told a completely and totally fake story about this fake patch from a proven liar and a scammer? And by the way, all you assholes telling me what an award-winning journalist and credible journalist Ross Coulthart is, credible journalists actually do research. They actually corroborate stories if they're going to sell them as true. Ross Coulthart did none of that. Do you know why? Because Ross Coulthart is a bottom-feeding scumbag UFO nonsense peddler. He is a garbage peddler. That's what Ross Coulthart does. 5, count them, 5 completely, provably, 100% fake stories have been sold by Coulthart in the past few years. And now he's handing off his fake stories to other people who just forget to tell everybody that the original details of the story were vastly different. That the guy that they're using for a source is a proven liar and scammer who told a completely different version of the story the first time, but then the story got blown to shit, and that guy got proven to be a complete and total liar and a scammer. But hey, let's just gloss over the liar and scammer part and let him tell his story, because we can all make money on this complete and total crock of shit story. But welcome to UFO land, right? How's that disclosure boner working out for you disclosure boner bros, right? Is this what it takes? You got to use a proven liar and a scammer? What reputable news organization would run with this story, knowing that the guy had to completely and totally change his story because he got caught lying so many times on the first go-round of this nonsense bullshittery? Nobody but garbage peddlers, which is proof. It's proof that the people selling the Grush story don't care about the truth. They're willing to use a complete and total liar and a scammer and forget to tell you how many times that guy got caught lying and scamming and just sell the story anyway. And by the way, I'm not saying Grush is lying, but what I'm saying is that these people aren't here for the truth. They're not really investigating anything. They're carefully, deceptively crafting stories for clickbait garbage so that they can make the most money possible from the most stupid people on earth clicking on their bullshit fake story, with the only source of which being a completely and totally busted, proven liar and scammer. So we'll take a few comments and questions from the live chat, and then we'll get to our Grush grift update. Because there's some new stuff, and oh boy, Grush got caught lying again. We're going to lead with that. You know, people love to argue with me. Nobody could prove that Dave Grush is lying. Well, people have proven that Dave Grush lied several times. He lied when he said he had no mental condition in the original interview with Ross Coulthart. He forgot to tell everybody that he was in a mental ward, right? Oh, and I have PTSD. That's a mental condition. He lied and said he doesn't have any mental condition. But there's other times that he's lied. And Aerotech_space, Aerotech Research on Twitter, noticed something I also noticed. And, you know, I don't like to recreate the wheel here. He already got the clip and explained this probably better than I could. So shout out to Aerotech Research. Last night, during the News Nation interview with David Grush, he is asked about his, quote, medical records, unquote, being leaked on a website, and claims that the journalist was tipped off by someone in the intelligence community. But that's not actually what happened. His medical records were not released illegally. It was actually law enforcement records that were released via FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, by the Intercept journalist Ken Klippenstein, and obtained legally. So the claim being pushed by Grush and News Nation is incorrect. Does the information show that he had a mental health issue during the local law enforcement's response to the situation at the Grush residence? Yes, but this is not medical information. It was even addressed in the article as it states, quote, police records obtained by the Intercept under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act revealed that on October 1st, 2018, Grush was committed to a mental health facility based in part on a report that he made, quote, made a suicidal statement after Grush's wife told him he was an alcoholic and suggested that he get help. Again, nothing suggests medical records were involved, and Grush, along with News Nation, owe the Intercept journalist Ken Klippenstein an apology. And he quotes the original. So here, Grush is claiming that his medical information was released illegally. That's not what happened. There was nothing illegal done to release that information.
How did your medical information wind up on that website?
Yeah, about a week after the hearing, there was a hit piece on me out of the Intercept, and
people that are showing accurate information that a man with severe mental health issues who spent time in a mental institution is making a lot of wackadoo alien claims. That's facts. Those are facts. That's not a hit piece. You might not like those facts. You might be able, you might say it's a hit piece. Is it factual? Yes, that story was 100% factual. We've got a UFO wackadoo who spent time in a mental institution claiming all kinds of stuff about aliens and UFOs. And by the way, we're up to 190 days now. He has provided no evidence, and he's pissed off because people revealed that he spent time in a mental institution, which is an absolute 100% verifiable fact that people verified through Freedom of Information Act, which is a legal process. Nobody released any illegal, nobody did anything illegal to get to that information. So he's making false statements on News Nation here, completely and totally false statements.
the journalist, although I wouldn't call this guy a journalist, sounds like he's just a immature troll, to be quite honest with you.
Oh yeah, that journalist is not a real journalist, but the fake journalist, garbage peddler Ross Colthart, is a real journalist, according to Grush, I suppose. You know, the guy that forgot to tell everybody that this guy was a mental patient.
He went on The Hill's talk show, if you will, a few days after the article dropped, and he said that they were multiple DOD and IC personnel that verbally tipped him off on where to look to get some records on a previous, mental health evaluation that I had almost 6 years ago.
And again, none of that is illegal. Nothing illegal was done. To the best of my knowledge, journalists get tips all the time. And he said it was more than intelligence people giving him that information. He had other sources.
So he himself admitted that the DOD and IC verbally tipped him off on, I think it's Breaking Points, the show that The Hill publication. He literally admitted that on camera. You can look it up, that he was tipped off by insiders about a few days after the hearing, and he admits it to himself. So I find that...
Yeah, or could it be that reputable real intelligence people were seeing this wackadoo talk about UFOs and aliens and make these outrageous claims, and that they knew that he was a mental patient previously and that should be included in these stories with him, you do have to understand that his credibility is at the heart of everything. He has no evidence, so the whole story rests on his credibility. And if he's going to lie in an interview, the first interview he lied in, no, I have no mental condition. No, I never had a psychotic break. No. He lied in the first interview. Maybe people were pissed off and said he shouldn't be lying to sell a story, and people should have the whole story, so they tip off another journalist. Here's where you can find that information about his mental problems. And the journalist followed it up. I would have done the same exact thing in that journalist's position.
Very troubling, and I encourage the DoD Inspector General, Whistleblower Reprisal, and his investigation staff to look into that, because you basically have probable security officers, because who would know this kind of information, providing a journalist's private health information, right?
Wasn't private health information. It was publicly available information via FOIA. So Grush is making completely and totally false accusations and false claims here, in my opinion. But it is a complicated issue. I can see why they wouldn't want the fact that he was a one-time mental patient to get out, because it screws up the story. Oh, he's such a credible intelligence analyst who also was a mental patient. Kind of important to the story, especially when somebody's running around talking about alien crash retrievals and alien bodies and has no evidence for 190 days now. It's part of the story that should have been included in the original story. But the garbage shit peddlers that wanted to sell this story for every dollar they could, they didn't want people to know that he was a mental patient, because it ruins the story of his credibility. He has no credibility, if you ask me, right? So there's two recent interviews. We're going to share them both. I'm going to cite fair use. We'll take a moment to welcome in the live chat once again. I see you there, John Chow, with another kind and generous $2 super chat. Thank you. I'm behind. Why is the B-roll brewery footage? Yeah, I noticed that too. I don't know. Maybe he's a brewer bro, right? Nothing says credibility when you're trying to be credible, like showing a guy inside a beer brewery, right? Cooking homemade beef stew. What the hell are you talking about, Six Design? All right. Oh, and by the way, I just want to mention something. There was a little confusion last night. Somebody in the live chat was saying that comments were getting deleted or censored. And I got upset because we don't delete or censor comments. But apparently they were saying YouTube is doing it, not us. I have no control over what YouTube chooses to if YouTube chooses to delete your comment or not allow you to make a comment here, I can't control that. We don't have an echo chamber here. People could say whatever they want, including telling me how wrong I am, which people often do. We don't have an echo chamber. Just want to make sure that everybody's clear. And one of the reasons that I got upset is because I think there would be this miscommunication. There's somebody in the live chat who keeps saying comments are getting deleted. People are going to think we're doing that. We don't delete comments. We only have one moderator. Shout out and thanks to Art and Paranormal doing a great job keeping our peanut gallery in in a good place. All right, so we're going to get to these Grush interviews because he's doubling down on the Mike Turner bad guy, stopping disclosure, bullshit, fake narrative, which I think it's funny. But let's get to that next. I have a few more things to share with you, and then we'll have time for the live chat. Look at that. Talmud. Whoa. That is so very nice. By the way, all I want for Christmas is somebody to gift 8,000 memberships. Is that too much to ask? But we'll take your 10. Talmud, who is also a YouTube channel member, just gifted 10 Truth Seekers memberships. Google how to accept a free membership. You might have to change something in your account, and then I think YouTube randomly gives them out to subscribers, which, by the way, that's another reason that you should smash that subscribe button, because you could get a free membership and get all the backstage goodies. We post some extras there for free because kind and generous people like Talmud Keep gifting YouTube memberships, and then YouTube takes those memberships and randomly distributes them somehow. I'm not sure how this process works, but they randomly distribute those free memberships to people who are subscribers of the channel who have not purchased a membership. So if you want to get a free membership, first of all, make sure you smash that subscribe button. And second of all, I'm going to have to research this, but thank you, Talmud, for your kindness, generosity, and support. 10 gifts. All I want for Christmas is 7,990 more of those, Talmud. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thanks to all of you, Patreon supporters, channel members, everybody helping us to praise the cash, bitches!
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash!
All right, thank you, Talmud. And that's not the first time Talmud has done that. Talmud keeps buying. Half of you people that are members owe Talmud a thank you, right? Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So let's get to these new interviews. By the way, I just want to make sure that we repeat. It's 190 days now, and David Grush has provided no evidence. But News Nation is giving him constant coverage. And even people like Chris Cuomo are getting in on the UFO grift. You remember him, the disgraced liar who claimed that he was in lockdown in his basement that whole time, and he was going out and doing things, and he got caught. You know, the same guy who helped his governor slimeball brother cover up sexual abuse of women. Yeah, that guy's getting in the UFO grift. Big surprise that a slimeball like Chris Cuomo, who never probably worked for anything in his life, his whole career was handed to him by his daddy, including his very expensive college education. That guy's getting in the UFO grift. Constant coverage of Dave Grush, right? No reputable journalist would push a story for 6 months if there was no evidence to support the claims being made. But News Nation is all chips in on the UFO grift. They are the new, basically they are the UFO network now. Constant coverage of Grush. And by the way, to all you stupid people, I'm going to say this one more time for the stupid people. I know a lot of you true believers are idiots. I know you're dumb as shit. But I'm going to try to explain it one more time. Hundreds of thousands of dollars has been made off of Dave Grush and his stories. Now, I'm not aware of what his financial end of this is. People are claiming he's not being paid for interviews. Other people are claiming he might be getting paid for interviews, but it's not that much money, Stephen. I don't know. Grush won't answer questions from skeptical people. He stays in the UFO believer echo chamber, or in other words, the UFO circle jerk crew. He'll only answer questions to those people. So I'd love to ask him how much he's made so far in the past 6 months off of his stories with zero evidence. We're at 190 days, over 6 months, zero evidence. But people want to argue with me. So here, if you can do third grade math, you can go to News Nation and add up all the views and then take what the average YouTube pays per 1,000 monetized views. And what you'll get to is the figures that I'm saying. Hundreds of thousands of dollars they have made with this constant coverage of David Grush, a story that has had zero evidence for 6 months now. They've made hundreds of thousands of dollars. And to you stupid people and true believers who want to argue with me about that, come back and argue with me when you figure out how to do first grade math, you dumb dickhead. Anybody can look at the public YouTube views and know that I am correct when I assert correctly that hundreds of thousands of dollars have been made from David Grush so far. And that's probably just News Nation. Then you've got Ross Colthart cashing in, George Knapp cashing in, Jeremy Corbell cashing in, The Hill cashing in, Weaponized Podcast cashing in. How many of the True Believer, we've got the Good Propaganda Show, right? They're getting tens of thousands of views off of covering the Grush bullshit story. How much money is that clown making, right? Singapore, the Singapore guy, right? Where does he go? He goes to where the prostitutes are. That's where he goes, the good trouble guy. Great guy, right? That's who I want to get my information from. Good job, Matt Propaganda. But let's get into this. Luckily, there's 2 short interviews because I didn't really, unless he's going to provide evidence, I don't want to listen to this guy for hours at a time. That Joe Rogan interview was goddamn brutal. And then one thing that everybody should know is almost everybody at News Nation is a disgraced journalist. I'm not familiar. Elizabeth Vargas got fired from somewhere. Let me check. Oh no, she left Good Morning America, and there was a big controversy about that. Yeah. Bravo decided to not renew her contract. And this is interesting. Oh no, that's somebody else. Anyway, it's enough to say that almost everybody on News Nation is a journalist that like got fired for being a shit peddler, like Chris Cuomo, Ross Coulthart. Well, Ross Coulthart, contract not renewed. Elizabeth Vargas, contract not renewed. Chris Cuomo, contract not renewed. In other words, most people would understand they were fired for being garbage peddlers or for being disgusting, despicable shitheads like Chris Cuomo, who would help his governor brother get away with sexually harassing all those women, right? So he got let go. Ross Coulthart got let go for selling a completely and totally fake story, accusing a whole bunch of members of the British government of being pedos, right? He got contract not renewed. Everybody at News Nation, it's like, did you get fired for being a shit person, for being a despicable scumbag of a human being? And are you a garbage peddling shit peddler who sells fake stories as a fake journalist? Come on over to News Nation. We got a whole new thing going, selling this UFO scam. That's what everybody is over at News Nation. Not all of them, but many of them. You can look them up. They're all disgraced. Contract not renewed, fired, whatever. They all end up at News Nation pushing this UFO scam. That's not a coincidence. And by the way, the CIA loves assets like that they can manipulate. Well, they're not going to get a job anywhere else, right? And by the way, I'm not claiming they're CIA, but something's not right about this whole thing. No reputable or real news organization would push a story this hard for this long that has zero evidence for more than 6 months. And boy, that's another screenshot for you. Why does this guy always look like he's shitting his own pants, right? Or sharding himself? He always looks like he is, I don't know, he looks high in this shot, but let's see what he has to say. He's going to, listen, here's another thing. When you have no evidence, just start claiming everything's a cover-up, right? They have the evidence. They're covering it up. Why can't you show it to us? Bullshit excuses, right? And by the way, we're going to get into his bullshit excuses for why he can't provide any evidence. They're fake excuses. I got to say, when I write my book about all of my journey here, this is going to be a big chapter. And I think I'm going to call the chapter How to Construct the Perfect UFO Grift, because this is a great grift. You get a guy, you tell him all kinds of stories, you tell him he's going to be a hero, and you send him out there to confirm everything. Oh yeah, the alien bodies, totally true. Recovered alien spacecraft, totally true. Back engineering, totally true. And then when people start wanting the evidence for these claims, you make bullshit excuses like that's classified. He can't tell you. It's not classified. And we're going to show you the evidence and proof that he can provide all the details he wants, and that UFO, alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, and alien spaceships are not, by definition, classified. And we know that through Dobser and the Pentagon. So he's got the perfect built-in excuse for why he can't show any evidence. And he's doing that shuffle that Lou Elizondo did for years and years and years. Talk, but don't say anything. Provide excuses. Talk about your NDAs or your security clearances, or how you're patriotic and don't want to spill American secrets, for why you can't show any evidence whatsoever of your wackadoo claims, Mr. Mental Patient.
David, we just heard that 2 key provisions were killed from this defense bill that basically water down the requirement to make public any information about spacecraft, about alien remains. I take it you're disappointed.
By the way, before we get to Grush's comments, I just want to make sure that everybody knows and understands that David Grush has been accused, at least by his own admission, of mishandling classified information. And it is my personal belief that he may have been the source that was leaking information from classified briefings to UFO scammers like Jeremy Corbell. And all this talk about reprisals against him may have been well warranted, because he may, by his own admission, have been mishandling classified information. So for him to comment on this situation having previously been investigated for mishandling classified information it's literally like the lunatics running the asylum. No offense to him being a previous mental patient, but that's literally like the lunatics running the asylum. He's been accused of leaking, or he says he was investigated. By his own admission, he was investigated for mishandling classified information. And I, to the core of my being, I can't prove it yet. We're working on it. I truly believe that he was Jeremy Corbell's source for some of those bullshit fake leaks that weren't what Corbell originally claimed they were, including the Baghdad, what was it, the orb, the Baghdad Phantom, and other stuff. Because you notice right after Grush came out, no more big leaks from Jeremy Corbell. Does that mean that he lost the source that was leaking him that potentially sensitive or potentially classified information? Probably. I don't think that's a coincidence, but we're working on a story. We need to get on the record government people to answer questions. You go try that. Very difficult, but we'll continue to follow up on that. So Grush is previously investigated for mishandling classified information and for hanging out with people that were leaking classified information. And he's going to complain because this bill was killed because it may allow people to leak sensitive or classified information. Now he's going to complain about that, the guy who's been investigated himself, for the very reason that those provisions were removed.
Yes, yeah, thank you for having me on today. And, you know, what we're witnessing right now is, quite frankly, the greatest legislative failure in American history. You know, you have the
greatest legislation failure in American history. Yeah, not Obamacare, not any of the other huge blunders, right? Like going to war over fake, I don't know, weapons of mass destruction, right? Or funding billions of dollars into the Ukraine war and the Israeli wars. Those weren't the biggest legislative blunders. Oh, no. Them not telling us the truth about those aliens, the biggest legislative failure ever.
Had a very strong amendment for government transparency.
And for those unaware, you know, go kick rocks. Many people have explained why those provisions were terrible and why that amendment was poorly written and a shit show. It should have failed, right?
On this issue, whether you believe my allegations or not, you know, this is a government transparency issue at large. And, you know, the legislation was modeled off of, you know, previous government transparency issues. I mean, so we have.
Yeah, it was modeled after the JFK one. And you know what the government did with the JFK one? The government passed this JFK Records Act, which said all of the records of the JFK assassination, all of them, have to be released by this date in 2016. And you know what happened? The government said, we know that we passed a law that we were supposed to release these documents, but we're not going to do it. Fuck you. So these laws are meaningless. And this idiot literally doesn't know that they based this amendment on the Kennedy Records Act, which the government just said, fuck you. We're not going to do it. I know we passed a law that we're supposed to give you these records. We're just not going to do it. And by the way, President Trump famously commented to Judge Napolitano that if you knew what was in those JFK records, you couldn't release them either. So there is some smoking gun evidence or proof in those records that the government refuses to release related to the JFK assassination. So even if they pass this amendment, they don't have to honor it, just like they didn't honor it with the JFK Records Act. They just kicked, they moved the deadline by executive order, I think. And then Biden recently just said, we're never going to release those records. So having a law passed that says they must release records doesn't mean they're actually going to release the records. They do whatever they want. I think it's great that this guy knows nothing about actual legislative history, but he's some kind of expert now, former mental patient.
Had a mixed bag of success, right? If we believe the conference report that was submitted last week, Section 1687, which effectively fences.
Grush first revealed the UFO program on News Nation. What UFO program?
Off money to illegal special access programs, something that Marco Rubio, Mark Warner, and his staff on the Senate.
He has provided no proof or evidence of illegal special access programs. None. Zero. And people are lying and saying there's no congressional oversight. Yes, there is. For every SAP program, even the unacknowledged one, there is congressional oversight in the form of the Gang of Eight. So that's a false statement. The deception, the layers of deception that these people use to put together their false narrative it's truly mind-boggling to me. How many times have we heard these programs they're going on without congressional oversight? No, they're not. No, they're not. And there's provisions in the law for why some members of Congress aren't read into those programs. And it has to do with keeping the secrets. So they read in and have oversight from a select member of the Senate, not from everybody in the Senate. There is congressional and Senate oversight of all these programs, and it's embedded in the laws. They just forget to tell you that detail while they're lying through their teeth about programs going on without any congressional oversight. They have oversight. They just don't have the oversight of every member of Congress.
That's like for Committee for Intelligence championed. That did make it through conference, and I do congratulate the senators that pushed hard to make sure that that was not removed during conference to help further this effort.
It leaves the door open for anything that is, quote, national security, we get to keep secret.
100%, and that's why we were going to have a neutral 9-person panel, and all that was enumerated in the Schumer rounds, amendment earlier this year.
And you know what? 9 people they wanted to make those decisions. They wanted UFO wackadoos like Tim Pritchett on that panel, and true believers on that panel. And it's interesting here that he is basically going to say, anybody that opposes the UFO narratives that these people are putting forth, they need to be replaced with UFO wackadoos that are true believers.
And that was not written in a vacuum. That was written, with other individuals bringing them information as well.
All right. Were you hoping to be on that panel, that 9-person panel that would make those decisions on what had to stay secret and what could be made public?
Yeah, that's great. Let's get a guy who's been a mental patient, who's telling stories about aliens and UFOs for more than 6 months now, providing not a single shred of evidence. Let's put him on the governmental panel that's going to decide what should remain classified and what should be public knowledge. A guy who's previously also been investigated by his own admission for mishandling classified information. Why would the government ever allow a man like this to serve in any capacity?
Certainly, it's not my place to be on the panel. I certainly offered through certain staff up to the White House. I would be happy to participate. I mean, I'm happy to.
Hi, I'm the guy who may have been leaking classified stuff from classified briefings to UFO scammers to make money with. And I'm going to help you, Mr. President, decide what to release to the public or not. Yeah, great. That's great.
Coffee, for God's sakes. But you do know I was actually behind the scenes interviewing former undersecretaries, former general officers, Nobel laureate type folks that would fill those specific billets on the URRB, which is the disclosure panel that was described in the Schumer amendments. So there are certainly people of high repute that were willing to serve on that panel to do their best to provide the president.
I wonder who he's talking about. You talking about Hal Puthoff, Lou Elizondo, the fake UFO program, Pentagon program runner who never ran a Pentagon UFO program? What, your boss, Gary Nolan, who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake alien and UFO stories? Like, this is what these true believers want. They want the government to step out of the way and let a bunch of UFO wackadoos make decisions. Sorry, not sorry. No, that's not what should happen here.
A recommendation on what he should disclose, and now that the panel is not signed into public law on the legislative branch side, I mean, we need to advocate for the executive branch, the office of the president, through executive action.
This story is getting more and more ridiculous. We literally have a mental patient who's been talking about alien bodies for 6 months and provided no evidence, acting like he's some kind of fucking expert, and the president should listen to him about what to do. Yeah, sure. Sounds good, right? Yeah. Let's let this guy, who's a former mental patient who's talking about aliens and UFOs for 6 months, hasn't provided a single shred of evidence publicly, claims he gave evidence to this person or that person, gave 11 hours of testimony to congressional staffers who walked away calling him a, quote, unreliable witness, unquote. And these are Tim Burchett. He said that. Congressional staffers came to me after hearing his testimony and saying he was an unreliable witness. Let's let him advise the president on what to do about these very important disclosure. It's so comical and so stupid. These people live in a delusional fantasy land.
To instate such a body to advise him on the best course of action now that, Congress has failed to legislate appropriately. And I'm here to, praise and admonish. I mean, certainly the Senate. Thank you for proposing that legislation. I'm glad you got some provisions passed, but folks in the House, I mean,
here he's going to attack Mike Turner now. By the way, I reached out to a staffer of Mike Turner. I'm trying to get an interview with Mike Turner because I don't even think Mike Turner is aware of the ridiculousness. Did you know there was a protest outside? There was supposed to be this huge protest for Mike Turner, and 5 people showed up holding UFO signs. That's all they were able to get. 5 people holding, tell us the truth about alien signs. Great effort, guys. Disclosure dorks.
Total failure. It's one of the biggest failures probably in the history of Congress.
Yeah, you've had strong words for Representatives Mike Turner of Ohio and Mike Rogers of Alabama, both of whom helped kill those 2 key provisions. They're arguing classified information could leak. And
yeah, kind of like the classified information that was leaked to Jeremy Corbell so he could make money selling a completely and totally fake story about aliens from something that wasn't aliens. Kind of like how classified information from, a classified briefing was somehow leaked to Jeremy Corbell. Yeah, maybe classified information could leak to places that we don't really want it to leak to, right?
That would be dangerous to the United States of America. What's your answer to that?
Well, classified information would not leak if the panel was appropriately administrated. There's other presidential panels very akin to this that have occurred over the last several decades, and none of that information illicitly leaked. The panel was supposed to review the classified records and provide the president a recommendation because he is the original classification authority.
Are we looking at, I think we're looking at those original TTSA videos, which are garbage. You gotta love play worthless UFO videos during the interview.
And he makes
that weren't what people claimed they were, right? Here's another one. Jeremy Corbell. Is News Nation paying him a royalty for government-owned footage that was leaked to him? That's a good question. Why is Jeremy Corbell able to license film footage that he doesn't own, but is rather owned by the American public and the American taxpayer to news organizations?
Classification determination. It's not the panel. They're just helping advise the president. So there's no reason for anything to leak, no national security equities to be compromised if conducted in a professional manner.
Yeah, I was struck by something that Democratic Representative Jared Moskowitz of Florida recently said. He said, quote, "The reason why I got involved is we started asking questions, legitimate questions. The pushback we got is what interests me." He said, "Every time we pulled the thread and we stumbled on something, it seemed we would get stonewalled." In other words, if there's nothing to hide, why is everybody putting up such an effort to stonewall and keep things secret and say you can't be privy to that information?
Well, that's a good question, but this is an argument used by people. If there's nothing there, why not pass the amendment? Maybe that some of these things do have to do with real and valid national security concerns. if the United States government is in possession of some of the hardware that I believe they are, including super advanced drones with advanced propulsion systems, stealth drones, and more, they don't want people poking around about those because it would reveal our secret capabilities to our adversaries. You know, I just don't understand the argument. Like, why is there pushback? Well, maybe because there's valid security concerns here, and because you've got UFO wackadoos who are leaking potentially sensitive or potentially classified information to UFO scumbags like Jeremy Corbell, who keeps selling things like flares as alien spaceships, you know.
That's what actually got him on board on this effort to get transparency.
100%. And Representative Nancy Mace, requested through the Office of Secretary of Defense front office in early August to get me cleared to, brief at the Special Access Program level to the House Armed Services Committee.
And by the way, they will never give him his clearance back. I don't believe they will ever give him his clearance back. If you get investigated for potentially mishandling classified information, they don't want to give you another hand at the cookie jar. They don't want to give you another opportunity to mishandle classified information. So all you people that think he's going to get his clearance back so he can, testify to this or that, and we're going to get into the classification false claims of these things are classified. He can't talk about it, Stephen. Wrong, wrong, wrong. And we'll show you the proof of that.
Committee. And, as of this taping right now, I still have not been approved for access to even talk to the Armed Services Committee, even though Representative Mace, her staff, and other members, such as Matt Gaetz and others, have advocated for me to, get those one-time clearances, since I am no longer read into some of those programs, and the Pentagon has sat on it.
People who saw your big interview that aired here on News Nation and who watched your congressional testimony, people who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, have said over and over again, he has no firsthand knowledge.
And here's where it gets interesting, and there's going to be a whole controversy about this, because originally, as his story was sold by Ross Coulthart, News Nation, and others, Ross Coulthart said this, News Nation said this, that he had no firsthand knowledge. Now, all of a sudden, he's got firsthand knowledge.
He is just telling what someone else told him or telling what he read. How do you respond to people who say, because you don't have any firsthand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you?
Well, I couldn't be very upfront about my firsthand knowledge until recently. I got some other security approvals through the pre-publication and security review process. And I did have some firsthand knowledge of some specific parts of the program. I'm currently drafting an op-ed that I'm going to release in a few weeks, and I will be discussing what I actually do know firsthand.
Yeah, and by the way, there seems to be some debate over, first of all, what is his evidence? And people are saying that he's going to say he saw pictures, and that's his firsthand knowledge. I don't think that really qualifies as firsthand knowledge, but until we actually see what he's going to claim is firsthand knowledge, we don't know. But if you were going to call, this is where I'm confused. If you were going to call yourself a UFO whistleblower and you had firsthand knowledge, why would you start your story and the journalist selling your story would begin your entire story with, he has no firsthand knowledge. These are things that people told him. So he has no firsthand knowledge. Why would you start your story off if that wasn't true? Why wouldn't you say he has firsthand knowledge, but he hasn't been cleared for that yet? So he's going to give us the secondhand knowledge that he acquired from UFO, I believe, from UFO wackadoos telling him wackadoo stories, like Gary Nolan, whose talking points he keeps repeating, like Hal Puthoff, whose fake science he keeps repeating, like Lou Elizondo, fake UFO stories. But you can't be surprised that you're going to get fake UFO stories from a fake Pentagon UFO program director that never was a real Pentagon UFO. This whole thing is so shady and fake, but it's interesting that, they started his whole story saying he doesn't have firsthand knowledge, and it's in print. I've got it on my Twitter that News Nation first said he has no firsthand knowledge. Now, all of a sudden, he's got firsthand knowledge. And people are going to argue with me or show me a transcript. Oh, no, in the congressional hearing, he said he had firsthand knowledge, but he couldn't discuss it publicly. Okay. But why would you lead with your shittiest evidence if you were going to call yourself a UFO whistleblower? More proof he's not a real whistleblower. A real whistleblower would drop the best evidence they have and say, here's the evidence, bitches. He hasn't done that. Instead, we got to hear him bob and weave and say, I can't talk about that. It's classified. When he was cleared, it's not classified. The whole thing is, like I said, the perfect grift. He has an excuse for why there's no evidence. Now there's an excuse for why his whole story started with, though he has no firsthand knowledge, now he's got firsthand knowledge. And let me tell you, an ever-evolving, changing story is the hallmark of every UFO grifter. Their stories always change like this, right? The story always changes. And I'm very troubled by the fact that first he said, or the people selling his story certainly said, Ross Coulthart was asked. And Ross Coulthart admitted he doesn't have firsthand knowledge of these programs. Now, all of a sudden, he's got firsthand knowledge of the programs. And we're going to get into a little more of that in a moment.
I just could not overtly discuss it at the time, including at the hearing, because the Pentagon and the IC were sitting on some of my pre-publication and review paperwork at the time, so I could not acknowledge that.
When you say you have firsthand knowledge, you actually saw something yourself?
Well, the deeper description of what I know has been redacted. They proposed a redaction in a pre-publication and security review response a few days ago, and they're telling me to withhold legally some of the firsthand knowledge I have, but I'm allowed to generally discuss that I was read into a UAP-related program directly by the U.S. government.
Yeah, and he worked for, didn't he work for the UAP task force for Travis Taylor or one of those other UFO wackadoos for a while? So he could be talking about being read into that. We don't know what he's talking about yet. But speculation going wild and everybody's getting a disclosure boner. What's he going to tell us next? I predict that his next revelations will be more stories with no evidence. But this time, he saw stuff that he's going to talk about, but not provide evidence for and not prove anything about. So we're going to go from secondhand witnesses telling him stuff that he has no evidence for to now him saying, I saw this stuff, but I still have no evidence. My prediction is new stories with no evidence. We're already at 190 days. Not a single shred of evidence of anything he has said so far. But his story keeps changing. He gets caught lying on a news broadcast, claiming that people illegally released his medical records when that's not the case. He got caught lying, claiming that he didn't have any mental problems. Now sorry, I forgot about the PTSD that I have. And I forgot I was in a mental institution during that, the guy's been caught lying several times already, but we're just supposed to believe, oh, he couldn't talk about that. It's the Pentagon's fault. He couldn't talk about that when he first came out. Now they're going to let him talk about it.
So I want to ask you about the fact that after you went public, both.
Oh, okay, so this is the part about the medical information where he lies. We've reviewed that already. We're going to move on to the next video, I believe. So let's get to the next video. Then I've got some more information to share that proves that he could release evidence of his claims, but he won't. And it's no surprise that, one of the things that's very frustrating to me is, and I'm just going to say this, look, I want to say this as politely as I can to you true believers. And, I get you really want to, your disclosure boner's hard. You really want to believe this, but I'm just going to say this. And I'm going to try to be as polite as I can. Anybody that's repeating the talking points of the people that are selling these fake fucking stories, you're a dumb dickhead. You're a dumb dickhead. Alien bodies is not classified according to the Pentagon and DOPSR. Alien spaceships is not classified according to the Pentagon and DOPSR. Alien crash retrieval programs, not classified according to DOPSR. Non-human bodies, not classified according to DOPSR and the Pentagon. So this fake talking point excuse that he can't give us any evidence because it's classified falls apart. I'm going to give you a very quick example. If I worked for a classified program that was developing, we could just make something up, that was developing plasma propulsion technology, right? If I worked for a government program that was top secret developing plasma propulsion technology, then I got out of the government job and I applied to DOPSR to talk about plasma propulsion technology, I would not be approved because plasma propulsion technology is part of a classified program. They wouldn't even let me mention plasma propulsion technology. Dave Grush applied to DOPSR to be cleared to talk about alien bodies, crash retrievals, alien spaceships, non-human body retrieval, back engineering of non-human spacecraft, retrieval of non-human spacecraft, all of which the Pentagon and DOPSR said, you can talk about that, which means by definition, those things are not part of classified programs. If they were, they would not clear him to even mention them or talk about them. And this was told to me by several people that I verified are actual, one's an Army intelligence person and one was somebody that worked for the government in information technology that was classified, all of which told me they wouldn't let him say any of this shit if any of that was classified. So the excuses completely and totally fall apart under scrutiny. And we know that because DOPSR approved him to talk about all this stuff. If this stuff was so sensitive and so classified, they wouldn't let him talk about any of it. So we'll get to the second part 2 of the interview, which I thought was a little more interesting. Then I've got some more information to share. And by the way, I am tired. I'm tired of dumb dickheads repeating UFO grifter talking points. Here's another one I love. UFOs are classified at a higher level than the atomic or nuclear bomb secrets. No, they're not. And do you know where that talking point came from? A known UFO wackadoo, Wilbert Smith, who worked for the Canadian government, essentially got fired for being a fucking wackadoo crazy person, who was also claiming that he talked to aliens from Venus telepathically from his backyard. Context is everything. So, I'm not going to engage with stupid people that repeat UFO grift talking points. UFOs are classified at a level higher than nuclear secrets. That's a grifter, scammer UFO talking point. And the origin of that is a man who was a complete and total fucking wackadoo who claimed that he telepathically communicated with aliens from Venus from his goddamn backyard. That's who that statement came from. And if you're just repeating it, right, sounds good. Oh, yeah, UFOs are classified higher than nuclear secrets. No, they're not. There's no proof or evidence of that other than some UFO wackadoo who telepathically communicates to the planet Saturn from his backyard lawn chair. So do not repeat fake, false UFO grifter scam talking points. And by the way, it's like George Carlin says, you know how stupid you think some people are? You have to realize that no matter how stupid you think some people are, they're even stupider than that. Who would just mindlessly repeat UFO scam talking points to prove things that don't prove shit when you pick apart the talking point? Who would do that? Who's stupid enough to do that? Well, apparently lots of people, because if you look at some of my Twitter threads, it's stupid, dumb dickheads who keep repeating these fake talking points. Fake talking points. And one of the fake talking points is Dave Grush can't give us any evidence because these programs are all classified. No, DOPSR wouldn't have cleared him to talk about them if they were classified. They would never have cleared him to talk about what goes on in a classified project. And that talking point falls apart. So here we have the second part of the new Dave Grush interview. By the way, I want to thank Mike Colangello, who's always providing us clips here, because I'm so glad he's out there doing it, because I'm too lazy to make all these clips. You can follow him on Twitter at Mike Colangello. And by the way, he's developing quite a great Twitter following, right? Here is the latest second part of new David Grush interview from News Nation. The topics discussed. More whistleblowers went to the ICIG after Grush went public. Yeah, More whistleblowers went to the ICIG after Grush went public, but look who they're willing to call a whistleblower. We saw at the beginning of our broadcast tonight that they're literally willing to give the title of whistleblower to a complete and total proven lying scammer. So what kind of whistleblowers is he talking about? The lying scammer that went to Aero, also went to the ICIG? Is it that lying scammer who was scamming people on eBay and now he's calling himself a whistleblower? UFO disclosure dorks either have to understand what a real whistleblower is, and by the way, real whistleblowers have evidence, or they need to stop using this term whistleblower, because apparently the term whistleblower can apply to anybody, including lying scammers who are scamming people, trying to scam people on eBay for $1 million for a fake patch that isn't what he said it was, and has to change his whole UFO story after his original UFO story was based on completely and totally fake evidence, falls apart. We're calling that guy a whistleblower. So who is Grush calling a whistleblower? Everybody's a goddamn whistleblower now. Nobody has any evidence, but they're all whistleblowers, right? Tell a third-hand, fourth-hand story after you get caught lying and scamming people on eBay. You're now a UFO whistleblower. It's awesome. So more whistleblowers went to the ICIG after Grush went public. At least one scientist had concerns about murders to maintain the UFO cover-up. Yeah, at least one scientist. Guess who that scientist probably was? The same scientist who gave those lies to Tucker Carlson, who ran with them. That people are being murdered to maintain the UFO cover-up. People are being murdered. What scientist? Could it be the wackadoo scientist that he works for that's starting his own UFO religion, the Soul Foundation? Could it be that scientist? Notice how this man is always so vague. He doesn't want to say, like, the details. And the reason is because if you know the details, like maybe the whistleblower he's talking about is the lying scammer that was scamming people on eBay. Maybe that's the so-called whistleblower that he's referencing. Oh, at least one scientist had concerns about murders to maintain the UFO cover-up. Great. Can we get his name? Oh, I can't tell you. You know why? Because it might be Gary Nolan. You know, the Stanford professor who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake UFO stories. The guy who pimps out the Stanford University labs so that he can help UFO scammers seem legitimate and scientific and sell their fake ass bullshit, ridiculous nonsense stories based on complete and total lies, right? The same scientist who took part in a complete and total scam where they claimed they had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku, you know, scammer, UFO, grifter, liars. Why doesn't he give the names of the people? Is that classified too? Of course it's not. But he can't give you any details. And I truly, at the heart and soul of all of this, truly believe that there's a reason he cannot give details. Because if he gives details, people will know that my entire original theory that all of this man's sources, all of what this man is talking about, commenting on, putting forth as evidence or proof, all comes from the same old UFO grift squad that has been saying this shit for decades and never proving it. Once, if you knew who he's getting this shit from, and they've all been involved in fake shit and nonsense and selling completely, totally fake UFO stories, you would know that he's also full of shit. So there's a reason that he has to do the lie by omission and withhold who's giving him this information. I truly believe it's because if people knew where his information is coming from, they'd go, oh, his information is coming from the fake Pentagon UFO program director that lied about that to the New York Times in 2017. His information is coming from Hal Puthoff, who ran a techno investment scam with Lou Elizondo, claiming they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. And they collected millions of dollars and didn't do anything like they said they were going to do with the money. That's an investment scam. And his information is coming from people like Dr. Gary Nolan, who's been caught selling completely and totally fake alien and UFO stories, right? If you knew where his information was coming from, then the whole grift would fall apart. So he's got to protect his information sources and protect the truth, I believe, is that his information sources are all known UFO scammer, grifter, wackadoo, liar, scumbags who are here to profit off of this thing and nothing more. Grush comments on Arrow and Sean Kirkpatrick. Allegations of certain House Republicans being paid off by defense contractors. Wow, that's pretty good accusation. And remember, when you can't provide evidence or proof of your claims, what do you got to do? Yell cover up. Claim the men in black are trying to cover this shit up. Oh, there's I can't show the evidence, but they have it, but they're covering it up. You just add a conspiracy on top of your original conspiracy to provide an excuse for why you have no evidence. Does he have evidence or claims? Grush asked the American people to vote out those Republicans. Shots fired against Mike Turner. Great. Let's get into this one. By the way, fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We'll be critiquing the video that we are sharing. We'll be talking about it with our live chat. This is the textbook definition of fair use.
David, when you first talked to us several months ago, you
6 months ago. Elizabeth Vargas doesn't want to acknowledge that they first talked 6 months ago and that there has been no evidence of his claims for 6 months. Doesn't want to acknowledge that.
said you had spoken to about 40 people who had proof that the government had recovered.
Yeah, why can't he name any of those 40 people? He never has. I think a lot of those 40 people are the same old people. You know, the people that Stephen Greenstreet calls the space ghost hunters, right? The same people. All the people involved with Skinwalker, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, the usual UFO grift squad.
These alien spacecraft, non-human remains. In the past months since then, have you seen any more testimony to support that or any firsthand encounters with information?
I am aware of some other firsthand individuals that did approach the intelligence community inspector general's office.
Yeah, and again, the use of the term firsthand, what does that mean? Because according to some of these UFO wackadoos, if you saw a picture, you're a firsthand witness. So I think they're being very loose with their terminology to sell the grift.
Of course, I'm not privy to their precise complaints because I'm not a recipient of that. But I do know of a couple other individuals that are known to me that did go to the inspector general after my testimony this summer.
But he can't name them, any of them. So he starts his story with 40 anonymous sources, and now there's more anonymous sources. Yeah. Oh, yeah. More whistleblowers are coming forward. Great. What's their names? Let's interview them. Oh, I can't tell you. So how many anonymous sources does he get to use? It's worse than Linda Moulton Howe level anonymous sources. Linda Moulton Howe would use one or two. Linda Moulton Howe, as shitty as she is at this, she's never used 45 or 50 anonymous sources, but we're up to that with Grush. In what other genre of anything would any... Ooh, sorry, I didn't realize I was doing that. In what other area of any news would somebody be allowed to use 50 anonymous sources to prove their claims or to back up their claims that have no evidence? So what we're allowing David Grush to have 45 or 42 at least. He said a couple. So we let him use 40 anonymous sources to begin with. Now he's tacking 2 more anonymous sources on it. But remember, there's more than that because, there's that guy that saw the triangle craft that modified the paint job on his car. That's another anonymous source. Oh, I spoke with a PhD level scientist. That's another anonymous source. Or is that included in the 40? Who knows? But we're going to allow this guy to just use unlimited anonymous sources instead of providing the evidence. People who have real evidence don't need 40 plus anonymous sources. There, I said it.
So your testimony sparked other people to come forward with their stories of what they've seen in these secret programs?
Yes.
You recently did an interview with Joe Rogan on his podcast, and you said something that really took me aback. You said that you believed that the United States government has killed people for trying to go public with a story. Really?
Those are concerns that certain scientists on the program that are known to me, presented that to myself, but I did direct them to the appropriate authorities on that.
Yeah, that's an awfully big claim to be making. People were murdered to cover up the UFO secrets. And by the way, that is an accepted part of UFO mythology. Remember, people claim Phil Schneider was murdered. Turns out he was a complete and total mental case that was in and out of mental institutions his whole life, suffered from depression. He lied for years on UFO stages. He killed himself. Oh no, the Men in Black killed him. People have been bandying about these claims that people were murdered over UFO secrets for decades now. No one's ever proven it. Those are huge allegations to make, especially with zero evidence. What's his evidence? An anonymous source, another anonymous source whose name we can't know. How many anonymous sources does a fucking whistleblower need? Whistleblowers name names. Whistleblowers drop terabytes, real whistleblowers drop terabytes of data to back up the claims they're making. Dave Grush just keeps inventing or talking about new anonymous sources.
Something that I don't know firsthand. That's something they espouse, but because of the serious nature of that, I directed them to the appropriate authorities, such as the Inspector General staff and law enforcement. So I can't speak to that because that's something that they espoused, and I directed them to the right authorities.
Other people were worried about that, not you.
I had some unique things happen in my personal life that
he had unique things happen to him.
Were some of the causal factors for me to file a complaint, some things that my wife and I had noticed, some intimidation. I can't get into the exact nature. I did provide that information to the Inspector General, and hopefully they've referred it to appropriate federal law enforcement.
Isn't it great? Every time that he gets pressed for information, he just says, I can't talk about that. This is the worst whistleblower in the history of whistleblowers. He's using, 50, 40 anonymous sources. Every time he gets pressed for information, he pulls out an anonymous source, or he says, I can't talk about that. Isn't that at least a little suspicious, even to you true believer dumb dickheads? I mean, it's a little suspicious that every time he gets asked for any form of detail, a name, a location, any form of information to back up a claim, it's either I gave that information to appropriate authorities, I can't discuss it, ongoing investigation, NDA, it's classified, or, oh, here's an anonymous source that I can't name or mention that told me that. It's more than a little suspicious that every single time he's pressed for real information, he's got these outs that he keeps using. Did Snowden use outs, or did Snowden name names, provide documents, terabytes of documents to prove that everything he was saying was correct? That's a real whistleblower. This is a goddamn fake story time, fantasy land, mental patient selling a story. And News Nation is right there to sell it with them.
And counterintelligence personnel, but I can't discuss that publicly because of the sensitive nature of that for my own protection and for the integrity of the investigation.
Yeah, because if you really believe that the government has done that in the past with people who've tried to expose this UFO program, why are you still alive? You've done more to expose it than anyone else.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I went public, and certainly...
Yeah, and by the way, let's be very clear. Go look into the dark history of the United States and assassinations. The United States is not shy about assassinating anybody that they term as a threat. We saw the evidence and proof that they were trying to murder Julian Assange. If they wanted him dead, he would be, which is proof to me that his stories are all bullshit. Because if they really, really were intent on covering up these massive UFO and alien secrets, they would have just killed him before he came out, right? And the United States has no problem with murdering people that they consider a national security threat. Look at the dark history of the United States and assassinations. And by the way, with very few exceptions, probably most notably, Cuban dictators, they kill whoever they want, and they have no problems doing it. So this, oh, my life is in danger. It's part of the deception to sell the story. Oh, this information is so important. And you know who else uses claims that he's under constant threat or attack? Let's see, Corey Good, David Wilcock, Bob Lazar. All UFO grifters use this as some sort of prover maneuver. like, oh, this information is so important. They might murder me for talking about this. No, if they wanted you dead, you would have been dead before you said a word.
I was shown that, they can touch me at any time. And that's what led me to not only contact my former agencies, counterintelligence folks with, what I
They could
witnessed.
touch him at any time. What does that even mean?
Evidence to that fact, but filed the complaint. And certainly going public was the appropriate move for me.
And you know what's another real proof that this man is not on the level? He won't talk to the New York Times. He won't talk to the Washington Post. He won't talk to the New York Post. He won't talk to Stephen Greenstreet. Who does he talk to? News Nation, the people that have been pumping his story nonstop for 6 months now and have made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling his bullshit. There's a reason he won't talk to real journalists. There's a reason he only goes to the safe zones.
My own protection. So, for a lot of reasons.
I wanted to also direct you to some video that we're going to show you from April of 2023. AARO director Sean Kirkpatrick presented the world with the video that we're going to be looking at. Do you think that there are some of these unresolved cases that are indeed from non-human intelligence?
I mean, as I was the co-lead at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency for UAP, there were certainly a lot of unmanned aerial systems and other manned platform videos that, myself and my team analyzed. And a lot of it was highly anomalous. We didn't come down to a definitive answer with some of the cases, which, of course, those cases are classified, so I have to talk generally. But definitely showed a lot of different weird we'll just say morphologies and other optical characteristics that didn't comport with kind of known things that, my team was familiar with. But I think the jury's out on that. And I really hope that Aero is investigating those with, the full power of their office.
All right. So the aliens are here and they're visiting us. But while he actually had the authority to investigate them, he can't say that anything that he saw was alien or investigate it was alien. But UFO wackadoos told him about alien bodies, and that's all true somehow. But he has no firsthand knowledge of it. But now he has firsthand knowledge of it. This whole story is like one big circle jerk.
Kirkpatrick is stepping down from leadership of Aero. What's your reaction to that?
Of course, I've known Dr. Kirkpatrick for many years. I believe his last day was December 1st, and his deputy, Tim Phillips, is currently filling in as the director of Aero. And I think we need to find a new director that the American people would have more confidence in. And I certainly provide.
Yeah, in other words, anybody who doesn't go along with the disclosure grift, anybody who doesn't do that is a problem. And anybody who doesn't go along with that, they want instantly replaced. And who did they want to replace him with? A known UFO wackadoo, Carl Nell. They wanted Kirkpatrick, who said there's no evidence of aliens or extraterrestrials that we have seen so far, or any programs involving aliens, alien spaceships, extraterrestrial bodies. There's no evidence of that. We have to replace those people. We have to get rid of anybody that doesn't go along with our delusions.
I did a senior senator with my pick, a former individual who's very senior in the Pentagon that I used to work for as a potential director of Aero. But I do think we need to.
Yeah, and who did he work for? UFO. He worked for several UFO wackadoos. And he's recommending a UFO wackadoo replace Dr. Kirkpatrick, who said there's no evidence of extraterrestrial life or aliens. But instead, let's replace him with a known UFO wackadoo who was my boss, right? The guy isn't that the guy who claimed that werewolves followed him home to his house from Skinwalker Ranch? Yeah, let's give that guy a government job, a complete and total fucking wackadoo like him. But it's no surprise that a mental patient would want another wackadoo to get a job, right?
I find somebody that the American people trust more, not somebody that calls oral testimony not credible, which is something that Dr. Kirkpatrick said during his
oral testimony without corroborative evidence may be considered not credible, especially when the source of that oral testimony is actually a bunch of UFO wackadoos who've been telling the same stories for decades and providing no evidentiary support or proof of their claims. I don't blame Kirkpatrick. He wants actual evidence, not stories. Stories are not evidence. Oh, but he testified before Congress and testimony is evidence. Okay. He told stories in front of Congress with no evidence.
testimony in front of Senator Gillibrand.
You believe that there are defense contractors that are holding some of these remnants of spacecraft of some kind to try and reverse engineer and figure out how they work so that they can create brand new state-of-the-art weaponry.
Yes, I mean, that's what the clear defense contractor base does, all the metal bending work, if you will, for the military industrial complex.
And again, this is a known talking point of UFO mythology and has been for decades, that private contractors like Lockheed Martin or whoever get the alien crash retrieval material and try to back engineer it. People have been saying this for decades now, at least since the 70s, maybe earlier, and nobody's ever proven it. So where is the proof of this? Is he just repeating known UFO myths stories that have never been proven?
Not the agencies themselves that typically do the performance of those kind of activities.
But the point being that you think it's those defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, for example, or others that have custody of these remains, not the U.S. government?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Harry Reid specifically said Lockheed Martin, and that is a disclosure he made 3 weeks after I met him in the New Yorker. I believe that was in May 2021, where he literally discusses Lockheed Martin in that disclosure.
And I believe they had to walk that article back
to the journalist who wrote that article in the New Yorker.
Well, there's been allegations.
So is he quoting inaccurate information that had to be retracted?
That House Republicans are being paid off by defense contractors. I mean, one of the House Republicans that watered down the defense bill and watered down the provisions for releasing information has gotten a lot of campaign donations from major defense contractors.
Yeah, that's publicly, you can look that up with PAC donations with some of these Republicans. You know, it's the big three that have typically donated to some of these big committee chairs.
By the way, the aerospace industry has, to my knowledge, I checked into this claim, the Democrats have gotten just as much money from the aerospace companies as the Republicans. So if this argument that Mike Turner and others were paid off by the aerospace industries to cover this stuff up, then why weren't the Democrats on board with the cover up, who were getting equal amounts, if not more money, from the very same people? The argument falls apart, because if it were true that people, you know, these lawmakers who are getting money from the aerospace industry are contributing to the cover up, then all of them would have to do it, right? All of them getting money from the aerospace company did not stand in the way of anything. Not all of them objected to these, but several did, that just so happen to be Republicans. What about the Democrats that are getting money that didn't try to stop the amendment? Why wouldn't they try to stop it if they were paid off to the equal amount of Mike Turner and others? It makes no sense, falls apart under scrutiny. It's a bullshit, fake talking point.
Right? Same thing with Mike Rogers.
I'm just curious how your life has changed since you went public with all this.
Since I went public, I mean, certainly this is a nightmare for me. I mean, I was an intelligence officer for 14 years. I'm behind the curtain, if you will. I never wanted to do this, but my sense of service, you know, I decided to do this for the right reasons, I think, to hold Congress accountable, hold the IG accountable, and the executive branch accountable, because we have a severe constitutional crisis right now.
A severe constitutional crisis is being claimed, and this man is going to hold all these people accountable. A man who has been telling alien and UFO stories for 6 months and not provided any evidence is going to hold the president, the senators, the Congress people, the intelligence community, inspector generals. He's going to hold them all accountable for not reinforcing his delusions. A former mental patient who's been telling alien and UFO stories for 6 months with no evidence, he's going to hold them all accountable. You know how you can hold them accountable? Drop evidence if you actually have any. He won't. He can't. Why is that? It's not a coincidence that he's trying to hold people. Oh, I'm going to hold them accountable. Well, you know the best way to force disclosure? Drop the evidence and say, here's the proof, bitches. Now you can't deny any of this shit. But he won't do that. Just like Ross Coulthart won't tell us the location of a giant alien spaceship just like George Knapp won't tell us the location of that element 115, both of which would be smoking gun proof and evidence of their claims. So, when pressed to drop the evidence of their claims, they provide excuses. And there's a reason for that. They have no evidence, no verifiable, no real smoking gun proof or evidence. It's been the same way for 70 years. But hey, let's all chase shadows for another 10 years here, claiming disclosure is going to come any day now.
This is not a laughing matter. We have a severe oversight issue where there's a caste system of individuals.
And again, he's going to repeat the false talking point that there is special access programs that are operating without congressional oversight. That's a complete and total lie. We showed you proof of that previously.
Previous presidents most likely were abusing their authority under the unitary executive theory, right? Which is a theory that the president, the chief executive, has ultimate power and with a stroke of the pen can, decide certain things. So I think we have a severe truth and reconciliation process we need to, start in this country. And
we have a problem with truth and reconciliation from a guy who keeps getting caught lying about all this shit. Great.
Here to help the current administration.
Yeah, he's here to help the president. You know how you can help the president? Drop irrefutable evidence of your claims. Then the president even would be forced to acknowledge and admit that you are correct and that your claims are true and real and not some delusional fantasy generated by a bunch of UFO wackadoos for the past how many decades now.
And I'm happy to help. I'm not here to totally admonish people, and I want to be, a tool for change here. So
he wants to. He's being a tool, all right. Joe Rogan called him a useful idiot.
I want to help the current administration. If not, we need to make it an election issue.
Here's another thing. Anyone that doesn't go along with his UFO delusion should be immediately voted out of office. Not let's get the best people into positions of power that care about transparency. We need to get rid of anybody who doesn't believe my claims that I've been making for 6 months with absolutely no evidence. We need to get rid of them. It's their fault we can't get disclosure. Not Ross Coulthart's fault, who could provide disclosure right now. Not George Knapp's fault, who could provide disclosure and proof of everything right now. Not Dave Grush, who could provide proof and evidence of everything right now. And by the way, there's another false argument that's constantly made. Oh, he would go to prison for lying to Congress. No, he wouldn't. Go look up how incredibly rare it is for anybody to be charged for lying to Congress. Even in clear-cut examples, when you can definitively prove they lied through their teeth sitting in front of Congress testifying, they're not prosecuted. So he would never be prosecuted. And another issue that I think is extremely important is, let's say, for example, that Grush is right, and there's some kind of classified programs. They got the alien bodies, the alien spaceships, the non-human, everything. Let's assume he's true and accurate and correct in all of that, but he can't talk about it because he would get arrested. What if he did just drop the information? How could they arrest him? He would be the most famous person in all of human history. And no one on earth would sit back and let them arrest him or punish him for divulging the greatest secret in human history. So this is another false argument that falls apart. What if he did have evidence and he just dropped it? Would they really be able to arrest him or punish him for providing proof of the greatest cover-up in America, not just American history, in human history? Of course they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He would be the most popular person on planet Earth for decades.
People need to be voting out these people, and I think News Nation should post a list of House Republicans or Democrats, for that matter, that oppose this legislation and allow their constituents.
Yeah, anybody who opposed this legislation is an enemy of disclosure. Let's paint targets on their back so that they too can become the victims of abuse and harassment and stalking campaigns from a bunch of UFO wackadoos, right? Let's paint targets on their back. That's what they're doing. And by the way, I just want to make this very clear public statement. If some wackadoo, God forbid, and by the way, I pray this will never happen, but if it does, if some UFO disclosure wackadoo These guys are painting targets on the backs of our leadership in the Senate and the Congress. They're painting targets on these people, calling them enemies of disclosure. Who's responsible if some UFO wackadoo, God forbid, gets a gun and goes and kills one of these so-called enemies of disclosure? You know would be responsible for that? These people with their false narratives and their delusional beliefs. And let's be very clear, there is ample and supportive evidence that some people get too far down the rabbit hole and literally kill people over this delusional fucking fantasy that these people push. It's dangerous. They weaponize people, right? And people have literally murdered people because they got too far down the rabbit hole and viewed other people as threats or whatever. And meanwhile, these UFO wackadoos are painting targets on people, saying they're enemies of disclosure. If, God forbid, anything happens, anybody painting targets on people, including that good trouble propaganda guy, including this clown, they should all be criminally prosecuted. That's my opinion. I don't know if that would ever happen, but they would certainly be morally and ethically and perhaps legally responsible for someone getting hurt, God forbid, murdered over this delusional fantasy world that they are creating.
Constituencies to decide if these are the kind of...
Yeah, and here it is. Get rid of everybody that doesn't go along with our delusional fantasy here. Get rid of them all. It's their fault we don't have disclosure. Not my fault, even though I say I have all this evidence and 40 people, right? It's not the fault of the 40 people who are too cowardly to come forward and drop their evidence and say, here's the evidence, bitches. It's not their fault. It's these enemies of disclosure's fault why we can't get disclosure. Not Ross Coulthart, who claims he has smoking gun proof and evidence. Not George Knapp. Not this guy. It's these enemies of disclosure. It's their fault.
That are hindering government transparency, and through a democratic process in the 2024 election, we need to get these people out of office. And
let's just get rid of everybody that doesn't go along with our fantasy. That's how you know it's a cult. Do you know who also gets rid of people who don't go along with their delusional fantasies? The Church of Scientology. Do you know how much money the Church of Scientology has spent getting rid of people who were critical of them, getting rid of people who were pushing back against their false claims and false narratives and their cult-like beliefs? Scientology does that. And by the way, that's a whole nother show that we're going to get into. Do you have any idea how many Scientologists are directly involved in these UFO delusional fantasy land stories being pushed and profited from? An awful lot, right? And that's a Scientology tactic. If people won't go along with your agenda, get rid of them by any means necessary. They're literally using the Scientology playbook here. If they won't go along with our cult, or they endanger our cult's belief system, we get rid of them by any means necessary, right? Fair game.
Furthermore, with the House Intelligence Committee, Mike Turner probably has no business being the chairman. I think somebody like Mike Gallagher, who's on the committee, he's a former Marine Corps intelligence officer. He takes this issue seriously. He's spoken out about it publicly, should be the chair. And people like Mike Turner, who say, I don't know, Dave doesn't know what he's talking about on Fox Business. Really? Well, Mike Turner's never been an intelligence officer. He's never served.
Mike Turner says he doesn't know what he's talking about. A man who's sitting on the Intelligence Committee said he doesn't know what he's talking about, and we got to get rid of him. Why? Because he pushed back against my false delusional belief system that's based on no evidence that I can show. And since that guy said, I don't know what I'm talking about, we need to get rid of him. This is a Scientology tactic.
Military. He was the mayor of Dayton before he became in Congress. He's a junior person in terms of the Intelligence Committee. And I gave his committee 5 hours of testimony last December, and Mike Turner's staff never invited me back for more. He testified
before Mike Turner's staff for 5 hours. Maybe there's a reason that Mike Turner decided that Dave Grush doesn't know what he's talking about. And remember, congressional staffers heard 11 hours of testimony from Dave Grush and called him a, quote, unreliable witness, unquote. Maybe, just maybe, Dave Grush dropped the names of some of these people that he's getting this information from, and those people did their due diligence, looked them up, determined they were UFO wackadoos with no evidence or proof, and decided that these people are all wackadoos. That's another good possibility. We'll see.
Inquisitive to understand the issue more broadly or more in depth, and there's probably a reason behind that, and I just don't appreciate.
Yeah, there's probably a reason behind that, which is even during your 5 hours of testimony to them, you provided no evidence. Maybe, just maybe, they need evidence in order to proceed with any serious investigation, and you have none, except for stories you repeat from known UFO wackadoos, including your boss, Dr. Gary Ghostscam. I mean, no land.
Appreciate people that don't want transparency on the matter, quite frankly.
David Grush, great to talk to you.
This man is demanding transparency, a man who has provided no evidence for 6 months, right? Isn't that great? He wants transparency, right? Yeah, and I'm aware of that. Spooky sent me a story about Ross Coulthart. A decorated war hero was accused of war crimes. He sued the 9 network for defamation. Colthart was hired by the owner of the 7 network to find info to discredit the findings of the investigative journalists. And that war criminal was ordered to pay indemnity costs for the entirety of his failed defamation case against those 9 journalists. So, we want transparency. But if Ross Coulthart can get a paycheck for trying to discredit real investigative journalists who determined that that person was a war criminal, then fuck him, right? Fuck him. Yeah. Interesting bits of information from Grush there, which I think conclusively, every time I want this guy to keep doing interviews, because the more he talks, the more that he proves he has no evidence. Why won't he talk about the evidence? There's a reason he won't talk about the evidence. And it's not because he has classified evidence he can't drop. I'm going to share this next. We have just a few more pieces of information to share with you in tonight's important broadcast. This is from John Greenwald, and I just want to say that I agree 100% with John's sentiments here. I wanted to share them with my audience here. For those unaware, DOPSR means the Department of the Pentagon's Office of Pre-Publication. If you were involved in classified projects, you have top secret clearance, whatever, and then you get out of government, you want to talk about your experiences or write a book or make a movie or whatever, you need to get what you're going to do cleared with DOPSR, who goes through what you're going to say or whatever and determines if it's not a classified project, whether you can talk about it or not. Anyway, John Greenwald Jr., why do I keep pushing the DOPSR issue when it comes to David Grush? Easy. If he is telling the truth, we now have an established baseline with DOPSR stating that what Grush submitted is not classified and it can be published in the open. So let us see it. Whatever's on that DOPSR is not classified, and Dave Grush can let us see it. That submission is usable by people like me to pursue the same unclassified information through official documentation and support. Why would anyone fight that, right? Disclosure advocate, they want transparency from the government, but we can't get any transparency from the grift squad. Why is that, right? Why is this so difficult for some people to understand? And why are they fighting me as I try to give more evidence to support Grush? If it's the truth and DOPSR said it isn't classified, then some information is obtainable via FOIA. I would bet money on that if everything he says is true. So what's up with his pushback on me doing this? Some people think I am out to get Grush, which is not true. But what they fail to realize is even if I was, then me doing this would only prove me wrong on doubting him. So yet another win. Yet people fight it. There is zero chance that if the truth is thrown at DOPSR and they approve it being published, then 100% of that information is denied through FOIA. Some denials and only partial releases, of course. but not on what Grush approved. If it's unclassified in his request, then those portions are unclassified in documents. I and others can also use Grush's approved Dobster request in subsequent appeals and even litigations. I cannot use podcasts, YouTube channels, or News Nation clips in the same way. Would I use them? Yes, I definitely try. Would they be the same weight as a Dobster approved statement? No, not at all. And even through Dobster approval does not constitute an endorsement of facts. It can go a long way. Yet, we can't see it. And I feel 100% valid question is, why not? And despite what my haters say, I'll keep asking each and every time he brings it up, but refuses to show it. In other words, there are things in that Dobster approval that John from the Black Vault can use to go after more evidence of what Grush is talking about, because he was approved that all those things in the Dobster original request of his are not classified, and he's allowed to talk about them. Therefore, people could file FOIA requests and get documentation to back up that what Grush is saying is true. But Grush won't allow that. The disclosure advocate doesn't want disclosure of his own paperwork to aid researchers in verifying his story. There can only be one reason for this. He doesn't want people to find out that, number one, nothing that he put in the Dobster request is classified, and he's allowed to say whatever he wants, but refuses to, because that will take away the classified bullshit excuse that him and all of his supporters keep using. I'm going to say this one more time. And Sixth Sense, you're correct. All the word salad of the government, they love acronyms. DOPSR is the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. You are correct. And Scallywag says the Black Vault is awesome. You are correct. Okay, so here's the thing. If they approved him in the DOPSR to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, alien spacecraft, aliens in the possession of the United States government, non-human bodies, all of that was approved by DOPSR for him to talk about, that means that none of that is classified. And John and myself and many other researchers could go after the government with FOIA requests galore to get more information, since those things would be determined to not be classified by the DOPSR approval. Grush won't release it. Grush will not release it. Why won't he help researchers verify that what he's saying is true? Isn't that a little suspicious? But hey, we want truth and transparency and disclosure and transparency from everybody in the government except us. We don't have to give you any truth or transparency. That is suspicious as hell. And there's a reason he will not release that document. I think because it's going to take away his bullshit, fake, that's classified, I can't talk about that excuse. Because we're going to be able to see that he was approved to talk about all those things. Therefore, none of those things are actually classified. And since we shared one of John's posts, I'm going to share a Stephen Greenstreet post who just loves dunking on them. He puts whistleblower in quote, which I'm happy to see, because Stephen Greenstreet, it's at Middle of Mayhem. He's the New York Post reporter and host of the Basement Office, who once covered UFOs kind of like the circle jerk until he woke up to it all being a deceptive scam and started covering it the right way. I'm thankful that he had that awakening and is a critical voice pushing back against the bullshit hucksters, much like me. UFO whistleblower David Grush previously said he had no firsthand knowledge of the aliens flying around Earth, basing his testimony on info from third parties. Now that the limelight has faded and his 15 minutes of fame expired, he's claiming he actually does have firsthand knowledge of the space ghosts. Grush still has not provided one single shred of evidence to support any of his wacky claims. But somebody does retort that in the original congressional testimony, he did mention something like, I have firsthand knowledge of that, but I can't talk about it in this statement. Greenstreet fires back. Yes, my testimony is based on information I have been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony. So there's going to be a debate over whether he said he had firsthand knowledge or not. Some people are saying he's lying right now because originally, when the story was first sold, he claimed the people selling the story, certainly, maybe perhaps not him, but certainly Ross Coulthart and News Nation claimed, okay, so he has no firsthand knowledge, but he has knowledge gained from interviewing firsthand witnesses. So he has secondhand knowledge, no firsthand knowledge. Now, all of a sudden, the story's fading away. We're at 6 months with no evidence. And where is that? Remember, who's the scientist who was concerned with aliens killing people or with the government killing people to protect alien secrets? It's known UFO wackadoo Eric Davis. Poltergeist phenomenon is always attached to UFOs.
So poltergeist phenomenon is always attached to UFO encounters. It is something that's not very well understood or recognized by many in ufology, and even the really good scientific UFO groups that have existed since the 70s and 80s even ignored it. They just threw it out of any of their field investigations and case studies because it did not fit the model of what they believed UFOs to be, and that is extraterrestrials from another planet. And unfortunately, that's not the truth.
Okay, so they're not aliens. They're space ghosts.
Truth is every time you have UFOs, you're going to have poltergeist associated with them. And I personally experienced it every time I came home from my field trips to the Utah Ranch. And I brought that poltergeist phenomenon home.
It makes a lot of people uncomfortable. I mean, the Pentagon killed the study in part because they worried it would be on the front page of the New York Times, and it was. And in part because they thought they'd be embarrassed. And some of them thought it was demonic and weird and freaky. And so they killed it. But you think that study should be revived, right?
Yes.
And Eric Davis is talking about Dave Grush, so they know each other. The Space Ghost wackadoos are some of the people informing Dave Grush.
That revived, and we hope that in the future that there's funding coming forth from Congress to revive it so that we can bring the contractors like us back into the fold and start working on
Yeah,
this.
they want to get money for research.
Studies like this going and to keep them funded.
We got to keep them funded,
and
yeah.
And to keep the bureaucracy hands off the program so that we can function freely and be able to do what we need to do to be able to study and understand what's going on and collect data, et cetera.
Space ghosts. Space ghosts. And I'm not here. This isn't happening. Says next step, he'll claim he's an experiencer. And then it's straight to Gaia TV. Yeah. They often do escalate their stories to that of an experiencer. Robert Salas being a good example. Yeah. And here's a clip from Grush's original testimony with Congress.
You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors.
So there's the out that he has. Oh, no, he did say he had firsthand knowledge, but he couldn't talk about it. But he has no firsthand knowledge of the bodies. So many people are saying that he saw a picture of what he believed to be an alien spacecraft, and that's his firsthand.
Any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
So he hasn't witnessed the bodies himself. Phil J 1974, shout out to @Phil J 1974, another skeptical voice on Twitter, says he'll be claiming alien abduction in no time. And then, of course, I chime in, 190 days making huge claims, zero evidence shown so far. And I have a real and important question for the true believers, and I will refrain from calling you all dumb dickheads because I truly want to know this. At what point will you admit this man has no evidence of these out of this world claims. We're already past 6 months. What if we reach a year and he still has not provided any evidence of his claims? At that point, will you have to admit that he has no evidence and has had no evidence since the beginning, except for stories from other UFO wackadoos that are repeated over and over again for decades and weren't proved decades ago? We're at 190 days of Grush making huge claims, and he's shown zero evidence so far. A man who, has been caught lying several times. A man who's now changing his story around, and the people selling the story are now changing it. I think that's relevant. But I really would like to know from anybody that is a big supporter of Grush or a true believer, what is the drop-off point? At what point? What if he goes for 3 years and still doesn't provide any evidence? And nothing that he said, that he gave the evidence to this person or that person or the cover-up shit, none of those excuses pan out. At what point? We're at more than 6 months, zero evidence. And again, I want people to show me another example of a news organization pushing a story that has absolutely zero evidence for 6 months straight, cashing in on a story with zero evidence and constantly pushing that story that has so far provided zero, not a single shred of actual evidence or proof of the claims being made. Real news organizations and media organizations wouldn't do that because it's not ethical and it's not moral to do that. Do you know who's okay with that? Shit peddlers! Shit peddlers love fake stories they can profit from, and they're going to push this fake story for as long as people allow them to. And, I am proud that from the very beginning, I was skeptical of this story. One of the few skeptical voices, right? 6 months. We're at 6 months and there's no evidence. What if we hit a year? Are you still going to be telling me how wrong I am 6 months from now? What if we hit a year and he still has not provided any evidence of his claims? At what point even if you want to support him and want to believe him, do you have to jump off of this delusional train to nowhere and admit that he has no evidence? And again, show me another example in human history where somebody declared themselves a whistleblower, hundreds and thousands of dollars, maybe millions, was generated selling his stories, but he has not provided any evidentiary support or proof of his claims for 6 months straight. You can't. You can't. And that's how you know that this is all a delusional fantasy world. A real whistleblower would not wait 6 months to show the evidence. A real whistleblower would release the goddamn Dobser documents so that other researchers could do more digging into his claims. He won't. A real whistleblower would go to real journalists, not shit peddlers like Chris Cuomo and disgraced Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, who's been caught selling 5 completely and totally fake stories in recent years. A real whistleblower wouldn't go to shit peddlers. A real whistleblower would go to the New York Times. A real whistleblower would go to Stephen Greenstreet, even from the New York Post. The New York Post is one of the oldest newspapers in America. A real whistleblower would go to the Washington Post, the New York Post, the New York Times. They wouldn't go to a disgraced journalist who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories. A real whistleblower would not allow a news organization to provide nonstop, constant coverage of his fake stories for 6 months straight and not provide any evidence. But that's where we're at. My question for the true believers, and this is a serious and genuine question, I'm really genuinely curious. At what point do you have to admit he has no evidence? 1 year? A year and a half? 2 years? 3 years? And by the way, somebody said, how many times are you going to post the same meme, Stephen? I'm going to post it every day until you dumb dickheads realize that this man has no evidence, only excuses.
More importantly, the story that he told me that I related in my vodcast with Bryce Zabel, Need to Know, an exemplary vodcast if any of you are interested, was that this guy's relative
had been working, I can actually tell you a little bit more about him. He had been working as a data configuration specialist at Area 51. He collected data from engineering tests and was in charge of storing it inside large, secure vaults. And he had access that others didn't have in that regard. And he told me that he was part of a group of 10 individuals who worked on terrestrial-based technology. But there were specific groups, he alleges, within EG&G, they are the former administrators of Area 51, that did certain things. And there was a senior EG&G engineer who his relative spoke with in 1997, who was in charge of reverse engineering what his relative told him was non-human technology. And he said that in the data room where all of this material was kept, there was a huge image on the wall of an egg-shaped craft that had been found fully intact, resting on the desert floor of a remote US location. He didn't tell, his relative didn't tell him the exact location where it was found. In fact, his relative was very non-compliant. What happened, to be honest, was this was a young man who took an interest in the fact that his relative worked at Area 51 and one day wandered into the study and snapped a picture of this patch. And the reason why I'm sure that he's telling me the truth is because he also snapped a picture of a group of people. And without going into the details about that picture, it has more than convinced me as to his bona fides. But essentially, at the heart of all of this is there is a story behind this patch. And we will come to that later. You can take it away now, Josh.
I'm going to show you the evidence that the whole story is a complete and total fabrication, a falsehood. And by the way, any good or decent investigative journalist could have found the evidence and proof that this latest story, we're just going to call it Patchgate, because it's all based on a patch that Ross Coulthart said came from a secret Area 51 back engineering aliens program. No, it didn't. And we have the smoking gun evidence and proof that no, it didn't. And his only source for this was some guy who was telling stories about that patch on eBay to make money. And Ross Coulthart didn't do the least little bit of research into that patch. Instead, what Ross Coulthart did is make a monetized video repeating a completely and totally fake story. Some person took some umbrage, right? And objected to me saying that Ross Coulthart sold this fake story, because what they said was, well, he was just repeating a story somebody told him. Yes, he repeated a story somebody told him irresponsibly, that and the story was 100% fake, and we're going to prove that for you right now. Not only did he repeat that fake story, he repeated that fake story in monetized YouTube videos. He's made somewhere between $500 and $1,000 off of this latest completely and totally fake story, just in monetized ad revenue. And by the way, the story came crashing down probably, I think, yesterday. The monetized video of him selling this Patchgate completely and totally fake story of an alien crash retrieval and back engineering program at Area 51, the monetized video is still up on the Need to Know, his YouTube channel with this Bryce Zabel. A man of integrity, of honor, or ethics would say, oh, that story was fake. We can't leave that up on our YouTube channel and keep accepting ad revenue from a completely and totally fake story and take it down. They haven't taken it down. They're going to leave that up and suck every dollar out of this fake story that they can. But not only did he profit from, and in my opinion, this is a form of fraud. That's just my opinion. What he did is a form of fraud. It's consumer fraud to me to say, oh, this is a true story and put it on YouTube and accept all the money. And then it turns out, oh, it's a completely and totally fake story. And he didn't do 5 minutes of research to determine that it was a fake story. But it is what it is. But not only did he accept the ad revenue money for this completely and totally fake story, he accepted a speaking engagement which I'm told was probably very lucrative for him. He accepted a speaking engagement in which he spoke about this completely and totally 100% fake story. Let me share my screen just to show you. This is from a recent public appearance of his where he was paid to be a speaker. And by the way, I'm just assuming that he was paid to be a speaker at this special event in Australia about UFOs and aliens. And he pitched this story. This is the story that he told of this alien crash retrieval program. And his only evidence, here's a quote from him. There's a really interesting story there, and it's quite hilarious. It goes to what this person very, very convincingly, on the basis of information he's provided me privately, convinces me this is a patch for a team at Area 51 that are involved in reverse engineering. That's the claim being made. Now, before we get into Ross Coulthart's wonderful retelling of the story, there's some instant red flags that this patch is not from an Area 51 reverse engineering program. I'm a computer science guy, so I instantly noticed the binary. And I went rushing to see what that binary means, what it translates as. And interestingly, one of the things that I found was that that binary code, you see the ones and zeros on the right-hand side of the patch, on the right-hand side of the lightning bolt? Well, that binary number is actually from a Star Trek The Next Generation episode. And interestingly, it's one of my favorites. It's the one where the Binars take control of the Starship Enterprise because they have to save their home planet's primary computer core. And they were afraid that the Enterprise and crew would say no. So they sort of to the best of my recollection, they knocked everybody out. And they took over the Star Trek Enterprise, and the Enterprise had to go and get back into their computer system and take control of their ship back. And the Binars, which is a race of aliens, they were sort of knocked out while their computer system on their home world was down and rebooting. Here's just a quick clip from that.
They're successful.
This is them taking control of the ship back from the Binars.
Their system started up. A resident diagnostic program is running. The system is absolutely incredible.
And there's the Binars. And they're waking back up. So isn't that interesting that this is supposed to be a patch about an alien reverse engineering program at Area 51, and the binary on the patch is the title of a Star Trek episode. Isn't that great? That could have been Ross Coulthart's first red flag that this story was fake. But that didn't stop Ross Coulthart from selling this completely and totally fake Patchgate story. He doubles down, he triples down. He still has not, to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't tweeted, I'm sorry, that story was false. He hasn't taken the monetized video down. He's still collecting money for this 100% completely and totally fake story. But before we show you the proof that this is indeed a completely and totally fake story, let's share with you Ross Coulthart's story that he was selling here about a reverse engineering alien program at Area 51. And his only evidence is a patch that was sold on eBay. And wait till we get into that and show you the slimy character behind the sale of this so-called top secret Area 51 patch.
And explain them. I will ask the questions along with you, Ross. So I say, let's get to it.
Now, Bryce, this might be a good segue for me to tell you about somebody who contacted me just in this past week.
By the way, fair
they're
use.
Not one of my legacy program sources. They're not one of the first-hand witnesses, but they...
By the way, I just want to say that Ross Coulthart and Bryce's, or is it Bryce or Bruce? I always forget. Their show is called Need to Know. And what you need to know is they're garbage peddlers. That's what you need to know about Need to Know. They sell fake stories. They sell garbage. That's what they do over at Need to Know. You need to know that Need to Know are garbage peddlers. All right, let's get into this fantastical fairy tale that Ross is going to tell everybody.
I asked somebody who's contacted Arrow, and with their permission, I'm allowed to talk about the fact that they've approached Arrow, and they told me that they've given a 45-minute telephone interview to Arrow about...
Did he call Arrow and verify that this person actually gave a 45-minute phone call to Arrow? How would you even do that? Their phone number is not really like out there and listed, is it? I don't know. Seems suspicious already. So this person testified to Arrow about what they knew about the aliens.
What they know. And in all honesty, they've approached with some really interesting information, which I'd love to...
Really interesting information, all of which just happens to be completely and totally fake.
No. If we do get the opportunity to talk to Dr. Kirkpatrick, how have they investigated what this person has told them?
Well, Arrow won't need to investigate it because, and by the way, Ross Coulthart was making fun of these silly debunkers on the internet who said that that patch wasn't what he said it was. And it looks like the silly debunkers nailed that patch to the exact program that it came from 100%. And it is not, I repeat, it is not from an Area 51 crash retrieval or back engineering alien technology program. That much is certain. So Ross Coulthart making fun of these silly internet debunkers, they did the work that he couldn't or would not do.
So this is a guy who knew somebody who worked for a major defense contractor.
And by the way, this is just one version of the story that he used to try to sell the patch. There's other versions of the story that he used to try to sell this patch on eBay. And by the way, a quick reverse Google image search, Ross Coulthart could have found those eBay listings in 30 seconds flat and saw that the very same seller used multiple different stories trying to sell that patch. That would be your second red flag that this story is completely and totally fake. But Ross didn't do that, because why should you let something like facts, evidence, and history of the so-called information source get in the way of a really good alien fairy tale that you can make thousands of dollars with? Because that's apparently what Ross did. He made thousands of dollars, allegedly, from public speaking fees and this monetized YouTube video, which is still up on the Need to Know YouTube channel. They're still accepting ad revenue for this now busted, completely and totally fake story.
And had a very high DOD security clearance. This person had a great uncle who passed away last year of a heart attack in his sleep at age 75.
And again, this is just one version of the story that this person who was selling this so-called top secret patch on eBay was using to try to make money.
Their great uncle served in the US Air Force for 28 years at E8 level, and then was hired to work with EG&G. And worked at Area 51 Groom Lake from 1997 to 2014.
Again, there's no evidence, just a story. Somebody told him.
Whatever that is. Before he passed away, this relative, this great uncle, confided to my source very important information that to the individual that has contacted me. It was shared that the great uncle had a conversation with a senior engineer when he first arrived in 1997, whose EG&G group was tasked with trying to reverse engineer an object that was recovered and brought to Area 51 in the 1980s by some CIA folk.
Oh, so the CIA brought some alien technology to Area 51, and this guy selling the patch on eBay said that his uncle talked to somebody else. So we've got like third-hand witness account. This guy who sold the patch on eBay's uncle talked to somebody else who told him that story. So this is a game of telephone, first of all, because Ross Coulthart is now repeating a third-hand story. The first-hand witness was the guy who knew about this program, who talked to the great uncle, and the great uncle told the story to the guy selling the patch, who then told the story to Ross Coulthart. So what we're getting is actually a third or fourth hand account of this story. You see the problems already? That could be another red flag. This is a fourth hand account of a story about alien back engineering at Area 51.
Shortly after that conversation, the senior engineer retired. Their great uncle also saw an up-close, crystal-clear photograph of the same exact object attached to the wall of a secure vaulted data storage room at Area 51 sometime after.
Oh, so the guy selling the patch's uncle saw a picture. Okay.
The great uncle stated it was absolute proof of a non-human craft, but that the public would probably never get to see that photograph.
Oh, it was absolute proof. He saw absolute proof, but the public wouldn't get to see that photograph. Maybe because that photograph doesn't exist, Ross Coulthart? Can you show us the photograph? Of course not. But I'm going to tell you a third-hand account of a story about a guy who saw a photograph, right?
He said, quote, the object was egg-shaped, about the size of an SUV, silverish grey in colour, smooth, seamless, no control surfaces or propulsion.
Yeah, where have we heard that before? No control surfaces. It was smooth, no rivets, right? That's pretty much Bob Lazar's description of some of the so-called alien craft at Area 51. I don't think it's a coincidence that those accounts sound so similar.
Visible, no writing, no symbols of any kind. A few men could pick it up, yet it could not be cut open and X-rays couldn't penetrate it. The best engineers at EG&G tried to figure out how to activate it and what its power source was to no avail. They finally came to
they couldn't figure out the alien egg.
The conclusion, it was a probe craft sent here from another planet.
Okay, so it was a probe craft sent here from another planet. Even though they couldn't figure out the power source or how to activate it or how to cut it open, they knew it was a probe sent here from another planet somehow. Come on, it's getting deep in here.
This anonymous individual is willing to testify under oath before Congress. He also took a smartphone image of his great uncle's EG&G engineering group and their insignia patch, and he's authorized me to allow us to show that patch, which I'll send you after this chat, and you can.
Yeah, and I don't know why they didn't show the patch in this. I don't
cut it in, my friend.
You can cut it in, but they didn't show the patch. Do you know why? Because they did not want people to figure out that the patch is not what Ross Coulthart is purporting it to be or reporting it to be. Because a lot of people don't know this, but there are Area 51 experts out there, people who worked there for decades, people who had very high clearances and could identify what that patch actually was, or verify that it really was from an Area 51 crash retrieval and back engineering program. But they didn't show the patch, I think, until Ross did the public appearance where he took money to retell this same fake story.
Vigil has also interviewed with Arrow and has signed and dated an official memorandum of record. And he's also spoken with Tim
I agree.
Burchett as well, the individual. Now, this is a really interesting example of somebody who's come forward to Arrow with information.
With false information.
I just wonder, when Dr. Kirkpatrick says that there's no credible evidence of extraterrestrial visitation of planet Earth, is he aware of this memo? Is he aware of this conversation that this person purports that he's already had?
Yeah, and see, Ross Coulthart doesn't like Sean Kirkpatrick because he said that he has been investigating and has found no evidence of alien technology or alien back engineering programs, legacy or otherwise. So Ross Coulthart likes to, he's using this fake story to try to gotcha Kirkpatrick of Arrow. Look, he's lying because we have this witness who said that he talked to Arrow and his uncle worked for an alien back engineering. Bullshit. It's all fake. And his only evidence is some guy selling a so-called top secret patch on eBay, the binary code of which is a Star Trek episode. That could be a red flag. The story's fake. But he's trying to gotcha the guy like, oh, he's lying about the alien technology, Kirkpatrick is. this story is completely and totally fake. Maybe Kirkpatrick is a smart and educated man, and like me, he figured out what that patch really is, right?
With people from Arrow, is he saying to Congress that there is no information because this person's information, of course, is hearsay? But you could very quickly check this information by approaching the direct source and moreover checking the bona fides of the great uncle.
Did he check the bona fides of the great uncle? Did he verify that this guy selling a patch on eBay's uncle actually worked at Area 51, or did he just accept the story that he was told and run with it? You know, this is the difference between a real investigative journalist and a garbage peddler. A real investigative journalist, the first thing they would have done is ask for the uncle's name and did a complete and total military and career background check on him and found out if it's even plausible that he indeed worked at Area 51.
So I guess I'd just like to know more. I mean, it raises more questions than it answers. I've had a few of these kind of messages from people who are frustrated that Arrow's boss is saying one thing when they say they have presented.
Yeah, wackadoos are saying, we have proof of alien technology, and it's a patch that I was selling on eBay, right? And by the way, by the time Ross got this story, the guy already sold the patch on eBay. But this entire story, friends, completely and totally falls apart based on that patch. And we're going to get into the evidence and the proof of that. So again, his only evidence is some guy told me, you know. Also, it's important to point out that the person that was selling this had multiple stories about where the patch came from, and we're going to get into it. Charlie Weiser, I have to say, friend of the show, thank you, Charlie Weiser, for doing what you do, did an excellent breakdown of this story, which we're going to share for you. And before anybody accuses me, this is Charlie Weiser's thread, and Charlie Weiser culled the information from Metabunk and various other internet sources and just made it digestible in a YouTube thread. Thanks to Charlie Weiser and all who contributed to busting this complete and totally fake story. From Ross Coulthart's podcast, August 4th, where he talks about the patch, his source, presumably Lockheed Skunk 117 on eBay, Bill's Mafia 716Y on Twitter, snuck a photo of his great uncle's patch before he died last year, and last week gave it to Colthart to show us. That was one version of the story. His uncle was sleeping and he took a picture of the patch. This great uncle never saw the egg-shaped craft, only a photo of it, shown to him by another engineer on the program in 1997 who promptly retired. The egg was featureless and was never penetrated, was nevertheless concluded that it had to be an ET probe. Coulthart's source, the great nephew, showed him both the secretly taken photo of the patch, which he presented at Saturday's talk. Remember, he got paid to give a talk about this, and it's a completely fake story. And one of the EG&G folk themselves. Coulthart does not specify that his source actually had multiple different photos of the patch from all the times he tried to sell it on eBay. Why bother with the story of secretly taking a photo? It's irrelevant. He secretly took the photo, but yet there's multiple versions of the photos of this thing on eBay on the different sales listings where he's trying to sell this patch. By the way, got a good buck for it. I think he got $550. It seems that the patch eventually sold in February 2023 for $550. Yes, $550. Most of it was probably for the Michael Jordan autograph stub that came with it. The buyer left this review and also bought Area 51 coins. So we know that the patch was sold for $550. The description of one of several different listings for the patch, it varied slightly each time. In this one, the seller claims to be the engineer who worked for the program. In other listings, he says it belonged to a family member. So here's the original eBay listing, or one of them. There's multiple ones. And again, The story keeps changing every time this guy's trying to sell it on eBay. In one version, it was his uncle's patch. In another version, it was his patch. And here's the listing. For sale is one patch that was specifically designed, produced, and handed out to the members of a small, top-secret EG&G engineering group inside Area 51 in the early 2000s. I was part of that group. Each member was given one patch. This patch is super rare. I have never seen another one offered anywhere else before it, so it's special because it was actually inside Area 51 at one time. Ooh, it's rare. That makes it more valuable and you can get more money for it, right? It makes it the ultimate Area 51 item you will ever find. This patch is 100% authentic and original, not a reproduction or a novelty patch. It's in great condition for being almost 20 years old. See the pictures I have, 100% positive eBay feedback. Buy with complete confidence. Free FedEx shipping with signature required. No returns. Message me with any questions you might have. And here, the seller seems to confirm that he told Coulthart the picture he gave him was the one he sneakily took when his uncle was sleeping. This part of the story is clearly fabricated. He had at least 6 pictures from 3 photo shoots plus 2 of the reverse. If someone lies about part of their story when they didn't have to, if the story were true, then the story is false. All the info Ross Coulthart got from this source about the egg-shaped craft is therefore also fabricated. The eBay review was left by the buyer. Sure, so there's that. And again, in another eBay listing, he didn't say I was part of the group. He said my uncle was part of the group. So it's interesting that the seller of the patch's story kept changing, and Ross Coulthart could have found all this out. But he was too much in a rush to slam and disparage and slander Kirkpatrick for being a liar about not having any evidence of alien technology, and too quick to jump on to a monetized YouTube video so he could make money retelling this completely and totally fake story. The great uncle was told about the egg-shaped craft by a senior engineer when he started at Area 51. Then allegedly saw a photo of it on the wall in a data storage room. Oliver BF chimes in, but what a load of crap just for a patch bought on eBay. Who believes this crap anymore? You've got time to waste. It's interesting. Can Ross Coulthart's ego survive a bout of self-reflection on why he promoted a patch as belonging to an alien UFO reverse engineering program just because his source's great uncle colleague spun a yarn? And Charlie Weiser chimes in that I'm profiling Coulthart's latest blunder in a long line of blunders. Starts in a few minutes. Thank you for doing that, Charlie Weiser. And thank you for all that you do, because we truly appreciate people actually looking for the link. 1 second here. All right, and here's how we know that the story is completely and totally fake. This guy first tells Ross Coulthart, I took a picture while my uncle was sleeping. He's taken 4 different pictures of this same patch while he was trying to sell it on eBay. Worthporse cribbed the 5 eBay ads using the 4 photos plus 1 broken unknown image, so they're archived. None of the ads sold. Yeah. Rare historical EG&G Area 51 Groom Lake employee only engineering patch, and he was trying to get $1,000. EG&G engineering UFO military super rare patch. Groom Lake EG&G employees only authentic and super rare patch. There's all these different. This guy was just trying to make money. He was just trying to make money selling this thing on eBay. It's very, very clear. So how do we know that this is that this patch is not what Ross Coulthart or his idiot source told him it was? Well, there are some clues. UFT8 is an output error symbol. There is one symbol that is for a radar screen. Blue star is used to denote United States Air Force friendly forces. So why would an alien crash retrieval program denote United States Air Force friendly forces. The lightning bolt is for electronic intel, and it's commonly used. And these waves that you see on the left-hand side of the patch are directional radiation antenna signal symbols. This thing that they said was an egg-shaped alien craft was actually used to represent an aluminum radar calibration sphere. Measure and analyze RCS signatures. Protect United States Air Force assets. So the patch is actually from Electronic Warfare and Radar Cross-Section Test Site, Groom Lake. And so it is from Area 51, but it has nothing to do with aliens. It's from an Electronic Warfare and Radar Cross-Section Test Site. That's exactly where it's from. Has nothing to do with aliens, has nothing to do with alien crash retrieval programs, has nothing to do with an egg-shaped alien space probe, as Ross Coulthart sold this story. The entire story rested on this patch. And by the way, all of these facts are things that Ross Coulthart could have learned before he ran to the internet to sell an alien story, and he did not do that. And there is further confirmation from Area 51 experts that this explanation for what that patch is 100% accurate. It came from Electronic Warfare and Radar Group off of Area 51. Had nothing to do with aliens, nothing to do with back engineering, nothing to do with crash retrieval programs. It had to do with radar, essentially. And we're going to share more proof of that. So just bear with me. Share this tab. And this is from Duke from the Metabunk forum. You know, those pesky debunkers that keep ruining the money being made by alien story grifters like Ross Coulthart. And Duke says, okay, now I feel comfortable posting this. The link below is to a thread about the subject patch I stated on the forum, of which I am the moderator, of Dreamland Resort. For those unfamiliar with the site, it's a website devoted to Area 51 and black aircraft programs. Many of the posters are former Area 51 employees and or members, me included, members of Pioneers of Stealth. The site is owned by Jorg Arneau, a true gentleman I am proud to call my friend. Jorg has devoted much of his life to the study of black programs. Jorg lives in Rachel, Nevada, near Area 51. One of the most prominent members of their staff is Peter Merlin. That's a name that may be familiar with you. He is an Area 51 expert. And by the way, Ross Coulthart, if he was unsure of something, could have sought out an Area 51 expert and asked him about the patch. He didn't do that. One of the members of the DLR staff is Peter Merlin. Peter is a highly respected aviation historian and an Area 51 historian, known for his extensive knowledge of books and articles about Area 51 and classified programs. Peter Merlin would be accepted into a court of law as an expert on aviation history and Area 51 history. Peter Merlin has authored numerous books and articles on aerospace history and technology, as well as volumes on Area 51 and the Nevada test site for Arcadia Publishing. He has appeared in documentary programs for the History Channel, Discovery, National Geographic, and others. And by the way, I instantly recognized his name. I'm something of an aviation nerd myself. I have some of his stuff. In the DLR link below, please see Peter and others' responses to my initial request for info on this patch. If Peter says if Peter says this is the background on the patch, I take that to the bank. There are obviously others who responded, but I know and trust Peter. I personally consider this case closed, at least with respect to Coulthart's claims of the patch representing a UFO crash retrieval reverse engineering program. So this is from aviation historian and Area 51 expert Peter Merlin. He says, and I quote, "I have known about this patch for several years after first encountering it as an EG&G radar patch from the test site. Of course, EG&G has since become URS, now AECOM, But I digress. The main point is that it is from the EWRCS range, a radar range at Groom. Yes, the silver ball on the emblem represents one of the aluminum calibration spheres. The binary code 11001001 has been driving me crazy, though. There are so many possible conversions, and it was even the title of a Star Trek The Next Generation episode. I do think the black rhombus with the white question mark is the very best explanation so far. It fits well with other test site iconography. Peter Merlin warns, it's wise never to jump to conclusions when analyzing organizational patches and similar items. A lot of completely unrelated insignia share the same design elements: lightning bolts, stars of certain colors, generic aerodynamic shapes, etc. Names such as Mad Hatters or Dark Knights, and mottos, Latin or otherwise. A lot of people jump right on something that is labeled DET3 without checking to verify that the parent organization as FTC, now AFTC, a grouping of 6 stars, doesn't always denote Area 51. Sometimes this symbolism is obvious to the point of unbelievability, and other times it may be entirely cryptic. And so this Metabunk poster, Duke, says, I want to thank Jorg for his help and permission to cross-pollinate the 2 sites. Mentioning UFO, UAPs on DLR is highly frowned on. But after an hour or so on the phone last night, we worked it out. He could not have been more accommodating. My thanks as well to the DLR members who took the time to offer up their thoughts, and especially to Peter Merlin. Thanks to NorCal Dave for his patience and advice as I struggled with how best to provide this information in a somewhat different source for Metabunk. So there we have it. On the record, Area 51 expert takes one look at the patch and says, that doesn't have anything to do with the alien or crash retrieval program. It's from a radar test site. And interestingly, we do have some information on what that site actually does. And let me see if we can't get that to share with you as well. It's interesting. Actually, what they do is interesting. 1 second here. Ooh, 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're calling this fake story Patchgate. Okay. And we have a post from the same poster, Duke, giving a little more information about what that area at Area 51, what that patch is really all about. Apparently, exploitation of Russian aircraft at Area 51 has apparently continued and includes a well-documented case of an Su-27 flanker being test flown against the United States Air Force F-16 back in 2016. Yes, the Daily Mirror isn't the most credible source, but I chose it because of the number and quantity of those photos in the article. The flanker is rumored to have been flying from Groom Lake for nearly 20 years, but no one ever managed a definitive photograph to prove it does exist. The sequence of photos is the first proof that the Americans are flying this aircraft, which is the premier air defense fighter in use with the Russian and Chinese air forces. And so isn't it interesting that apparently the United States government is in possession of Russian fighters and Russian aircraft, and what this patch is related to is a group that would shoot radar at these Russian fighters being test flown so that we could see the radar signatures and exploit their weaknesses when it comes to radar and detection. That's what this whole patch and program was about. It had nothing to do with alien technology, zero. Had nothing to do with alien crash retrieval programs, zero. It had nothing to do with what Ross Coulthart or his shitty source said it did. And that's just a fact. Ross Coulthart can say whatever he's going to say. Even if you give him the, total benefit of the doubt, what you're left with is that Ross Coulthart is completely and totally lazy. as a journalist and a researcher. He's either lazy or he knew that this wasn't what he said it was, but he needed a new story to sell. Because the Grush money's drying up already, because that house of cards is falling down without evidence to hold it up. Patchgate. The patch is from Electronic Warfare and Radar Cross-Section Test Site, Groom Lake, Area 51. And one of the activities that this group would do, remember it says measure, analyze, and protect. And the blue star is for United States Air Force Friendly Forces. They want to help the United States Air Force Friendly Forces. And how do they do that? They measure, analyze, and protect. So they have these Russian and some say even Chinese aircraft in the possession of the United States government through whatever means they got them, and they take them to Area 51. They're test flown, and this group would measure, analyze, and protect by testing radar systems on enemy aircraft. That, my friends, is exactly what this patch was about and the group related to it about. Ross Coulthart got the story completely and totally 100% wrong. This is not the first time Ross Coulthart has done sloppy, lazy vetting of sources, and I don't believe it'll be the last time. This is not the first time that Ross Coulthart has been caught selling a completely and totally fake story, and I don't believe it'll be the last time. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are here tonight to celebrate that I found another probably or mostly fake story that Ross Coulthart has peddled in his past. You may recall the fake story of the giant spaceship, that he knows where it is. There's a giant spaceship buried somewhere on Earth, there's a giant spaceship, according to Ross Coulthart, somewhere on Earth that was just so big that they couldn't move it. So they built a building around it. And he knows where the giant alien spaceship is, but due to national security concerns and, things being classified, he doesn't want to put anybody in danger. So he can't tell us where the alien spaceship is, the giant alien spaceship. That's one of his fake stories. That's my favorite of his fake stories. But you may also recall that shortly after his contract, shortly before his contract with 60 Minutes Australia was not renewed, some people say he got fired. He claims no, they were just downsizing. But I don't think it's a coincidence that his contract was not renewed shortly after an incredibly sensational story that he pushed that was completely and totally false. In which he accused many members of the British Parliament, I believe, of being child predators. And that entire story unraveled, and then Ross Coulthart's contract was not renewed with 60 Minutes Australia. Imagine that. But there was other fake stories, like the Patchgate story, which we detailed here, in which Ross Coulthart used a proven liar and scammer as a source for his story. And now they're calling that lying, scamming guy a UFO whistleblower. So Ross Coulthart has been at the center of a great deal of controversy, I believe, due to his constant use of incredibly garbage sources that no real journalist would run with. In the case of the British Parliament story, it turned out that one of his sources was literally arrested for lying about his story in order to sue people and force them into big money settlements for his alleged sexual abuse as a child, which, by the way, it appears never happened, according to investigators who thoroughly investigated his claims, coming up empty. And then, of course, there's more fake stories from Ross Coulthart, and I found one that goes back a ways, but still displays that Ross Coulthart is a garbage peddling scumbag, not a journalist. He's a garbage peddling scumbag that will do anything he has to do to sell a story. He'll use liars and scammers for sources. We've seen multiple instances. We've seen multiple examples of him using liars, literal proven liars and proven scammers. He's used as sources for his salacious, sensational, clickbait, garbage peddled stories. Somebody asked me, why am I so focused on his history? It's because, listen, if you would like to believe that this Dave Grush story is a true story, you should know just how many times one of the major people bringing us the Dave Grush story has been caught peddling completely and totally fake stories, or at the very least, having a complete and total lack of any real journalistic integrity or ethics, and is willing to use literal liars and scammers as sources for his stories. Now, I'm not saying Dave Grush is a liar and a scammer. That's still to be determined, I suppose. But, to those people who love to argue with me about the Dave Grush story, if Dave Grush really was a legitimate source of information and a real whistleblower, why would he go to a guy who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories to help him in the media? Wouldn't he go to somebody more reputable? Why would he go to somebody that keeps getting caught using literal liars and scammers as his sources? And again, I'm not saying that Mr. Grush is a liar or a scammer. That's basically, time will tell on that issue. However, it doesn't look good for Dave Grush that he's going to use a reporter that keeps getting caught using liars and scammers as his sources for his stories. Birds of a feather seems to apply. And it's interesting that apparently Dave Grush called a content creator called Dark Journalist, you may be familiar with his show, for an off-the-record conversation. And apparently Dark Journalist basically told him to stop hanging out with scammers if he wants to be taken seriously. And as harsh as I've been on Dave Grush, I do have to remind myself that he's a human being. Maybe he made a mistake going with these garbage peddlers when he should have went to someone more reputable. But again, if we remember the history of the story, the New York Times didn't want the story. The Washington Post didn't want the story. Who wanted the story? Garbage peddlers. Garbage peddlers ran with the story, but real media outlets, and then of course News Nation, who was decided to become the UFO news network, that's virtually a lot or a great deal of their content is all Dave Grush content all of a sudden. But you don't see stories of Dave Grush on CNN or Fox News or whatever. You don't see him on MSNBC, NBC, CBS. He's just not there. ABC. He's not connecting with real media. He's connecting with garbage peddlers, clickbait merchants of fake stories. It doesn't look good for Dave Grush that he goes with somebody like Ross Coulthart. And I'm sorry, but I'm not an intelligence officer, but I'm pretty sure that a career intelligence officer knows how to use Google. He could have checked into Mr. Ross Coulthart's history of selling fake stories before he decided to, go with him. A bunch of other YouTube channels all generated hundreds of thousands of views from him. Tucker Carlson generated 5.5 million monetized Twitter views. Now, I try to dig in. I can't find any information on how much 5.5 million monetized Twitter views is likely to pay. But it's probably a lot. It's probably a lot in today's attention-based economy. So for the stupid people who can't do first grade math, it's a factual statement to say that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars have been generated on the Dave Grush story, which, by the way, you know, we have been at this for quite a while. It's over 6 months now, and there's still no evidence. We are at 197 days, and Dave Grush has still provided zero evidence. But why should this surprise us? Because after all, one of the principal people who brought us this story is Ross Coulthart, who keeps getting caught using scammers and liars for his fake stories and playing fast and loose with the facts in order to sell sensational clickbait garbage stories. It shouldn't surprise me that there's no evidence from Grush 6 months in. What does surprise me is that the story is not dead. What does surprise me is that people continue to cover this guy when he has no evidence so far. And, you know, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Show me any other whistleblower that came out and made claims and then waited 6 months or a year before he showed any evidence of his original claim. Did Assange do that? No, I don't think so. And by the way, there's some good news on the Julian Assange front. Many people are saying that he actually might get out of prison, and God bless Julian Assange. You know, what happened to him is ridiculous, but every other, you know, person who made claims, they have evidence. Dave Grush has no evidence, but that hasn't stopped people from generating hundreds of thousands, almost probably into the millions of dollars of revenue from him telling fairy tales, essentially. I'm sorry. If he doesn't have evidence, it's fairy tales. And don't give all these stupid people with their excuse, oh, it's classified. I'm going to say it one more time for the stupid people. If it was classified, he would have been cleared by Dobson to talk about it. Therefore, according to the Pentagon, alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, and alien spaceships are not part of any classified project in the United States government. If they were, he would have been cleared to even mention them or talk about them in the public media. But he was. Therefore, it's not classified. He can give us evidence. This is the greatest UFO. This may quite possibly be one of the greatest UFO alien grifts ever, because they're going to make more money than the alien autopsy film over time, I think. And it's a perfect situation. Anytime you get pressed for evidence, just say things are classified, even though the government already said they're not. You know, oh, he gave the evidence to the ICIG, and he can't talk about that because it's an ongoing investigation. Okay, well, how long does it take to investigate that? Because he made his, you know, debut here after he made the ICIG complaint. How long does it take for that investigation to conclude? And doesn't the United States government have a responsibility to correct this guy, this literal former mental patient who's running around getting all these huge interviews accusing, you know, everybody in the government of some vast major cover-up and conspiracy? I think they have a responsibility to set the record straight. And if it's true that Grush has no evidence other than UFO wackadoo friends of his who tell him stories, and it seems quite clear to me at this point that that's where we're at. Everything that Grush has mentioned came from a UFO wackadoo. Jacques Vallée, UFO wackadoo. Hal Puthoff, he mentions, UFO wackadoo. Lou Elizondo, UFO wackadoo and proven liar, who was part of the TTSA techno scam, in which they lied to investors and said that he ran a $22 million Pentagon UFO program, right? And they lied to investors and said they were going to build a spaceship. These are his sources. Wilbert Smith is another person he mentioned. Well, he didn't mention him, but he used Wilbert Smith as proof of the fact that UFOs are classified higher than nuclear secrets. And he said there's documentation that proves that. Yeah, there's a document from a Canadian wackadoo who claims some member of the United States government told him that. but it's the same Canadian wackadoo who telepathically communicated with aliens from the planet Venus from his backyard and built an alien landing strip. Yeah, these are not good indicators of Grush having any real evidence, because so far everything he mentions is from existing UFO mythology. He's mentioned nothing new, nothing specific, really, and offered no proof of anything. So what we may have here is just a Star Trek fan who was into science fiction who suddenly got into UFOs and read all the UFO literature. Now, at first, he claimed he didn't read any UFO literature. He's literally told people about 3 or 4 different UFO books that they should read. So if he's not reading UFO literature, then where is he getting the book titles from that he's suggesting to people? Doesn't look good for Grush. But back to Ross Coulthart, one of the principal sellers of the Grush narratives and stories. We have yet another example of Ross Coulthart, and this article slams him as basically a garbage peddling shit peddler. You gotta love it. So we're going to get into this tonight, but before we do, we're going to take a moment to welcome in the live chat, whether you're chatting on the Rumble chat, the Twitch chat, the YouTube live chat, the pill.net chat, the Facebook Live, or Twitter feeds. We welcome one and all. And I see we've got a lot of generous people here. UFO Shane makes me laugh. He says, let's go. Ashton gave me $50. Moo-ha-ha-ha. Yeah, he probably was trying to pay you off so you don't rip him to shreds, UFO Shane. But congratulations, you got his $50, and I guess I got 2 of his $50. So that's good news. Thanks for helping us praise the cash, UFO Shane. And thanks for being a member. Tales of the Sonic Voyage, also a YouTube channel member with a kind and generous $5 for the tears of laughter that I know are coming. Well, tonight's not real. I don't really have a lot of funny stuff tonight, but I'll try just for you, Tales from the Sonic Voyage. We aim to please here. Thank you for being a member, and thank you for being a long-time show supporter. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. John Chow, kind and generous, $2. Please do a video on Grush, Putoff, Geller versus Randy. Well, we've covered Uri Geller, and we've mentioned James Randi many times here. As far as Grush Putoff, I don't know if I could fill very much time. He's just mentioned Putoff a bunch of times in these interviews, and but I will certainly look into it. And we thank you, John Chow, for being a longtime show supporter. Thank you for your generosity and support. Collie Armstrong, good to see you, Collie. A kind and generous £1.49 super sticker. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you all for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you, especially when you're helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. And by the way, I think it's funny, this fake scientist with this wackadoo lab in New Jersey, which is a shame because it's right near me, and I like strange science, but that guy's just an asshole. He got quite upset because he's a big Stephen Greer fan, and he doesn't like me, telling people the truth about Stephen Greer. So I think that's what began it. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty interesting that guy's crowdfunding a whole lab. And also, he is offering people room and board if you work for him. So I just want to ask him publicly, do you have a license to, have apartments in that building? Does the city know that people are living there as a primary residence? You better think twice before you come at me, you dumb dickhead. All right. We got that out of the way. I feel better now. All right. All right, we're going to get into this. I don't know what people are talking about. Somebody banned somebody. Colthart. Yes, his name is Coulthart. Did I say it wrong? I always say Coulthart or Coulthart. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to get into this article sent to me by a kind and generous viewer. I did not, despite all my digging for information on Ross Coulthart's sordid history of fake stories, I did not find this. A viewer sent this to me. They didn't wish to be named or acknowledged, but we thank them for their kindness in sending this to me. Bank takedown, a low point for the once great 60 Minutes. And this story is from July of 2017. Ross Coulthart is a fine journalist, a powerful television presence, and a wonderful writer. I think that's probably misplaced. But anyway, but when the 60 Minutes veteran turned the heartbreaking story of Roy Lavis into a morality play about a bank versus a battler, he committed a cardinal reporting sin. Don't exclude important information. Over the past week and a half, I've been chipping away at the credibility of Coulthart's boom to bust report of July 16, when he used his high-rating current affairs program to savage the Commonwealth Bank of Australia. I don't doubt the passionate Colthart had the best intentions, but the more I learned about the 2011 collapse of CEC Group from people directly involved in the Cairns property developer, the more convinced I am it was poorly managed and owner-extended company that got caught like so many others in the 2007 financial crisis. By placing the blame directly on the Commonwealth Bank, based on a strongly worded report from Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman Kate Carnell, a once great television show has done a disservice to the Australian company. No lickspittle. Contrary to Coulthart's colorful assertions, I'm no banker's lickspittle, a person obsequious to those in power. I don't own any bank shares, and I'm not angling for a job at one. I'm a Commonwealth Bank customer. I don't mind criticizing banks or any other company. Last year, I wrote an article for the New York Times that examined the scandal in the Commonwealth Bank's insurance arm. I interviewed Benjamin Coe, former ComInsure doctor, who describes his moral horror at claims assessors trying to get out of paying dying clients. On the front page of the Australian Financial Review a year ago, I wrote critically about the $88 million paid to Australian New Zealand Banking Group CEO Mike Smith for a strategy that is being reversed. Banks, like newspapers, aren't perfect. They can be mean, amoral, and dishonest, but they're generally pretty good at making money, which is why the 60 Minutes take on the CEC never rang true to me. So this journalist has a history of covering this bank. He knows all about it. And apparently Ross Coulthart got this whole fucking story wrong, just like he got every story wrong. Bad bank. Pardon me. Coulthart portrayed the Commonwealth Bank as throwing money at a thriving company until it suddenly and capriciously decided it wanted most of its money back. The bank coerced CEC to sell a healthy, profitable businesses. Deprived of revenue, a decent company was driven broke. He had 3-star witnesses: Lavis, who went from running a $200 million company to bankrupt living in a garage; former CEC chairman, bank critic, and federal MP Warren Ench; and Carnell, whose agency investigated CEC's treatment in a supposedly confidential process that concluded the Commonwealth Bank may have broken the law. Suggesting a bank acted potentially unconscionably is to suggest that the bank may have acted illegally, breaching Australia's strict consumer laws by abusing its power. Coulthart wrote in a 3,000-word defense of his journalism and attack on me Wednesday, "It is incendiary, albeit, as the ombudsman found, a justified allegation. As far as I can see, there is a lot of evidence to show that CEC was responsible for its own failure, its debt-laden balance sheet, lack of revenue, and a devastating analysis by McGrath Nickel, Lavis' own words from the time, when he praised the bank for restructuring its debt, and the recollections from those involved who say they worried Lavis was spending too much. It is not like the company, which was traded on the stock market and had revenue of $210 million, was run by a couple of hick crocodile farmers. It had 3 notable chairmen: Keith DeLay, a former Queensland treasurer, Rob Borbridge, a former Queensland Premier, and Tony Hartnell, the chairman of the National Companies and Securities Commission and the Australian Securities Commission. Hartnell, who was on the board during CEC's rise and fall, says in hindsight it spent too much on land, given Coulthart portrayed the bank as aggressively and deliberately taking actions that since the CEC broke. I asked a veteran lawyer if it was unpleasant chairing the company at the time. I was surprised by the response. Quote, by the time I left, it wasn't stressful because it was being supported by the Commonwealth Bank, he said. The primary evidence supporting a bank set out to destroy a healthy client theory seems to be letters given to 60 Minutes, apparently by Labus. Today, Labus insists the bank forced him to sell assets. The bank says it was CEC's decision. So interesting. Coulthart's would-be smoking gun is a letter to the bank in 2008 that says, please be advised that CEC is cognizant of the bank's concern in regard to the relevant debt level, and accordingly, the Commonwealth Bank of Australia wishes CEC to demonstrate that appropriate action is being taken in regard to an asset sale program to reduce the bank's debt to an appropriate level. My response is, so what? At the start of 2008, the global financial markets were in deep shock. Shareholders had lost faith in the company, which was running out of money to meet its interest payments. Property prices in northern Queensland were falling. The bank had $200 million riding on CEC's survival. Conditions were deteriorating by the week. Even if the bank did force CEC to act, and financial advisor McGrath Nichols said CEC's managers acknowledged debt needed to be as low as $60 million. What is wrong with a lender enforcing its contractual rights? When did loan agreements become the subject of a Ross Coulthart fairness test? He, Labus, has got to be responsible for the mistakes he made. A former top CEC executive told me, if you borrow money, you have to pay it back. The 60-minute report reverses commercial reality. Instead of Labus owing the bank money, the bank owes him a lifeline. Then, this is where it gets good. They call Ross Coulthart a performer. Television is theater, and Coulthart is a skilled performer. Labus, Encht, and Carnell, all business or political veterans, got the good guy treatment in his report. In other words, he gave them the circle jerk. The defense witness, Commonwealth Bank Chief Risk Officer David Cohen, received tabloid TV treatment, harsh lighting, accusatory questions, direct contradictions, and interruptions. The few quotes used by Coulthart include one where the banker stumbles over his words, although a longer version of the interview was posted to the 60 Minutes website. So here we see that Ross Coulthart is using all kinds of deceptive tactics to make this shit story work, right? Just like he's doing in UFO land. In the report, it is as though the global financial crisis didn't happen. It gets a passing mention. Coulthart underplayed Encht's involvement in CEC, framing him almost as an outraged bystander by calling him a former director rather than reporting he was the acting chairman and involved in the debt negotiations. So he played fast and loose with the facts. He manipulated the facts to sell the story and craft it his way. The journalist has clearly been surprised and stung by the criticism. His essay, which is on the 9 Now website, offers an eloquent insight into Australia's preoccupation with their banks and a vigorous defense of the reporting that relies heavily on Carnell's report. Playing the media. A former Liberal politician, Carnell knows how to play the media. Coulthart and Etch were told and repeated last week that I refused a briefing by her office, an allegation that suggests I wouldn't listen to its side of the story. This is a distortion. I declined off-the-record conversation because I couldn't see any benefit to the Financial Review's readers from information I wasn't allowed to publish or attribute. When offered an on-the-record briefing, I accepted immediately in writing at 2:48 p.m. on Wednesday. Carnell's spokesman said its staff member wouldn't be available until the following day. We spoke after Coulthart published his essay. Carnell, or her spokesperson, has never invited me to their offices, contrary to Coulthart and Encht assertions. So they're accusing this other journalist of, wrongdoing, and they're completely and totally wrong. Imagine that. Ross Coulthart got all the facts of this story wrong. When I complained to Carnell's spokesperson that it was unethical for the agency to share my communications with other media outlets, he said, I can't control private conversations. Then there are some trading allegations. Enst asserts in a letter to the editor that I told Carnell I was not interested in the briefing because I was only interested in a short grab for my articles. This is untrue, and I'm happy to make my text messages with Carnell and emails with her office available to show this. Enst says when we spoke briefly in a phone interview on Sunday a week ago, he called me when I was at the bar with a friend. I was dismissive of his comments, and I indicated I wasn't interested in the facts. This is a lie. In fact, Enst revealed that he told 60 Minutes about CEC and confirmed he introduced Carnell to Lavis, two facts I considered highly pertinent. In Roy Lavis, Coulthart, Carnell, and Etch thought that they had the perfect victim, a bankrupt battler businessman, screwed over by big banks and big business. A great story for 60 Minutes, 1 million viewers, but the evidence suggests Lavis was as much a victim of circumstances as his own poor choices. So here we have yet another Ross Coulthart story where he basically manipulated the whole story. He manipulated the witnesses into a concocted story that wasn't factually accurate, true, or correct. And this is, leopards don't change their spots. So am I surprised that we can find another story where he got everything in the story wrong? It's pretty ridiculous.
So big. What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, big, it can't be moved. Big, 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 big. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. 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 They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. So they're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. So they're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. But it was bollocks big, 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 big. But it was bollocks big, 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 big.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. It is another exciting edition of Truth Seekers that we have to bring you tonight because apparently Ross Coulthart has been caught selling yet another completely and totally fake story. You may remember our previous coverage of some of the fake stories that Ross Coulthart disgraced Australian journalist who went headlong into the UFO field for his next payday after peddling a completely and totally fake story about the British Parliament and child-related offenses related to those people, even naming names and accusing people of heinous crimes involving children in that original piece, a piece that Media Watch blasted as completely and totally deceptive and false. Shortly after that piece aired on 60 Minutes Australia, Mr. Coulthart's contract was not renewed with 60 Minutes. Now, he's claimed, and other of his supporters have claimed, no, there was budget cuts. I don't think it was a coincidence that Media Watch blasted Ross Coulthart's big British Parliament story as completely and totally fake, and then his contract doesn't get renewed. You know, these are the things that happens when a journalist becomes disgraced and people realize that they were hoodwinked by a man selling a completely and totally fake story. One of the reasons I'm so interested in his history of fake story peddling is because he is the principal profiteering promoter of the Dave Grush story on News Nation. And we have previously covered and detailed how News Nation is owned by Nexstar Media, who also owns George Knapp's television station in Las Vegas that pushes completely and totally fake stories and has some part to play in George Knapp's Mystery Wire, which pushes completely and totally fake stories like Batman balloons as alien spaceships. Nexstar Media also is involved, of course, with News Nation, which is filled with disgraced journalists like Chris Cuomo and Ross Coulthart. In fact, a lot of the people on News Nation kind of got fired or let go under, disgracing circumstances from real jobs. They end up at News Nation along with Ross Coulthart. It is what it is. Nexstar Media is cashing in on these UFO dollars. After the British Parliament completely and totally fake story, of course, Ross Coulthart writes a book and heavily pushes the highly contested, let's just call it that, the highly contested Wilson Davis notes, which detail a meeting between wackadoo wormhole scientist Eric Davis, who the Air Force called his research crackpot research at one point, a meeting between him and Admiral Tom Wilson, in which the Admiral apparently tells Eric Davis that he got sent on a mission to find the alien crash retrieval programs due to being given a completely and totally fake document by Dr. Stephen Greer in a meeting, as if an admiral wouldn't have a staff that could take one look at a completely and totally fake top secret document and tell, this isn't a real document, Admiral. You might not want to go on a mission looking for alien crash retrieval programs based on a completely and totally fake document. Admiral Wilson, for his part in the story, has called those notes a complete and total work of fiction, saying, hey, maybe I met this guy Eric Davis, but none of this ever happened. This meeting didn't take place. I didn't go on this, scavenger hunt for aliens. This is a work of fiction. Ross Coulthart highly pushed that story, but we're not even really going to count that in his list of completely and totally fake stories, because there are other stories that are completely and totally fake that he sold that we can focus on. Like the time we played you the bumper in the beginning, one of his latest stories about UFOs and aliens before the Dave Grush story was with Gary Nolan. And it is my personal belief that Gary Nolan sells the credibility, his own credibility, and the credibility of Stanford University to UFO hucksters who sell completely and totally fake stories. He did that before with the Atacama humanoid story. He was paid for that. Wasn't an alien. Gee. And we have raised questions about Gary Nolan's use of Stanford University labs, equipment, and personnel. Because according to the Stanford Code of Ethics that I found, he's not supposed to use Stanford University labs, equipment, or personnel to personally profit. We asked some questions. Is this a violation of the Stanford Code of Ethics? Because after all, in Ross Coulthart's piece, it was recorded, part of it, at Stanford University with Gary Nolan standing in front of a very expensive analytical machine. And they were going to get to the truth of Jim's balls. And in that story, they deceptively edited the promotional material to clickbait this garbage story that they had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist. And in the promos, they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku didn't confirm anything. And in fact, not only did they not have conclusive proof of alien technology, they had absolutely no proof. So that's completely and totally fake story number 2. You can reach out to Michio Kaku. Was he in the documentary? Sure. Did he confirm conclusive proof of alien technology? Absolutely not. And I have heard people make excuses. Oh, it's not Ross Coulthart's fault. You know, the producers and the marketing team did that. No, Ross Coulthart had to stand there in a vocal booth and record the audio saying those complete and total lies to promote that piece. If he's a man of such integrity, he would have said, wait, I'm not saying this. We don't have conclusive proof of alien technology. And Michio Kaku didn't confirm any of this. All Michio Kaku did in that crap documentary is the same thing Michio Kaku always does when somebody hires him to be in a documentary or a piece about aliens, a television show, whatever. He talked about theoretical physics. How could they get here from vast distances? Oh, maybe wormholes. Maybe they figured out faster than light travel. He didn't confirm anything. The story was completely and totally fake. And now, friends, we have another completely and totally fake story that he pushed, promoted, and is profiting from. Not just with monetized views. We're going to go over that. He is also profiting from a completely and totally fake story now. And he is speaking about that completely and totally fake story while people are, I'm assuming, paying him some very high speaking fees to be speakers at public events about aliens and UFOs. He told the story of this patch, and it's wonderful. It's a wonderful story. It's just an absolutely wonderful story, but there's one problem. The whole story falls apart. Under the least little tiny bit of scrutiny, the entire story falls apart. Essentially, somebody was selling a patch on eBay claiming that it was from an Area 51 crash retrieval program. Top secret, don't you know? And they made various claims in the eBay ads to sell this patch that Ross Coulthart is citing as his only evidence was a patch from eBay. And a story, of course. But the problem is that the eBay seller used multiple stories to try to sell the patch. In one version of the story, the patch belonged to his uncle, who was part of that Area 51 crash retrieval and alien back engineering program at Area 51. In another version of an eBay auction trying to sell the patch, he claimed he was the guy that was in that program. And these are things that Ross Coulthart could have easily found had he done 5 minutes of research before rushing to sell yet another fake story. Completely and totally fake story. Busted again. Third time's the charm, right? Is it 3 strikes you're out? Is he done now in the world of UFOs? Can he go away now? Right? Or is he going to come up with more fake stories as this Dave Grush story completely falls apart due to lack of any available evidence that there's no evidence. They're not making any evidence public. Just trust me, dude. And listen, if Ross Coulthart were a Walter Cronkite type who you truly can trust is telling you the truth based on a track record of accurate reporting, I would forgive him. And I would trust him when he tells me Dave Grush has all this evidence. But this man keeps getting caught playing fast and loose with the facts and using literal mental cases to sell his stories. He's done this multiple times now. I don't trust the trust me dude. We really do have evidence. You may also know So there's the 3 completely and totally fake stories. We may add to that the Wilson Davis notes, which, you know, have never been proven. Years now, people have been, you know, debating those. And I don't want to get in a debate about those, but I do have an excellent piece from Lou Jimenez from Lou Reviews that we once played here before. Maybe we'll play it again tonight if there's time, about how fake those things are and how ridiculous that story is. Ross Coulthart pushed that. And of course, there's also Ross Coulthart pushing the story of his fantastical claims that he knows exactly, friends, where a giant alien spaceship is, but he can't tell us because it's top secret. Again, this man has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories time and time and time again. You can't trust what he is telling you is accurate, period. I don't trust a word that comes out of this man's mouth. And if you ask me, neither should you. You should demand evidence for his incredible claims. Now, friends, before we get into tonight's presentation, we're going to go through the history of his fake stories. We'll begin with the complete and totally fake British Parliament story and some thoughts from Media Watch. Then we'll get into, we'll detail a little more details about that Jim's Balls story that turns out to be completely and totally fake. By the way, Gary Nolan, who promised to do the analysis of that, I think Gary Nolan backed off when we started asking ethics questions about using university labs and equipment. And then he decided he couldn't do the analysis of Jim's Balls at Stanford University because he took money to be in that documentary, and he may not be allowed to do that according to the Stanford Code of Ethics. And by the way, I asked Mr. Gary Nolan directly some very respectful questions about that Code of Ethics and whether he was allowed to do that by the university, profit from, because according to Code of Ethics, he can't, but he refused to answer my questions, saying that I was just, he's not going to give me fuel for me to create conspiracy theories about him. And you may remember Gary Nolan standing on a stage talking up that aliens are real and here, and, you know, 100% to a group of investors recently. Gary Nolan is also, by the way, Dave Grush's boss. And we got that revelation recently. So it's a big club, friends, but I ain't in it. And while all the other UFO shows and shows that cover these topics have to play nice with the grifters to maintain their access, we don't play those games. Ross Coulthart's not going to give an interview to me. Neither will Gary Nolan, because they will fall apart under real and serious questioning by a real researcher or investigative journalist like me. They would never submit themselves to that because the entire narratives that they sell will fall apart like the house of cards they're built on under questions from somebody like me. They're not going to do it. They would never do it. So therefore, I have no responsibility to be nice to the Grift Squad. None. I have nothing to worry about. I have nothing to lose, to tell you the truth. Now, other shows that interview these clowns and do the circle jerk, you know, oh, tell us more about the giant alien spaceship, Ross Coulthart, right? Their whole shows are based on getting access to the top tier UFO celebrity clowns who are pushing these UFO fairy tales. So they have to play nice. They have to lie to you. We don't, and we won't. But before we get into tonight's presentation, I wanted to take a moment to announce once again that Truth Seekers is now on pilled.net, which is a free speech network and it's a whole new thing that is a combination of a social network, a YouTube, a Twitter, a Facebook, Discord chat, group chats, all together in one place, a place that values the values of free speech. It's a censorship-free platform. I have been using it for about a week now, and I got to tell you that I'm starting to enjoy it. It even has old school RSS feeds of all things, which I was kind of happy to see. Pilled.net is our new distribution partner. And while we are streaming on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and Facebook and Rumble. We are also live streaming on Pilled right now live. We want to take a moment to thank their founders, especially the two founders created this thing. They have been coding it since 2018. These guys have worked incredibly hard to build this thing, and I think that work shows. I highly encourage you to check it out. Just go to www.pill.net. And when you do, it's going to ask who referred you. Put my name in there. I want our new distribution partners to know that I'm sending them users, and I appreciate them hosting our show, being so welcoming. They really rolled out the red carpet for us here, gave me unlimited space on the platform. I can upload all 1,000+ episodes of our entire back catalog of shows. We're going to start doing that. Today we put our free documentary, Is This the Face of Bigfoot, there. For content creators, once they turn on the switch for you to be a content creator, and by the way, I can help you with that. Contact me off air. Be sure to put my name, Steve Cambion, in the referral, and I can help you expedite them turning that switch on. But once you are a content creator there and can live stream there, you are instantly monetized. There's subscriptions. People can throw money at you. You can instantly make money turning a big interest of or hobby of yours or passion of yours into an income stream. We've only been on a few days. We've only been broadcasting there for a few days. I'm already making money there. Praise the cash, bitches. Praise the cash. We're praising the cash on pill.net, and you can too. Here to tell you a little bit about that is a video from pill.net. Before we begin our presentation, this is a very quick video, just give you an introduction about pill.net.
Welcome to pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Free speech lives there. And I don't know about you, but I'm getting more and more increasingly concerned with the increased censorship and problems with some of the other, let's just call them major platforms. So far, my experience there, both as a user and a content creator, have been great. Highly recommend you check them out. Now, first thing we're going to do is detail the previous fake stories. I think the worst one really was the British Parliament story, because Ross Coulthart named names in that piece and accused people of literal crimes with children. And then it turns out that his source was a complete and total tall tale telling wackadoo who lied about everything and then sued a bunch of people to get money. It's really despicable to accuse somebody of child-related crimes. Did he ever apologize to those people and their families? You know, they're human. They have families. You went on a national, huge television show, and he called it the biggest British scandal ever and all these things, and overhype, over-sensationalize. We've talked about this before. Ross Coulthart overhypes and over-sensationalize things. And then he underdelivers when it comes to evidence, and then we inevitably get to the big letdown. History matters, and he has repeated that wheel of bullshittery multiple times. This is not the first time he's been caught selling a completely and totally fake story. So when people ask me, why are you so skeptical of this Dave Grush story? Well, look at the main guy selling it and how many times he has sold completely and totally fake stories, claimed all kinds of evidence, and then the story turns out to be completely and totally fake. This is a pattern with him. And, you know, people repeat patterns. And a leopard does not change its spots, though I don't really like that saying. So we're going to get into this tonight, friends. We want to take a moment to welcome the live chat. Great attendance tonight, and glad to see so many people. We want to welcome all of you live chatters in the Rumble live chat, in the Twitch live chat, over there on Facebook Live, Twitter, and of course YouTube, and now pilled.net. And you Twitch chatters as well. We see all of you. And we thank you all for joining us. We're going to get into this history of Ross Coulthart selling complete and total fake stories. And I apologize. I tried to find the Media Watch video and story again, and I had trouble. So I'm going to play you some of my previous coverage of the first completely and totally fake story that he was caught in selling. I think this is really the story that made him a disgraced journalist. And it's interesting. I've talked to many people from Australia who told me, I don't understand why anybody in the United States would listen to him because everybody in Australia knows that he's a disgraced journalist. However, recently some people have contacted me and disagreed with the fact that all Australians know that he's a disgraced journalist. So, you know, I apologize. And also, before we begin tonight, just a correction or a point of information. On last night's broadcast, I said that I truly believe that Dave Grush was the source of Jeremy Corbell's Mosul orb image. Remember that image that was taken from a classified briefing or from a video from a classified briefing? Because the very day they met David Grush, they hyped up that story and started over sensationalizing this big drop coming of this Mosul orb image. Someone pointed out correctly, and I should have myself, that on the same day they met with Grush, Jay Stratton and Travis Taylor were also there. So it could have been any of the three of them all would have had access to that image from the classified briefing, given they all worked for the UAP task force. So we acknowledge and accept that I could be wrong. And maybe Grush didn't give that to Corbell and Knapp. Maybe it was Travis Taylor or Jay Stratton. Just a point of information. I am not, 100%. I didn't say I was 100% certain that Grush gave it to them. It's just a feeling that I get. Call it a hunch. Because shortly after meeting with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, suddenly Grush was under investigation for sharing things with people he shouldn't be sharing things with. So it doesn't take a huge leap of faith to think that David Grush may have been the source of the Mosul orb image for George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell to profit from. And that's what got him in hot water. All right, we're going to begin our coverage. This is Ross Coulthart's British Parliament fake story. And I'll put my fair use banner up here. 1 second. Let me make sure that we have our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. And critiquing the video that we are sharing. We are educating the public about Ross Coulthart and his horrendous record of selling completely and totally fake stories. Let's get into it, friends. Tonight we're going to find out, I think, why he went head first into the UFO and alien stuff. I believe it's because he was forced to. Because poor Ross Coulthart got caught selling a provably fake story. But it's very disturbing what he did. Essentially, he accused a whole bunch of people in England of, let's just say, because they're going to say it in the video a bunch of times, he accused a bunch of people of having problems with children, sexual problems with children. He accused all kinds of government people in England in his 60 Minutes Australia report. And it turns out it's garbage. The whole story fell apart after it was broadcast. Completely and totally fell apart as being mostly provably fake, using incredibly questionable sources. And let's just say information provided to Ross Coulthart by people that no real journalist would use. For example, if you have a person telling you fantastical things that has a history of mental illness, you probably should be very cautious with using that person or depending on that person for making accusations, serious accusations and allegations against high-ranking government officials in England. But we're going to get into it. So essentially what happens is Ross Coulthart got caught terribly pushing a provably fake, scandalous story, claiming that it was going to be the biggest political scandal in the history of England. Does this sound familiar to you? Because it sounds familiar to me. You remember we did a story called Ross Coulthart's Big Bluff, and that was about his alien big bluff, where he promised conclusive proof of alien technology. But it turns out that wasn't his first bluff. He did an even bigger bluff, and all he had to do to sell that scandalous story and get huge ratings is claim a whole bunch of dudes in England were pedos and they were doing terrible sex type things to little kids. And all he had to do was play along with terribly problematic sources. And this story, like his alien big bluff, was a huge bluff. Turns out that most of what he reported is completely factually incorrect and provably false. But we're going to get into that because an organization, it was so bad that Media Watch got on Ross Coulthart's butt and 60 Minutes Australia butt. For those that don't know, Media Watch does great work. They sort of report on the fakers and fraudsters in the journalism world, much like we do report on the fakers and fraudsters in the UFO alien world. They do a great job. And it's a short video, but we're going to put up our fair use banner and we're going to cite fair use here. And we will find out exactly why Ross Coulthart was fired from CBS Australia. Oh, to be clear, language is important. I said that he got fired. That may be not factually accurate. His contract was not renewed shortly after Media Watch showed everybody how fake this big bluff pedo story he did was. So this is a transformative work, by the way. We are going to cite fair use. We'll be playing a portion of this video from Media Watch. 1 second here, friends. We'll get it. I've got it. All right.
But now, let's take a trip down memory lane to examine this 60 Minutes special investigation from July 2015.
Britain's biggest ever scandal is about to explode.
In late 2014, a man known only as Nick sparked an ill-fated investigation by London's Metropolitan Police into claims of torture, child abuse and murder by high-ranking British politicians.
They and I believe what Nick is saying is to be credible and to be true.
The police investigation later fell apart. No charges were ever brought. And then, earlier this month, came this news.
Nick nicked. A man who falsely claimed he had been raped and tortured as a boy by a VIP pedophile ring is to face trial for child sex offences. Allegations by Nick against bigwigs Sir Ted Heath, Leon Britton, Harvey Proctor and Lord Bramall sparked a £3 million witch hunt by police.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Ross Coulthart uses this source and he's claiming all kinds of, he was abused by all these high-ranking British officials and he witnessed murders and all of this stuff. First, the police investigation falls apart. They find nothing like he described could be established or proven as real. And then he himself gets busted for sex offenses with minors. Great. What incredible vetting skills Mr. Ross Coulthart has.
Even more significantly, Nick may also face charges of fraud and perversion of the course of justice.
Prosecutors are considering whether he should be charged for allegedly lying about being abused as a child and then fraudulently claiming compensation for the ordeal.
So, what's that to us?
So, this person falsely accused a whole bunch of people of heinous sexual crimes against him as a child. And then he sued everybody and got paid all kinds of money. And then everybody found out that the allegations were all false.
Well, without Nick, Australia might never have been treated to that 60-minute special investigation, in which the programme's then new star, 5-time Walkley Award winner Ross Coulthart, made this extravagant promise.
Without question, the biggest political scandal Britain has ever faced will be exposed tonight. It involves a secret network of the highest office holders in the land, past and current members of parliament, cabinet ministers, judges, diplomats, even one of the country's top spies. These men are accused of some of the most sadistic child sexual abuse imaginable on hundreds of victims, some as young as 8.
Nick was not interviewed on 60 Minutes, but...
Yeah, and this is where it gets great. So Ross Coulthart just said all of that based on a totally garbage source that was out for profit. He was out for money, and would later be charged with an offense himself against children. Interesting. And this, again, has parallels to Ross Coulthart's big alien bluff. Ross Coulthart learned through this story that he could just say anything, not back it up, and he would get huge ratings for it, and he would just deal with the consequences later. And one might ask themselves, why would you accuse, and by the way, they named people in this report. They named a whole bunch of people in England as being, let's just say, problems with children. I'm trying to avoid saying the P word as much as possible because they say it in this video a bunch of times. Apparently, the YouTube algo does not like that. So this is what we get. We get, as if I needed more confirmation that Ross Coulthart was a garbage peddler. Before he was peddling garbage UFO and alien stories, he was peddling this.
His evidence provided vital support for that remarkable claim. Tonight, we're going to examine that 60-minute story, which reported astonishing allegations with very little skepticism or doubt. The 60 Minutes report was built on a number of witnesses whose evidence is now disputed or discredited. In addition, the investigative website Exaro News, on whose work 60 Minutes relied, was severely criticised and then shut down. And Exaro's editor-in-chief, Mark Watts, who made similar claims to Coulthart on Russia Today, lost his job.
This is undoubtedly the biggest political scandal in post-war Britain.
Watts and Exaro claim to have arranged 60 Minutes key interviews, one of whom is known only as Darren, who told 60 Minutes that, like Nick, he'd been abused in an apartment in London's Dolphin Square by VIPs, including one of Britain's best-known politicians.
One of the most powerful...
So the other person that was hyping this 100% fake story gets fired for hyping this story. And, you know, at some point, I think a journalist should be fired for doing something like this. You're going to name names and claim that people were doing horrible, terrible, disgusting, reprehensible things to children without sufficient evidence or proof to back up your claims, and then the claims themselves all fall apart shortly after you broadcast this salacious, scandalous piece that's sure to get huge views, right? And it makes me sad. Is that what we're, you know, is that the goal of a journalist? Well, just do whatever you have to do and get the huge monster views and then deal with the fallout later. The other guy who was hyping this story got fired.
men in the land, Leon Britton should have been prosecuting pedophiles. Instead, according to Darren and other witnesses, he was one of them.
He likes boys to dress in women's underwear and then to be in a room alone and discover you in women's underwear and punish you for wearing the underwear.
A member of Margaret Thatcher's cabinet.
Yes.
Raping children.
Yes.
So, how credible were Darren's allegations? Well, it turned out they weren't. The police investigation into Dolphin Square, Operation Midland, whose lead officer had called Nick's claims credible and true, collapsed in March 2016 without bringing charges. An official inquiry then found police had made 43 errors and fallen for false claims of abuse.
Yeah, so they literally named someone in this report Ross Coulthart did as being a perpetrator of this. Great. I hope that he sued the balls off of News 7 and Ross Coulthart. I really hope that he did. And there's some mention that his wife got some sort of a settlement, I think, but after he died.
Following year, the Met paid £100,000 compensation to Leon Britton's widow. But Darren's credibility was demolished long before that by this Telegraph report published 2 months after 60 Minutes went to air. And by this BBC Panorama programme a month later, which investigated Darren's past and reported...
He was convicted in the 1990s of making bomb hoaxes, and he's also falsely confessed to murder and rape. 2 years ago, he sent an email to a social worker saying, Leon Britton never abused me or anyone I know. So why name the poor man?
And these are things that a real or credible, especially investigative journalist, would have been able to find. So what happened here? Did Ross Coulthart not vet the person making these absolutely scandalous claims? I mean, these are very serious allegations. He just let that person on the show and just let him say these things. He didn't look into his background. And if he did, he would have found out that that was an incredibly problematic person to be accepting very, very serious allegations from just on face value with no evidence, proof, or backup of his claims.
More to the point, why rely on Darren's evidence? 60 Minutes would argue it could not have known about his history, but there were alarm bells ringing. In June 2015, for example, in the week that 60 Minutes interviewed him, it was evident from Darren's own tweets on an account set up for him by Exaro that he thought police did not believe him.
No one is actually investigating allegations of torture and abuse at Dolphin Square. Police think I'm lying still, it's clear. I've never actually been told by anyone in the police the words, I believe you.
And a little bit of digging by 60 Minutes or Exaro might also have revealed that police and social services had apparently branded Darren as mentally ill.
Yeah, so this person is branded as mentally ill. And again, the level of irresponsibility here on the part of Ross Coulthart is absolutely despicable, in my opinion. Like, you're going to let somebody sit there and make these claims and you didn't even look into their background? Because if you did, you would have found out that this person had been labeled as mentally ill.
They falsely declared me as suffering from a delusional, paranoid mental health disorder. I'm still waiting for an apology from the police and from social services for falsely declaring me as mentally ill.
Other tweets by Darren in early 2015 might also have raised the alarm.
I am just so terrified of all police now, after witnessing one kill a girl in an abuse ritual as a child.
Yeah, and that's something I would call a red flag. If I was going to use this person as a source making these kind of allegations, and I saw he tweeted this, I would cut and run from that person, despite all the rest of the things that Ross Coulthart could have done to vet the source. He didn't vet anything. Just, oh, it sounds great. This will get a lot of views. Sit on in here. Come on in. Tell your stories. Sound familiar? A lot like what he's doing now, right?
And there was more. 5 months before 60 Minutes went to air, Darren made the extraordinary claim to Exaro that he had helped a VIP pedophile torture and kill a boy with Down syndrome by tying him to two vehicles and driving them apart. But, setting aside warnings that 60 Minutes might have noticed, Ross Coulthart promised at the end of his report,
"We'll be sure to keep you updated on the progress of the police investigation."
Yet in 2.5 years, they have not done so.
Yeah, and isn't it great? This over-promising and under-delivering. Oh, we'll keep you informed of the ongoing investigation. And then they never did anything because the whole story fell apart right after broadcast, right? The entire story fell apart. This is just like his big alien bluff, you know, where he told everybody we have conclusive proof of alien technology. And now everybody's like, well, where's the proof? Where's the analysis? Excuses. By the way, Gary Nolan gave a whole bunch of excuses on Chrissy Newton's Circle Jerk show when she interviewed him. And we're going to cover that tomorrow night because I love watching these UFO grifters squirm. And boy, did Gary Nolan squirm when he was getting the circle jerk from Chrissy Newton. All right.
Even though Operation Midland collapsed, no charges were laid, compensation was paid to Lady Britain, and in 2017, Darren was charged with making false statements to the police that he'd been shot at, charges which were later dropped. And even though 60 Minutes had promised...
Without question, the biggest political scandal Britain has ever faced will be exposed tonight.
But the concerns do not stop there. The second key witness of 60 Minutes was Richard Kerr, another alleged victim of the VIP pedophile ring.
Today, Richard Kerr is bringing us back to the place where he was taken to meet the men who ruled the country.
Yeah, and here we're going to see Ross Coulthart purposefully manipulating the story to make the story better. Does that sound familiar too? Kind of like lying and claiming Michio Kaku is going to confirm conclusive proof of alien technology, right? He manipulates the stories to make them more salacious, more controversial, more clickbaity. That's the only word I could think of, so that they sell.
So how do his claims stack up today? Well, there's no doubt Kerr was sexually abused as a child, but there are doubts about his story in relation to Dolphin Square, especially as told by 60 Minutes.
Richard was brought here to have sex with politicians and other high-ranking members of the British establishment, including members of the House of Lords.
Are any of them still in the Parliament?
Yeah. Older, very old. Lords.
In reconstructing his story, 60 Minutes placed a young Kerr in the back of a chauffeur-driven Bentley and hired a boy who looked 10 or 11 years old to play his part. But only 3 months earlier, Kerr had told Britain's Channel 4 News in relation to his age.
I could have been 16, 15, 17.
So why did 60 Minutes mislead its audience by portraying him as so much younger? And how credible was Kerr's evidence on Dolphin Square? Last year, Kerr's time at Kincora Boys' Home in Belfast was examined by Northern Ireland's Historical Institutional Abuse Inquiry, which concluded,
there is no evidence to support his claim that he was trafficked to London aged 17.
Yeah, so
the inquiry also noted...
So Ross Coulthart, in order to sell the story and make it more shocking, they get an actor that looks like he's 9 or 10 years old to play him, you know, getting driven to the abusers, when he clearly stated he was 16 or 17 when the so-called abuse or alleged abuse took place. This is purposeful manipulation. He's manipulating the story and using, hey, deceptive practices to make the story better. Does this sound familiar? It sounds very familiar to me because we've seen this in his alien big bluff story. We've seen this already from Ross Coulthart. This is how he manipulates the audience.
In relation to several other claims that Kerr had made.
Having carefully examined all the material available to us, we are satisfied that his more recent accounts are not to be relied upon.
Kerr hotly disputes that verdict on his credibility, as does 60 Minutes. But it's worth noting that in an affidavit sworn in relation to the inquiry in February 2015, 4 months before his 60 Minutes interview, Kerr made no mention of Dolphin Square. So, how reasonable was it at the time to treat Richard and Darren's claims as fact rather than allegations that needed to be tested? Back in 2014, when the VIP pedophile ring story first came to light and Operation Midland began, an acclaimed UK legal blogger, Matthew Scott, commented,
Nick's allegations about a pedophile and murder ring in high places, if true, are both astonishing and horrific. Aside perhaps from the mad court of dictators like Mao or Ceausescu, it is impossible to think of any modern precedent for such a thing. It would mean that for year after year, senior politicians and other public figures cast aside morality, threw caution to the winds, and, aided and abetted by others, including a doctor, kept a group of teenage and younger boys as their sexual playthings, confident in the belief that nobody would expose them. For some reason, some of them also chose to murder 2 or 3 of these boys in front of witnesses.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's so unlikely that this is true that you would think as a journalist, you would want to cover your bases. You would want to be sure that you had overwhelming evidence that this is true, because these are absolutely fantastical claims. But not only did Ross Coulthart not have overwhelming evidence that all these allegations were true, he had almost no evidence, the word of a few nutters, right? So it's like a carefully constructed fake story, a lot like he's doing now with his carefully constructed fake alien stories.
The reasons to doubt the existence of such a ring are legion.
They were indeed, yet little or no doubt was expressed by 60 Minutes or Ross Coulthart, who told one British MP, Zach Goldsmith,
If it's true, and the evidence suggests that it is, this is, isn't it, the biggest political scandal in British history?
I think that's right.
But the lurid allegations of murder, rape and torture by a VIP pedophile ring were not true, or at least police found no evidence to support them, and there was no scandal. So, what do 60 Minutes and Ross Coulthart have to say?
Yeah, and of course, remember, it's important that we remember, friends, that in the alien Big Bluff, he blamed News 7, right? He did not take responsibility for literally lying to audiences to get them to click on his garbage peddled stories, right? He literally lied. And then when called out ever on this situation, he blamed them. He blamed News 7. They're the ones who did the promos, right? And oh yeah, those promos were a little sensational. And I call bull on that, because he had to record a voiceover saying all those lies. It's very simple. When they hand him the copy and he reads it and realizes this is all lies, we don't have conclusive proof of anything, then a real moral and ethical person would have simply refused to read that and be used to lie to people. But he didn't. He read the copy that now he's going to claim somebody else wrote for him. I think that he did all of that. I think he wrote the promo. I think he sat there directing the promo to be that deceptive. And I'm entitled to speculation and informed opinion, because look at his history here. This is what he does. He manipulates people, places, events, information sources, careful editing, right? And the lie by omission, right? Like, oh, this person says that high-ranking English officials, right, even up to including members of Margaret Thatcher's cabinet, were involved in this child-related ring, right? We have proof. This guy says it, and you just leave out the part that would seem to indicate that the person you're using for a source is a total nutter, liar, grifter, problematic source, right? Same thing, same MO. And apparently Ross Coulthart has not learned his lesson, because he literally gets fired, gets his contract not reviewed. By the way, that happened just a few weeks after this Media Watch report came out. about how fake that story was. So whose fault was that story? Was it 60 Minutes Australia, or was all of the responsibility for that completely fake, nonsensical, scandalous story here, was that the fault of Ross Coulthart? They fired him. Sorry, didn't renew his contract. It was his fault. He stood there on a camera, right? And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't stand there on a camera on a show that's going to be watched by millions and millions and millions of people if I wasn't damn sure about all those allegations and damn sure that this story I'm telling, this absolutely fantasy land story, is true. He didn't do that. So who can he blame for this one? He blamed News 7 for the alien bluff, right? For those promos being so sensational. He blamed them. Does he blame 60 Minutes Australia for this story being completely and totally fake, made up, deceptive, and manipulated to sell it? Does he blame 60 Minutes Australia? Or does he take responsibility for doing a piss poor job? There are high school newspaper writers that could have done a better job on a story than him. You don't accept absolutely fantastical claims like this and make absolutely reprehensible allegations against members of the public unless you have overwhelming evidence. And he didn't. All right, friends. So there we have the first and some would say probably worst or best fake story. It depends on your point of view. And so the next story, of course, we could get into the Wilson Davis notes, and maybe we will if we have time. The next really completely and totally 100% fake story came in the form of his pumping up Jim's balls and claiming that he had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist, Michio Kaku. Turns out he didn't have any of that. And by the way, I always forget to do this. I want to thank Stephen Greenstreet, because I had a copy of the promo, but Stephen Greenstreet also had a copy of the promo, and he put Gonzo with the balloons in his version, and we've been using that. So I just want to thank Stephen Greenstreet and credit him for putting that in there, because I think it makes the whole ridiculous story of conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man, to be much, much better. That one we can go over quickly. Ross Coulthart claimed in a clickbait garbage documentary piece for News 7 Australia that they had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. It was completely and totally a false story. Not only did they not have conclusive proof of alien technology, they had no proof of alien technology. Also, you may notice in the promos that they show what's called a festival balloon. I want to take a moment to recognize what a festival balloon is. And if you've ever spent a good deal of time in Mexico or South America, you may be familiar with a festival balloon. It's a big balloon. They have them at festivals in Mexico and South America. And it is not alien technology. It's nothing alien. It's a festival balloon. And also included in that promo was a shot of a known and proven festival balloon that they're saying is alien technology. Completely and totally deceptive editing. Let's take a look at this one more time. This man, Ross Coulthart, promised everyone, click on my documentary, my garbage documentary. We've got, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Go ask Michio Kaku, what was the alien technology that he confirmed? He didn't confirm shit. There was no alien technology. There was no proof. And there certainly wasn't any conclusive proof. We're still waiting for the Jim's balls analysis, right? Here we go.
I probably would be more cautious about in terms of how we present it is the sphere story, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
Frankly, whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
Whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that because that's a terrible danger.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
A lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology. We're not going to say that.
Alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going.
This renowned scientist confirms it all. Conclusive proof of alien technology. And to borrow from Stephen Greenstreet yet again, there is no evidence. There's none. They had no evidence whatsoever. And in fact, the fallout, I think, from that story was pretty intense. And people were demanding that Ross Coulthart and Gary Nolan, who was the other scientist, who was the one who really promised he would do the analysis of Jim's balls. You remember Jim's balls. They took scrapings off of this metal ball, which I think is a ball bearing. By the way, I had a roommate that worked for a company called Messenger Bearings. They made ball bearings the size of rooms. And I recognized that metal ball right away as an industrial ball bearing. Yeah, they make them that big and even the size of rooms. But they took scrapings off of Jim's balls, and Gary Nolan was supposed to use Stanford University labs, equipment, and personnel, I suppose, to do an analysis on Jim's balls and provide the conclusive proof of alien technology. From the scraping, you remember they scraped Jim's balls.
I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls.
Scrapings off of Jim's balls. And it's been more than a year since that story first aired. Initially, when people realized that it was all one big, huge bluff. By the way, you can go to our archives if you want more details on that story. Just put in the search bar "Big Bluff" and you'll see the story we did, Ross Coulthart's Big Bluff, conclusive proof of alien technology. So after the Big Bluff, many people were upset and started asking Ross Coulthart and Gary Nolan, who was supposed to do the analysis with Stanford University labs and equipment, which may be against Stanford University Code of Ethics. I don't know. We asked. He won't answer the question. We never followed up. We tried to follow up with the school. Couldn't get anybody to give me an on-the-record comment about whether or not Mr. Nolan's use of university labs and equipment in that documentary was against the Code of Ethics, or him doing the analysis or profiting from being in a completely and totally fake story. And by the way, I can't imagine that a prestigious university like Stanford is just okay with one of their professors selling the credibility of their university and using their labs to help UFO grifters sell completely and totally provably fake stories about aliens. But here we are. I don't care about Gary Nolan's accomplishments. I get it. The guy's an immunologist. Apparently he's written a lot of science papers. Good for him. But when it comes to the analysis of Jim's balls, boy, did he get pissed when people started demanding that he do the analysis. And where's the analysis? And you said you had conclusive proof of alien technology. You don't have anything. He got really pissed on a podcast, and he went full Joker mode. Watch, friends.
They come to me with some of their results, and I basically said these results are shit. So I'm sorry to the people who are so frigging impatient that they won't get off their butt and go learn this stuff and do it themselves. I'm not your daddy. I'm not here to do things for you. I'm sorry. Get out of your basement and go do something. I've seen some of those snap your fingers reports, and they're garbage. Publish the darn paper. Stop claiming that. This is shoddy work. This can't go anywhere. Who did this? It's crap.
He really did go full Joker mode. Gary Nolan reacts like a lot of people. When you confront them that they're living in a delusional fairy tale land, they get angry. And Gary Nolan perfectly went in full Joker mode when people started demanding, where's the evidence of Jim's balls being alien technology? Oh, Jim's balls. Never forget Jim's balls, friends. So I think we've sufficiently covered his first two completely and totally fake stories. This, of course, leads us to the latest completely and totally fake story that Ross Coulthart was just caught selling. And if you'll give me a moment, I'm going to cue this up. It's right around the 8-minute mark. There we go. I have this queued up, and we are going to listen to the story that Ross Coulthart is selling, and then I'm going to show you the evidence that the whole story is a complete and total fabrication, a falsehood. And by the way, any good or decent investigative journalist could have found the evidence and proof that this latest story, we're just going to call it Patchgate, because it's all based on a patch that Ross Coulthart said came from a secret Area 51 back engineering aliens program. No, it didn't. And we have the smoking gun evidence and proof that no, it didn't. And his only source for this was some guy who was telling stories about that patch on eBay to make money. And Ross Coulthart didn't do the least little bit of research into that patch. Instead, what Ross Coulthart did is make a monetized video repeating a completely and totally fake story. Some person took some umbrage, right, and objected to me saying that Ross Coulthart sold this fake story, because what they said was, well, he was just repeating a story somebody told him. Yes, he repeated a story somebody told him irresponsibly, that and the story was 100% fake, and we're going to prove that for you right now. Not only did he repeat that fake story, he repeated that fake story in monetized YouTube videos. He's made somewhere between $500 and $1,000 off of this latest completely and totally fake story, just in monetized ad revenue. And by the way, the story came crashing down probably, I think, yesterday. The monetized video of him selling this Patchgate completely and totally fake story of an alien crash retrieval and back engineering program at Area 51, the monetized video is still up on the Need to Know, his YouTube channel with this Bryce Zabel. A man of integrity, of honor or ethics would say, oh, that story was fake. We can't leave that up on our YouTube channel and keep accepting ad revenue from a completely and totally fake story and take it down. They haven't taken it down. They're going to leave that up and suck every dollar out of this fake story that they can. But not only did he profit from, and in my opinion, this is a form of fraud. That's just my opinion. What he did is a form of fraud. It's consumer fraud to me to say, oh, this is a true story and put it on YouTube and accept all the money. And then it turns out, oh, it's a completely and totally fake story. And he didn't do 5 minutes of research to determine that it was a fake story. But it is what it is. But not only did he accept the ad revenue money for this completely and totally fake story, he accepted a speaking engagement, which I'm told was probably very lucrative for him. He accepted a speaking engagement in which he spoke about this completely and totally 100% fake story. Let me share my screen just to show you. This is from a recent public appearance of his where he was paid to be a speaker. And by the way, I'm just assuming that he was paid to be a speaker at this special event in Australia about UFOs and aliens. And he pitched this story. This is the story that he told of this alien crash retrieval program. And his only evidence, here's a quote from him. There's a really interesting story there, and it's quite hilarious. It goes to what this person very, very convincingly, on the basis of information he's provided me privately, convinces me this is a patch for a team at Area 51 that are involved in reverse engineering. That's the claim being made. Now, before we get into Ross Coulthart's wonderful retelling of the story, there's some instant red flags that this patch is not from an Area 51 reverse engineering program. I'm a computer science guy, so I instantly noticed the binary, and I went rushing to see what that binary means, what it translates as. And interestingly, one of the things that I found was that that binary code, you see the ones and zeros on the right-hand side of the patch, on the right-hand side of the lightning bolt? Well, that binary number is actually from a Star Trek The Next Generation episode. And interestingly, it's one of my favorites. It's the one where the Binars take control of the Starship Enterprise because they have to save their home planet's primary computer core. And they were afraid that the Enterprise and crew would say no. So they sort of to the best of my recollection, they knocked everybody out. And they took over the Star Trek Enterprise, and the Enterprise had to go and get back into their computer system and take control of their ship back. And the Binars, which is a race of aliens, they were sort of knocked out while their computer system on their home world was down and rebooting. Here's just a quick clip from that.
They're successful.
This is them taking control of the ship back from the Binars.
Their system started up. A resident diagnostic program is running. The system is absolutely incredible.
And there's the Binars. And they're waking back up. So isn't that interesting that this is supposed to be a patch about an alien reverse engineering program at Area 51, and the binary on the patch is the title of a Star Trek episode. Isn't that great? That could have been Ross Coulthart's first red flag that this story was fake. But that didn't stop Ross Coulthart from selling this completely and totally fake Patchgate story. He doubles down, he triples down. He still has not, to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't tweeted, "I'm sorry, that story was false." He hasn't taken the monetized video down. He's still collecting money for this 100% completely and totally fake story. But before we show you the proof that this is indeed a completely and totally fake story, let's share with you Ross Coulthart's story that he was selling here about a reverse engineering alien program at Area 51. And his only evidence is a patch that was sold on eBay. And wait till we get into that and show you the slimy character behind the sale of this so-called top secret Area 51 patch.
And explain them. I will ask the questions along with you, Ross. So I say, let's get to it.
Now, Bryce, this might be a good segue for me to tell you about somebody who contacted me just in this past week.
By the way, fair
they're
use.
Not one of my legacy program sources. They're not one of the first-hand witnesses, but they are.
By the way, I just want to say that Ross Coulthart and Bryce's, or is it Bryce or Bruce? I always forget. Their show is called Need to Know. And what you need to know is they're garbage peddlers. That's what you need to know about Need to Know. They sell fake stories. They sell garbage. That's what they do over at Need to Know. You need to know that Need to Know are garbage peddlers. All right, let's get into this fantastical fairy tale that Ross is going to tell everybody.
I are somebody who's contacted Arrow, and with their permission, I'm allowed to talk about the fact that they've approached Arrow, and they told me that they've given a 45-minute telephone interview to Arrow about...
Did he call Arrow and verify that this person actually gave a 45-minute phone call to Arrow? How would you even do that? Their phone number is not really like out there and listed, is it? I don't know. Seems suspicious already. So this person testified to Arrow about what they knew about the aliens.
What they know. And in all honesty, they've approached with some really interesting information, which I'd love to...
Really interesting information, all of which just happens to be completely and totally fake.
know, if we do get the opportunity to talk to Dr. Kirkpatrick, how have they investigated what this person has told them?
Well, Arrow won't need to investigate it because, and by the way, Ross Coulthart was making fun of these silly debunkers on the internet who said that that patch wasn't what he said it was. And it looks like the silly debunkers nailed that patch to the exact program that it came from 100%. And it is not, I repeat, it is not from an Area 51 crash retrieval or back engineering alien technology program. That much is certain. So Ross Coulthart making fun of these silly internet debunkers, they did the work that he couldn't or would not do.
So this is a guy who knew somebody who worked for a major defense contractor.
And by the way, this is just one version of the story that he used to try to sell the patch. There's other versions of the story that he used to try to sell this patch on eBay. And by the way, a quick reverse Google image search, Ross Coulthart could have found those eBay listings in 30 seconds flat and saw that the very same seller used multiple different stories trying to sell that patch. That would be your second red flag that this story is completely and totally fake. But Ross didn't do that, because why should you let something like facts, evidence, and history of the so-called information source get in the way of a really good alien fairy tale that you can make thousands of dollars with? Because that's apparently what Ross did. He made thousands of dollars, allegedly, from public speaking fees and this monetized YouTube video, which is still up on the Need to Know YouTube channel. They're still accepting ad revenue for this now busted, completely and totally fake story.
And had a very high DOD security clearance. This person had a great uncle who passed away last year of a heart attack in his sleep at age 75.
And again, this is just one version of the story that this person who was selling this so-called top secret patch on eBay was using to try to make money.
Their great uncle served in the US Air Force for 28 years at E8 level, and then was hired to work with EG&G. And worked at Area 51 Groom Lake from 1997 to 2014.
Again, there's no evidence, just a story. Somebody told him.
Whatever that is. Before he passed away, this relative, this great uncle, confided to my source very important information that to the individual that has contacted me. It was shared that the great uncle had a conversation with a senior engineer when he first arrived in 1997, whose EG&G group was tasked with trying to reverse engineer an object that was recovered and brought to Area 51 in the 1980s by some CIA folk.
Oh, so the CIA brought some alien technology to Area 51, and this guy selling the patch on eBay said that his uncle talked to somebody else. So we've got like third-hand witness account. This guy who sold the patch on eBay's uncle talked to somebody else who told him that story. So this is a game of telephone, first of all, because Ross Coulthart is now repeating a third-hand story. The first-hand witness was the guy who knew about this program, who talked to the great uncle, and the great uncle told the story to the guy selling the patch, who then told the story to Ross Coulthart. So what we're getting is actually a third or fourth hand account of this story. You see the problems already? That could be another red flag. This is a fourth-hand account of a story about alien back engineering at Area 51.
Shortly after that conversation, the senior engineer retired. Their great uncle also saw an up-close, crystal-clear photograph of the same exact object attached to the wall of a secure vaulted data storage room at Area 51 sometime after.
Oh, so the guy selling the patch's uncle saw a picture. Okay.
The great uncle stated it was absolute proof of a non-human craft, but that the public would probably never get to see that photograph.
Oh, it was absolute proof. He saw absolute proof, but the public wouldn't get to see that photograph. Maybe because that photograph doesn't exist, Ross Coulthart. Can you show us the photograph? Of course not. But I'm going to tell you a third-hand account of a story about a guy who saw a photograph, right?
He said, quote, the object was egg-shaped, about the size of an SUV, silverish grey in colour, smooth, seamless, no control surfaces or propulsion.
Yeah, where have we heard that before? No control surfaces. It was smooth, no rivets, right? That's pretty much Bob Lazar's description of some of the so-called alien craft at Area 51. I don't think it's a coincidence that those accounts sound so similar.
Visible, no writing, no symbols of any kind. A few men could pick it up, yet it could not be cut open and X-rays couldn't penetrate it. The best engineers at EG&G tried to figure out how to activate it and what its power source was to no avail. They finally came to
they couldn't figure out the alien egg.
The conclusion it was a probe craft sent here from another planet. This
Oh, okay. So it was a probe craft sent here from another planet. Even though they couldn't figure out the power source or how to activate it or how to cut it open, they knew it was a probe sent here from another planet somehow. Come on, it's getting deep in here.
This anonymous individual is willing to testify under oath before Congress. He also took a smartphone image of his great uncle's EG&G engineering group and their insignia patch, and he's authorized me to allow us to show that patch, which I'll send you after this chat, and you can.
Yeah, and I don't know why they didn't show the patch in this. I don't
cut it in, my friend.
You can cut it in, but they didn't show the patch. Do you know why? Because they did not want people to figure out that the patch is not what Ross Coulthart is purporting it to be or reporting it to be. Because a lot of people don't know this, but there are Area 51 experts out there, people who worked there for decades, people who had very high clearances and could identify what that patch actually was or verify that it really was from an Area 51 crash retrieval and back engineering program. But they didn't show the patch, I think, until Ross did the public appearance where he took money to retell this same fake story.
Vigil has also interviewed with Arrow and has signed and dated an official memorandum of record. And he's also spoken with Tim
I agree.
Burchett as well, the individual. Now, this is a really interesting example of somebody who's come forward to Arrow with information.
With false information.
I just wonder, when Dr. Kirkpatrick says that there's no credible evidence of extraterrestrial visitation of planet Earth, is he aware of this memo? Is he aware of this conversation that this person purports that he's already had?
Yeah, and see, Ross Coulthart doesn't like Sean Kirkpatrick because he said that he has been investigating and has found no evidence of alien technology or alien back engineering programs, legacy or otherwise. So Ross Coulthart likes to, he's using this fake story to try to gotcha Kirkpatrick of Arrow. Look, he's lying because we have this witness who said that he talked to Arrow and his uncle worked for an alien back engineering. Bullshit. It's all fake. And his only evidence is some guy selling a so-called top secret patch on eBay, the binary code of which is a Star Trek episode. That could be a red flag. The story's fake. But he's trying to gotcha the guy like, oh, he's lying about the alien technology, Kirkpatrick is. This story is completely and totally fake. Maybe Kirkpatrick is a smart and educated man, and like me, he figured out what that patch really is, right?
with people from Arrow? Is he saying to Congress that there is no information because this person's information, of course, is hearsay? But you could very quickly check this information by approaching the direct source and moreover checking the bona fides of the great uncle.
Did he check the bona fides of the great uncle? Did he verify that this guy selling a patch on eBay's uncle actually worked at Area 51, or did he just accept the story that he was told and run with it? You know, this is the difference between a real investigative journalist and a garbage peddler. A real investigative journalist, the first thing they would have done is ask for the uncle's name and did a complete and total military and career background check on him and found out if it's even plausible that he indeed worked at Area 51.
So I guess I'd just like to know more. I mean, it raises more questions than it answers. I've had a few of these kind of messages from people who are frustrated that Arrow's boss is saying one thing when they say they have presented it.
Yeah, wackadoos are saying, we have proof of alien technology, and it's a patch that I was selling on eBay, right? And by the way, by the time Ross got this story, the guy already sold the patch on eBay. But this entire story, friends, completely and totally falls apart based on that patch. And we're going to get into the evidence and the proof of that. So again, his only evidence is some guy told me, you know. Also, it's important to point out that the person that was selling this had multiple stories about where the patch came from. And we're going to get into it. Charlie Weiser, I have to say, friend of the show. Thank you, Charlie Weiser, for doing what you do. Did an excellent breakdown of this story, which we're going to share for you. And before anybody accuses me, this is Charlie Weiser's thread. And Charlie Weiser culled the information from Metabunk and various other internet sources and just made it digestible in a YouTube thread. Thanks to Charlie Weiser and all who contributed to busting this complete and totally fake story. From Ross Coulthart's podcast, August 4th, where he talks about the patch, his source, presumably Lockheed Skunk 117 on eBay, Bill's Mafia 716Y on Twitter, snuck a photo of his great uncle's patch before he died last year. And last week gave it to Colthart to show us. That was one version of the story. His uncle was sleeping and he took a picture of the patch. This great uncle never saw the egg-shaped craft, only a photo of it, shown to him by another engineer on the program in 1997 who promptly retired. The egg was featureless and was never penetrated, was nevertheless concluded that it had to be an ET probe. Coulthart's source, the great nephew, showed him both the secretly taken photo of the patch, which he presented at Saturday's talk. Remember, he got paid to give a talk about this, and it's a completely fake story. And one of the EG&G folk themselves. Coulthart does not specify that his source actually had multiple different photos of the patch from all the times he tried to sell it on eBay. Why bother with the story of secretly taking a photo? It's irrelevant. He secretly took the photo, but yet there's multiple versions of the photos of this thing on eBay on the different sales listings where he's trying to sell this patch. By the way, he got a good buck for it. I think he got $550. It seems that the patch eventually sold in February 2023 for $550. Yes, $550. Most of it was probably for the Michael Jordan autograph stub that came with it. The buyer left this review and also bought Area 51 coins. So we know that the patch was sold for $550. The description of one of several different listings for the patch, it varied slightly each time. In this one, the seller claims to be the engineer who worked for the program. In other listings, he says it belonged to a family member. So here's the original eBay listing, or one of them. There's multiple ones. And again, the story keeps changing every time this guy's trying to sell it on eBay. In one version, it was his uncle's patch. In another version, it was his patch. And here's the listing. For sale is one patch that was specifically designed, produced, and handed out to the members of a small top secret EG&G engineering group inside Area 51 in the early 2000s. I was part of that group. Each member was given one patch. This patch is super rare. I have never seen another one offered anywhere else before it, so it's special because it was actually inside Area 51 at one time. Ooh, it's rare. That makes it more valuable, and you can get more money for it, right? It makes it the ultimate Area 51 item you will ever find. This patch is 100% authentic and original, not a reproduction or a novelty patch. It's in great condition for being almost 20 years old. See the pictures I have, 100% positive eBay feedback. Buy with complete confidence. Free FedEx shipping with signature required. No returns. Message me with any questions you might have. And here, the seller seems to confirm that he told Coulthart the picture he gave him was the one he sneakily took when his uncle was sleeping. This part of the story is clearly fabricated. He had at least 6 pictures from 3 photo shoots plus 2 of the reverse. If someone lies about part of their story when they didn't have to, if the story were true, then the story is false. All the info Ross Coulthart got from this source about the egg-shaped craft is therefore also fabricated. The eBay review was left by the buyer. Sure. So there's that. And again, in another eBay listing, he didn't say I was part of the group. He said my uncle was part of the group. So it's interesting that the seller of the patch's story kept changing, and Ross Coulthart could have found all this out, but he was too much in a rush to slam and disparage and slander Kirkpatrick for being a liar about not having any evidence of alien technology, and too quick to jump on to a monetized YouTube video so he could make money retelling this completely and totally fake story. The great uncle was told about the egg-shaped craft by a senior engineer when he started at Area 51, then allegedly saw a photo of it on the wall in a data storage room. Oliver BF chimes in, but what a load of crap just for a patch bought on eBay. Who believes this crap anymore? You've got time to waste. It's interesting. Can Ross Coulthart's ego survive a bout of self-reflection on why he promoted a patch as belonging to an alien UFO reverse engineering program just because his source's great uncle colleague spun a yarn? And Charlie Weiser chimes in that I'm profiling Coulthart's latest blunder, and a long line of blunders starts in a few minutes. Thank you for doing that, Charlie Weiser, and thank you for all that you do. Because we truly appreciate people actually looking for the link. 1 second here. All right, and here's how we know that the story is completely and totally fake. This guy first tells Ross Coulthart, I took a picture while my uncle was sleeping. He's taken 4 different pictures of this same patch while he was trying to sell it on eBay. Worthporse cribbed the 5 eBay ads using the 4 photos plus 1 broken unknown image, so they're archived. None of the ads sold. Yeah. Rare historical EG&G Area 51 Groom Lake employee only engineering patch, and he was trying to get $1,000. EG&G Engineering UFO military super rare patch. Groom Lake EG&G employees only authentic and super rare patch. There's all these different. This guy was just trying to make money. He was just trying to make money selling this thing on eBay. It's very, very clear. So how do we know that this is that this patch is not what Ross Coulthart or his idiot source told him it was? Well, there are some clues. UFT8 is an output error symbol. There is one symbol that is for a radar screen. Blue star is used to denote United States Air Force friendly forces. So why would an alien crash retrieval program denote United States Air Force friendly forces? The lightning bolt is for electronic intel, and it's commonly used. And these waves that you see on the left-hand side of the patch are directional radiation antenna signal symbols. This thing that they said was an egg-shaped alien craft was actually used to represent an aluminum radar calibration sphere. Measure and analyze RCS signatures. Protect United States Air Force assets. So the patch is actually from Electronic Warfare and Radar Cross-Section Test Site, Groom Lake. And so it is from Area 51, but it has nothing to do with aliens. It's from an Electronic Warfare and Radar Cross-Section Test Site. That's exactly where it's from. Has nothing to do with aliens, has nothing to do with alien crash retrieval programs, has nothing to do with an egg-shaped alien space probe, as Ross Coulthart sold this story. The entire story rested on this patch. And by the way, all of these facts are things that Ross Coulthart could have learned before he ran to the internet to sell an alien story, and he did not do that. And there is further confirmation from Area 51 experts that this explanation for what that patch is 100% accurate. It came from Electronic Warfare and Radar Group off of Area 51. Had nothing to do with aliens, nothing to do with back engineering, nothing to do with crash retrieval programs. It had to do with radar, essentially. And we're going to share more proof of that. So just bear with me. We'll share this tab. And this is from Duke from the Metabunk forum. You know, those pesky debunkers that keep ruining the money being made by alien story grifters like Ross Coulthart. And Duke says, okay, now I feel comfortable posting this. The link below is to a thread about the subject patch I stated on the forum, of which I am the moderator, of Dreamland Resort. For those unfamiliar with the site, it's a website devoted to Area 51 and Black aircraft programs. Many of the posters are former Area 51 employees and or members, me included, members of Pioneers of Stealth. The site is owned by Jorg Arnoux, a true gentleman I am proud to call my friend. Jorg has devoted much of his life to the study of Black programs. Jorg lives in Rachel, Nevada, near Area 51. One of the most prominent members of their staff is Peter Merlin. That's a name that may be familiar with you. He is an Area 51 expert. And by the way, Ross Coulthart, if he was unsure of something, could have sought out an Area 51 expert and asked him about the patch. He didn't do that. One of the members of the DLR staff is Peter Merlin. Peter is a highly respected aviation historian and Area 51 historian, known for his extensive knowledge of books and articles about Area 51 and classified programs. Peter Merlin would be accepted into a court of law as an expert on aviation history and Area 51 history. Peter Merlin has authored numerous books and articles on aerospace history and technology, as well as volumes on Area 51 and the Nevada test site for Arcadia Publishing. He has appeared in documentary programs for the History Channel, Discovery, National Geographic, and others. And by the way, I instantly recognized his name. I'm something of an aviation nerd myself. I have some of his stuff. In the DLR link below, please see Peter and others' responses to my initial request for info on this patch. If Peter says if Peter says this is the background on the patch, I take that to the bank. There are obviously others who responded, but I know and trust Peter. I personally consider this case closed, at least with respect to Coulthart's claims of the patch representing a UFO crash retrieval reverse engineering program. So this is from aviation historian and Area 51 expert Peter Merlin. Sorry. He says, and I quote, "I have known about this patch for several years after first encountering it as an EG&G radar patch from the test site. Of course, EG&G has since become URS, now AECOM, but I digress. The main point is that it is from the EWRCS range, a radar range at Groom. Yes, the silver ball on the emblem represents one of the aluminum calibration spheres. The binary code 11001001 has been driving me crazy, though. There are so many possible conversions, and it was even the title of a Star Trek The Next Generation episode. I do think the black rhombus with the white question mark is the very best explanation so far. It fits well with other test site iconography. Peter Merlin warns, it's wise never to jump to conclusions when analyzing organizational patches and similar items. A lot of completely unrelated insignia share the same design elements: lightning bolts, stars of certain colors, generic aerodynamic shapes, etc. Names such as Mad Hatters or Dark Knights, and mottos, Latin or otherwise. A lot of people jump right on something that is labeled DET3 without checking to verify that the parent organization as FTC, now AFTC, a grouping of 6 stars, doesn't always denote Area 51. Sometimes this symbolism is obvious to the point of unbelievability, and other times it may be entirely cryptic. And so this Metabunk poster, Duke, says, I want to thank Jorg for his help and permission to cross-pollinate the 2 sites. Mentioning UFO, UAPs on DLR is highly frowned on. But after an hour or so on the phone last night, we worked it out. He could not have been more accommodating. My thanks as well to the DLR members who took the time to offer up their thoughts, and especially to Peter Merlin. Thanks to NorCal Dave for his patience and advice as I struggled with how best to provide this information in a somewhat different source for Metabunk. So there we have it. On the record, Area 51 expert takes one look at the patch and says, that doesn't have anything to do with the alien or crash retrieval program. It's from a radar test site. And interestingly, we do have some information on what that site actually does. And let me see if we can't get that to share with you as well. It's interesting. Actually, what they do is interesting. One second here. Ooh, 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're calling this fake story Patchgate. Okay. And we have a post from the same poster, Duke, giving a little more information about what that area at Area 51, what that patch is really all about. Apparently, exploitation of Russian aircraft at Area 51 has apparently continued and includes a well-documented case of an Su-27 flanker being test flown against the United States Air Force F-16 back in 2016. Yes, the Daily Mirror isn't the most credible source, but I chose it because of the number and quantity of those photos in the article. The flanker is rumored to have been flying from Groom Lake for nearly 20 years, but no one ever managed a definitive photograph to prove it does exist. The sequence of photos is the first proof that the Americans are flying this aircraft, which is the premier air defense fighter in use with the Russian and Chinese air forces. And so isn't it interesting that apparently the United States government is in possession of Russian fighters and Russian aircraft. And what this patch is related to is a group that would shoot radar at these Russian fighters being test flown so that we could see the radar signatures and exploit their weaknesses when it comes to radar and detection. That's what this whole patch and program was about. Had nothing to do with alien technology, zero. Had nothing to do with alien crash retrieval programs, zero. It had nothing to do with what Ross Coulthart or his shitty source said it did. And that's just a fact. You know, Ross Coulthart can say whatever he's going to say. At the very, even if you give him the, you know, total benefit of the doubt, what you're left with is that Ross Coulthart is completely and totally lazy as a journalist and a researcher. He's either lazy or he knew that this wasn't what he said it was, but he needed a new story to sell. Because the Grush money's drying up already because that house of cards is falling down without evidence to hold it up. Patchgate. The patch is from electronic warfare and radar cross-section test site, Groom Lake, Area 51. And one of the activities that this group would do, remember it says measure, analyze, and protect. And the blue star is for United States Air Force friendly forces. They want to help the United States Air Force friendly forces. And how do they do that? They measure, analyze, and protect. So they have these Russian and some say even Chinese aircraft in the possession of the United States government through whatever means they got them, and they take them to Area 51. They're test flown, and this group would measure, analyze, and protect by testing radar systems on enemy aircraft. That, my friends, is exactly what this patch was about and the group related to it about. Ross Coulthart got the story completely and totally 100% wrong. This is not the first time Ross Coulthart has done sloppy, lazy vetting of sources, and I don't believe it'll be the last time. This is not the first time that Ross Coulthart has been caught selling a completely and totally fake story, and I don't believe it'll be the last time. And so you may ask yourself, we have been through 3 examples of 100% provably fake stories that Ross Coulthart has peddled. Now ask yourself, how likely is it that Dave Grush really has all this evidence that Ross Coulthart says he has, right? Are we going to all get ready for the big letdown here? I am not hopeful that Grush is going to come through with evidence. After all, it's been more than 2 months. All these people are saying all kinds of things. Oh, no, he gave his evidence to Congress. Listen, if there was 100% verifiable smoking gun evidence or proof that the United States government has alien bodies or alien spacecraft, and the evidence of which was given to people, don't you think that information would have leaked to a journalist or something, right? It hasn't. There's a reason it hasn't. We also need to remember that people heard all of Grush's testimony, all 11 hours of it. And some of those congressional staffers went back to their congresspeople and they said, and I quote, Dave Grush is not a reliable witness, unquote. Why is that? Why would they listen to this guy telling everything he could behind closed doors? Nothing is off limits, nothing classified or whatever. He can talk about whatever he wants for 11 hours to them. And Tim Burchett himself said that congressional staffers came back to him and claimed that after hearing that testimony, that Mr. Dave Grush is a, quote, unreliable witness, unquote. Tim Burchett said that himself. He was complaining. It's not their job to make that determination. Well, they heard all his testimony and they decided he was an unreliable witness. Maybe they knew that he was also put in a mental institution shortly before he went on his, mission to find alien bodies and spacecraft, apparently given to him by Jay Stratton, who's another wackadoo. Remember, he believes poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. That was his boss. And who was the chief scientist at the same group that Dave Grush worked for? Oh, Travis Taylor, the guy from the Skinwalker scam that can't tell the difference between a bug and an alien spacecraft. And, by the way, they had all this time to determine what some of these things are, to identify them, and they couldn't do it, right? Because they were convinced everything's aliens. So I'm not hopeful about this Grush story. Now, we do have some additional time, so we are going to give you some more information about another, I believe, I don't want to get in an argument with people, but I believe this other story from Ross Coulthart was also a completely and totally fake story. And that would be the Wilson Davis notes. Now, it is interesting that people are claiming that those notes are real, even though Admiral Wilson himself said, no, they're not. This is a work of fiction. There's a famous quote he gave to Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post, calling the Wilson Davis notes a, quote, work of fiction. We want to take a moment to thank and recognize Lou Jimenez from Lou Reviews. In the description of our video here is a link to his YouTube channel. He did an excellent, one of my favorite videos that I've ever seen anybody do on aliens and UFOs is the video that Mr. Jimenez did. You may remember him from Unidentified Celebrity Review. Now he's doing a different sort of show. Well, it's slanted a little differently. If you're used to the old show, it'll take some getting used to. But he's doing a new show just called Lou Reviews. And he's become quite skeptical of a lot of these alien and UFO stories, much like me. So we want to make sure we credit him and recognize this is, I didn't make this video, he did, but I think he did such a great job breaking down Ross Coulthart selling what many believe to be another completely and totally fake story based on piss poor evidence and conflicting stories. And by the way, I also just want to mention that everybody keeps claiming that the Wilson Davis notes came out of Edgar Mitchell's estate. No one's ever proved it. No one has proven it. Show me an on-the-record statement from Edgar Mitchell's family saying, yes, those notes came out of his estate after he died. Nobody can. I've challenged people to do that. And that's just one point of contention on those notes that I have. There's an awful lot more. But it's important to recognize that besides these three stories that are completely and totally fake, provably so, that we detailed for you tonight that Ross Coulthart has sold, there is also the issue of him making money selling these Wilson Davis notes. Essentially, he has to call a decorated Navy admiral a complete and total liar to make the grift work. And he was willing to do that. Just like he was willing to name names and call people the P word, you know, say that they did horrible sex type things to children or, you know, tortured children. And he named names in that piece. We can see that Ross Coulthart displays an absolute and total lack of any integrity, any ethics whatsoever. It's also interesting to note that besides all of these fake stories, do you remember how Ross Coulthart was so shocked that a journalist would do a smear or hit piece? Well, Ross Coulthart was literally hired by a proven murderer and war criminal to dig up dirt on the journalists that were calling him a murderer and a war criminal. Turns out all those journalists got the story about that murderer and war criminal completely and totally right. But Ross Coulthart accepted a job working for that war criminal to try to, I suppose, dig up dirt on those journalists that were doing a good and accurate reporting job on that murderer and war criminal. So where is this guy's ethics? They're in the gutter. This is somebody's husband, somebody's father. How proud his family must be, right? What, you know, do you ever remember when you were younger and people asked, like, what's your dad do? You know, oh, my dad sells fake stories and he accuses people of being pedophiles for money, even though the story's fake. Oh, and he also sells completely and totally fake alien stories for money. Oh, and he also works for a convicted murderer, he also works for a proven war criminal, trying to smear people who were telling the truth about him. Great guy, boy. He is just a shining bright light of virtuous, ethical, journalistic integrity. He has no right to be critical of any other journalist, period, based on his crap, piss poor history of selling completely and totally fake stories. But he sold more fake stories because besides these three, plus working for a proven war criminal to try to give him some propaganda to get out of being a war criminal, I don't know. Besides all that, he's also, you know, pushing stories about giant alien spaceships, and he claims he knows the exact location of that giant alien spaceship, but he can't tell us because it's top secret, and he's a journalist with integrity, and he can't burn the source who told him where the giant alien spaceship is. Then he sold the Wilson Davis notes, which there is no proof are real. There is no proof that story's real, period. Just some notes somebody wrote. And the notes were written by Eric Davis, known, proven to me, wackadoo, the wormhole wackadoo, alien science guy, right? Who claimed to the New York Times 3 years ago that the government was in possession of non-human spacecraft, but never proved anything. That's who these notes came from, a wackadoo, who also took a bunch of money from the United States government to do research into things like wormholes. And there's some famous paper of him where he has a drawing of Einstein waving to Barney the dinosaur through a wormhole. That research would later be called crackpot research by the Air Force. This is the quality of information that Ross Coulthart is selling. And of course, they leave that stuff out. Well, you know, when he sells the Wilson Davis notes as possibly real, and I got a kick out of how many times he said allegedly in this Lou Jimenez piece, when he sells these things as being real, he forgets to tell you that Eric Davis they called his research crackpot research in a newspaper article, because that's what it is. Eric Davis, also highly involved with Hal Puthoff. He works for Hal Puthoff. You know, the guy who took lots of money to study psychics and got fooled by children's magic tricks, and Uri Geller declaring him to be a real and genuine psychic with superpowers. This is just, welcome to the circus, friends. All right, we're going to get into this video. And I want to thank Lou Jimenez again. Link to his YouTube channel is in the description. So if you want to see more great videos of his like this, go check out his channel. It's in the description of this video or podcast. Let's get into it. This one's a funny one, friend.
Warning to all those with a special love for the Wilson Davis documents, you may not want to watch this any further. This video will definitely trigger you. Personally, I think the Wilson Davis documents are total bollocks and not worth any serious time, especially considering one half categorically denies any of this ever happened. But with all the hubbub about these documents, I wanted to break down a discussion about the Wilson Davis documents between award-winning journalist Ross Coulthart and content creator and Wilson Davis believer Jay from Project Unity. Link for the entire interview is in the description below.
Here we go.
The implications of the Admiral Wilson document are that there is an apparent transcript, or at least a memo, that records an alleged conversation between astrophysicist Dr. Eric Davis and Admiral Tom Wilson in, I think, 2002, ironically, in a car park outside the offices of EG&G, the notorious Area 51 logistics firm in Las Vegas. And it should be emphasized right from the head that Admiral Tom Wilson, the former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, categorically denies that any such conversation took place or that he has ever made any such statements. So, with that in mind, let's proceed to what the document actually says.
Why? Why would you do that? What is the matter with you people?
The document purports to be a record, a very detailed record of a conversation that took place between Davis and Wilson, where Wilson basically described the efforts that he had made to try to investigate claims that were put to him by Dr. Stephen Reeder.
When we landed on the moon, there was around that crater above where we landed, there were multiple ET craft that were just hovering there watching. And that is true. That's 100% true.
In a meeting in 1997, where Greer basically revealed to him, allegedly, code names that he was not familiar with, that when he investigated those code names inside the Pentagon, Admiral Tom Wilson purportedly discovered a covert, hidden UFO, UAP crash retrieval program that was concealed inside very secure, secret special access programs that were hidden in a specific part of an office inside the Pentagon.
And that is true. That's 100% true.
And what it described essentially was that the United States had allegedly recovered craft, alien technology, and that moreover, that alien technology had been deliberately withheld from the purview of Congress and various oversight bodies.
And that is true. That's 100% true.
By concealing it inside private aerospace, inside a private aerospace company. And what the document purported to record was Admiral Wilson's frustrations at when he discovered the existence of this project, the obdurate resistance by that private aerospace company in allowing him to find out anything about the program, his eventual discovery and admissions from the aerospace company that, yes, they did have alien technology, that it was concealed and that he was not to talk about it, and moreover, that he was told to shut up about it by his superiors in the Defense Intelligence Agency. Now, it's one hell of a conspiracy.
What?
I've never known quite what to make of the Admiral Wilson document, because There are some people who say, including Admiral Wilson, that it's a hoax, that it's not true, that it doesn't record accurate events.
Categorically denies that any such conversation took place or that he has ever made any such statements.
But one thing I'm very, very sure of is that the provenance of the document is very clear in my book. I know for a fact that it came from the estate of Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the Apollo 14 lunar module pilot, and that Edgar Mitchell was probably sent it by either Eric Davis or Dr. Hal Puthoff shortly after the conversation allegedly occurred.
And that is true. That's 100% true.
And what interested me in the interview that I did with Professor Gary Nolan a few weeks ago is when I asked Gary Nolan about the Admiral Wilson document, it was very much in the context of the general claim, pushed indeed in part by people like Lou Elizondo, the former head of the Pentagon's UFO program. There was retrieved technology of some kind, or as Lou refers to it, exotic material. Other people have been more frank. But basically, in the context of that conversation, I then went for it.
I don't know, I just woke up from a little nap. It's a little dark, but you guys silly? I'm still going to send it.
And decided to ask Professor Gary Nolan, does he know anything about the Admiral Wilson document? And he said, yes. I asked him, does he think it's genuine? And he said, yes. He said, I know Eric Davis, and Eric is of a kind of character, it's impossible for him to lie.
It's impossible for him to lie. It's impossible for him to lie.
I mean, I know Eric Davis, and Eric is of a kind of character that it's just impossible for him to lie.
Dr. Eric Davis tells you something, then he's not lying to you. In fact, if you ever met Dr. Davis, you'll realize he has an interesting little personality characteristic that prevents him from lying. So I'm not going to elaborate on what Eric Davis thinks or says or knows. He's his own man. I can tell you that when he tells you something, he tells you the truth. He has no motivation other than the truth.
ATIP never ended.
Nope.
It's still going on today.
Yep.
Who runs it?
Up in that name.
Oh, they changed the name?
Change names, change location, change leadership.
1 minute later.
It isn't likely to change locations for any reason.
It isn't likely to change locations for any reason. It isn't likely to change locations for any reason.
It's impossible for him to lie.
It's impossible for him to lie. It's impossible for him to lie.
What the hell are you talking about?
And then I explain the significance of that document, which is that Tom Wilson, the Admiral, allegedly had a conversation with Eric Davis where he imparted his discovery that was allegedly a secret UFO reverse engineering program going on inside either the US government or private corporate aerospace, where they were hiding, allegedly, a recovered spacecraft. It was being hidden supposedly inside private aerospace, according to the memo, in a private aerospace corporation.
And that is true. That's 100% true.
And I put it to Gary. I said, look, Gary, the journo in me, the journalist in me, thinks it's highly implausible for the simple fact that in America, everything leaks. It's impossible to keep a secret like that. And Gary went, well, this is an example of it leaking.
Everything leaks in this country.
And this is an example of it.
Okay, so you take that point.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it did leak.
Ultimately, it leaked.
And, he made the point that, yes, the memo had eventually come to public awareness. And I said, okay, but how sure are you of the provenance of the memo?
I mean...
And what the implications are of what's inside it. And he basically told me that he's known about the memo for many, many years before it even became public. And he's aware of the conversations. And without naming names, he satisfied himself that he believes that it's a genuine document and that it records an accurate account of events. Without naming names, he satisfied himself that he believes that it's a genuine document and that it records an accurate account of events. And he said to me, crucially, I might say to my colleagues out there, I know this all sounds completely crazy, absolutely crazy, but if you've seen the things that I've seen, you would
only be able to come to a similar conclusion.
Wow. And that is true. That's 100% true.
I know, again, my reputation takes a hit. I'm sure there are prizes and other things that I'm never going to get because I'm talking about this. And believe me, I know for a fact, this is independent of any conversation I've had with Gary, I know for a fact that those hearings are going to very soon start on the Hill, and they are going to be momentous.
Momentous is a big word. Is there anything you can expand on there, or is that all we get?
No. I'm sorry, I can't.
Game over.
Why would Eric Davis lie about writing something that he never intended to go public in the first place?
Who cares? There we have it, friends. Another likely fake story. And are we starting to see that there is a pattern of manipulating data? And I love that line about, oh, Eric Davis couldn't lie if he wanted to. Come on. Anybody can lie. Everybody lies at one point or another, even if it's a white lie. You ever lie to your mom, or, come on. Eric Davis can't tell a lie, so this story must be true. That's your argument. How about you provide evidence instead of stories? It's a twisted web we weave when we practice to deceive. And it takes a long time to untangle the deceptive nature of many of these claims and stories. So I want to take a moment before we end tonight's broadcast. For those unaware, we have a special broadcast on Saturday night involving Ross Coulthart and all of his various fake stories. But I suddenly realized that we have never, at least I'm sure we've talked about it here on the show, Ross Coulthart claiming that he knows the location of a giant alien spaceship. And but he can't tell us where the giant alien spaceship is. And it was so big that they had to build a building around it because they couldn't move it. And he knows exactly where that alien spaceship is, but he can't tell us. One of my favorite of Ross Coulthart's completely and totally fake stories is the story of the giant alien spaceship. He claims he knows exactly where it is, but he can't tell us. And just to display how these things work and how these claims that people make can really make their way all over the world in today's internet media landscape. This is from India Times, and this story of Ross Coulthart made it all the way to India and all over the world. Investigators' bizarre find: major landmark allegedly hides enormous spaceship. An intriguing claim comes from a UFO seeker named Ross Coulthart, who says there is a large spaceship beneath the significant landmark that is supposedly too massive to transport. Here's what he shared. The author of the book, In Plain Sight, said in an interview with the YouTube channel Project Unity that this non-human craft is hidden beneath a specifically designed building. He even claims to know exactly where it is, despite originally finding it implausible when he first heard about it. However, his allegations have enraged the UFO hunting community, which is keen to discover the hidden location. The community has now generated a plethora of theories. Some believe the massive disaster is hidden in South Korea, the massive spaceship is hidden in South Korea. Tyler Rogaway, an aviation professional, believes otherwise. He argues that a specific location is more likely to be an air defense facility. Coulthart has a history of generating headlines in the UFO community. He made waves in June when he interviewed a whistleblower who claimed that the U.S. military has not only the bodies of many crashed aircraft, but also the bodies of its crew members. That would be David Grush. The U.S. government is taking these charges so seriously that a government hearing to explore them further could take place within the next several weeks. Yes, and in addition, Coulthart mentioned classified videos of spherical UFOs flying alongside U.S. military jets during training drills in February. Unproven claim. These unexplained anomalous phenomenon, or UAPs, have been sighted above nuclear power plants and military bases around the United States, as well as in the Middle East. Coulthart urges that these sightings be separated from the hundreds of UAPs that have long been generating problems for the Pentagon. Coulthart made these claims after 4 objects in the sky were spotted, one of which was a Chinese spy balloon. According to Coulthart, the video of these items has not been made public. I've interviewed pilots from the east and west coast of the United States who have literally looked across the cockpit of their craft and seen spherical objects off of their right wing, he claimed. They videotaped them and given them to their commanders, and those tapes are still classified. Congress is being urged to take action based on firsthand evidence from witnesses. The significance of Dave Grush's testimony is emphasized, and it has been reviewed by the intelligence community inspector general before being referred to Congress. Regardless, there is a need for serious investigative journalism and funding to explore the UFO phenomenon further. Yeah, I agree that there is definitely a need for serious investigative journalism. But I'm here to tell you that no serious investigative journalist would say, I know where a giant alien spaceship is. But I can't tell you. I know exactly where a giant alien spaceship is, but I'm sorry, I just can't tell you because that might endanger national security. And of course, Mr. Coulthart has made all kinds of excuses. That's another big bluff. We covered another of his big bluffs in which Ross Coulthart claimed that he knew that he was in possession of conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku didn't confirm shit. And Ross Coulthart is a garbage peddling, bottom feeding scumbag who sells completely and totally fake stories for money. And it is true that he is an award-winning journalist, but what a lot of people forget is that the latest award he won is the Bent Spoon Award in Australia, which is given to the person that generates or creates the most fantastical, unbelievable fake stories of the year. Ross Coulthart has won that. As far as his claims of knowing exactly where a giant alien spaceship is, this is childish and it's stupid. Of course, we are talking about a man who also claimed that anybody who is part of the UFO cover-up should be drugged behind a Humvee and murdered. Ross Coulthart is a garbage peddling, bottom feeding scumbag. He's a disgraced Australian journalist that no one should trust is telling the truth. He has proven time and time and time again that he will do whatever it takes to generate sensational headlines and make money selling fake stories. And I believe that his involvement in the Dave Grush story, as soon as I heard that Mr. Coulthart was involved, deeply involved in the Dave Grush story, I knew that Dave Grush was essentially full of shit and would never amount to any real whistleblowing. And that has kind of come to fruition because after all, we're up to 346 days now and Dave Grush still has provided zero evidence. Kind of like Ross Coulthart, who claimed to have conclusive proof of alien technology, but yet never provided any evidence, or claimed that he knows exactly where a giant alien spaceship is, but couldn't provide any evidence. These people, including Dave Grush, Lou Elizondo, and Ross Coulthart, love to make big claims, but they're always light on evidence. And I think it's important that we recognize that some people are just absolutely terrible sources of information. And I get it. Some of you are looking for information about these topics. Don't look to these garbage peddling scumbags because they don't have any real information to give you. And remember, I always say this, they're not telling stories, they're selling stories. They have a profit-driven motive to deceive people. And I, for one, am tired of these grifting scumbag UFO whores selling lies. Ross Coulthart, in his claims of knowing exactly where a giant alien spaceship is worthy of mockery. I don't know how anybody can listen to this guy when he's telling everybody he knows where a giant alien spaceship is. It was so big they couldn't move it. They had to put a building around it. And I know exactly where it is, but I can't tell you. Ross Coulthart makes my bullshit detector go off the minute he starts speaking. He is the least credible of all of these UFO grifters. And I, for one, think that he should be forcibly removed from the UFO community. Well, maybe not forcibly. Maybe that's the wrong word. I think he should just be removed from the UFO community. He's made enough money peddling completely and totally fake shit. It's time to go back to a real job, Ross Coulthart, but that's the problem. He's a disgraced Australian journalist. He has to cover UFOs to make a living because nobody will give him a real investigative journalism job because he has a proven track record of fake investigations, fake stories, fake evidence, and more. He is a scumbag. And the fact that he came to the United States, right? He comes into the United States media landscape like he's some kind of expert, and he calls himself an award-winning journalist. Award-winning journalists don't tell people they know where giant fucking alien spaceships are, you asshole. But hey, don't take my word for it. Let's hear what Ross Coulthart has to say about the giant alien spaceship.
What if some of that shit is so big? What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, it can't be moved. Big. What if some of that shit is so big? What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, it can't be moved. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. In a country outside of the United States of America. In a country outside of the United States of America. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. They're too bloody 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 big. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. But it was bollocks big. But it was bollocks big.
So big, friends. I know exactly where it is, but he can't tell us. You know, I've joked about this before. It's just like George Knapp claiming he knows where the element 115 is buried, right? But he can't tell us. It's childish. It's like a child on a playground claiming that they have a laser gun, but it can't show it to you. It's childish and stupid.
cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, cash, raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
They're lurking in the shadows, preying on the curious. UFO grifters and scammers, making us delirious. They're taking over the community, spreading lies and deceit, but we won't let them win. We won't admit defeat. UFO grifters, UFO scammers, trying to take over the world like a bad dream. Every balloon in the sky, every light in the night. The media runs with it like aliens in flight. Don't get me started on those ancient aliens. Frauds, spreading misinformation like it's sent from the gods. They twist the truth, they bend the facts, but we see through their lies. We're not buying their acts. Take over the world like a bad dream. Every balloon in the sky, every light in the night. The media runs with it like aliens in flight. But we won't be fooled, we won't be swayed, we'll keep searching for the truth. We won't be afraid, we'll dance to the rhythm of our own beat and kick those grifters right off their feet. So let's keep our eyes on the sky and our minds open wide. We'll uncover the mysteries with truth on our side. No more grifters. No more scams. We'll dance to the beat of our own